Good morning, everyone. I'll request everyone to kindly settle down. We'll start the event now. Respected Director Operation, Shri Ramesh Babu sir. Director Projects, Shri UK Bhattacharya sir. Director Finance, Shri Jayakumar Srinivasan sir. Eminent invitees, students of prestigious colleges, seniors, colleagues, and my dear friends, a very good morning to all of you. Myself, Vivek, and my colleague Gunjan welcome you all on behalf of NTPC to this conference on development of ecosystem of for air-cooled condenser in India. Before we begin, I would request all of you to kindly pay attention on the screen. We have a video informing about the exit plan of this auditorium in case of any exigency. So please follow the instruction in case of any exigency. The instruction given as displayed in the video.
Welcome to NTPC, where safety comes first. At NTPC PMI, we leave no stone unturned for your safety in case of any eventuality. Let us know about the exit plan of Saraswati Auditorium. There are two emergency exits on each side of the auditorium, two in the front and two in the middle. In case you are on dais, there is one emergency exit on each side of the dais, one to the right and one to the left. In case you are in balcony, there is one emergency exit on each side of the control room, one to the right and one to the left of control room. There are two assembly points close to Saraswati Auditorium. Assembly point number 2 is the open area near solar tree behind the auditorium. The assembly point number 3 is the open area near the tennis court. The first sets of emergency exits on ground floor are on the left side that leads to the assembly point 2 behind the auditorium. The second set of emergency exit on ground floor are on your right side that leads to the assembly point 3 near tennis court. The emergency exit on balcony are on your left and right side leads to the assembly point 3 near tennis court. In case of any emergency, take your nearest emergency exit point in an orderly manner and proceed towards the nearest assembly point. Wish you safety at every moment of life. NTPC, where safety comes first.
Thank you everyone for giving your attention. Our respected head of family, CMD NTPC, Shri Gurdeep Singh sir has joined us virtually. We heartfully welcome sir.
He'll just switch on his camera.
Now we'll now begin our conference formally, and I would like to request our directors to kindly come up on the dais and take seats. Please welcome our directors with round of applause. Director Operations, Shri Ramesh Babu sir. Director Project, Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya sir. Director Finance, Shri Jayakumar Srinivasan sir. We would like to thank our honorable dignitaries that despite their busy schedule, they have graciously agreed to be present on the occasion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
We are joined by our director NPCIL sir also and Sri SC Chetal sir. I'd like to request all of you to give a round of applause for our chief guest here. NTPC, with an installed capacity of over 70 gigawatt, is steering ahead as India's largest integrated company and targets to become a 130 gigawatt firm with diversified fuel mix and a 600 billion unit company in terms of generation by 2032. Present era poses a unique challenge for each one of us, be it policymakers, administrators, technocrats, developers, engineers, or end users. Challenge is to establish a balance between developmental needs of our country and conservation of our Mother Earth and its precious resources like air, water, earth, forest. Water is a precious natural resource and need to be conserved for use in other important applications like agriculture for domestic purpose in future. Ensuring its availability and sustainable management is our utmost concern.
On one hand, we still have billions in the clutches of poverty, whose better future depends on the availability of affordable, accessible, and reliable power. And on the other hand, we are all aware that needs of burgeoning population is putting strain on our natural resources and environment. NTPC is a pioneer in adopting new technologies and best practices in power sector. As per recent development, the projection has been made for considerable thermal capacity addition in the near future. Accordingly, NTPC is also envisaging many new projects and looking forward for adoption of air-cooled condenser in these upcoming projects.
Use of ACC reduces the overall consumption of water in a power plant from 3 meter cube per megawatt hour to 1.1 meter cube per megawatt hour approximately. So in view of anticipated future challenges with respect to availability of water, air-cooled condenser promises to be an alternate cooling technology. NTPC has proactively installed ACC at its North Karanpura project, and 3 into 800 megawatt Patratu project is under construction. NTPC is further exploring ACC for the upcoming new projects as well. To successfully implement and execute ACC technology, complete ecosystem for ACC needs to be nurtured in India. Intent of today's conference is to provide common platform for all stakeholders, that is technology provider, expert in the field, prospective vendors, GENCOs, institutes and academia to interact with each other for overall development of the ACC in power sector. This conference will also deliberate anticipated challenges in domestic manufacturing, erection and supply chain management with focus on Make in India. This will facilitate stakeholders to align with long-term business opportunity in the sector.
On behalf of NTPC, I once again want to extend a warm thank you for attending ACC conference to all of you. We are happy to have you join us and we hope that you will find the event valuable and informative. We'll also hope you to grasp as much as possible and deliver the maximum for all of us. We are grateful for your support in making this a grand success. To begin with, we'll now inaugurate this conference and we'll request our honorable directors, Director Operation, Shri Ramesh Babu sir, Director Project, Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya sir, Director Finance, Shri Jaikumar Srinivasan sir, to kindly inaugurate the conference by lighting the lamp.
Request Saran Saab and Chetul Saab also to come over the dais, please, and Professor.
So kindly join us on the stage, Mr. R. Sharan Saab, Director NPCIL, Nuclear Power Corporation Limited, Mr. SC Chetan, Executive Director Ex-Director IG, and he is right now under Department of Atomic Energy.
Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhan sampadam shatru buddhi vinashaya deep jyoti namostute deep jyoti param brahma deep jyoti janardana deep hartu me papam sandhya deep namostute. जो शुभ करता है, कल्याण करता है, आरोग्य रखता है, धन संपदा देता है और शत्रु बुद्धि का विनाश करता है। ऐसे दीप की रोशनी को हम नमन करते हैं। Thank you, sir. We request our dignitaries to please take their seats. We'll now have our NTPC Geet played, and may I request every one of you to please rise for NTPC Geet. Thank you, everyone. May I please request everyone to be seated?
We are very grateful to our director sirs who for taking out this time to guide us and be part of this conference. I would like to request Engineering Division Leader, Director of Projects, Sri UK Bhattacharya sir, under whose guidance and support this conference has been conducted, to welcome our directors on the dais with a sapling. I'll request Bhattacharya sir to welcome Director of Operations, Shri Ramesh Babu sir, with a sapling.
Now, I would request Bhattacharya sir to present Director Finance, Shri Jaikumar Srinivasan sir, with the sapling.
Now may I kindly request our engineering head, ED Engineering, Shri M.K. Srivastav sir, to welcome Director Projects, Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya sir. UK Bhattacharya sir has always pioneered and encouraged us to take that extra step to get better results in whatever we do. We admire the way he deals with the obstacles thrown at his way, and we are grateful to him for his encouragement to support such events.
Thank you, sir. In our endeavor to continuously evolve in adopting new technologies, NTPC always tries to outreach its suppliers and associates and various external bodies for their feedback, suggestion, share experiences, and provide insights for future. This forum will provide a platform for such interactions. It is our honor to have our director with us today on occasion. We are excited to hear from our leaders, and I would first like to request our Director Finance, Shri Jaikumar Srinivasan sir, to kindly say few words on the occasion.
warm good morning to all of you. My respected senior colleagues on the dais and all the eminent dignitaries present for this conference from academic institution, IITs, other PSUs, from industry, officers from NTPC, and friends. Welcome to this conference on development of ecosystem for air-cooled condenser in India. I will not dwell much on the ACC as there are more eminent and erudite speakers on the subject. But let me share my thoughts and dwell a little bit briefly on the more underpinning or the underlying objective of water conservation, because that's ultimately the goal. Somehow mankind has been largely holding on to the notion that water supply is endless. Since there is more water on this planet Earth than land, and water will keep on regenerating itself through a distribution, evaporation, rains, making it seem endlessly renewable. So why worry about it? Actually speaking, only 1% of the water in the earth is usable. 97% is saline water, or what you call as the salt water. And 2% of the water stands in the form of glaciers or ice caps. So only 1% is available for use. And this 1% precious water is not to be used only by the people. It has to be used by animals, plants, and for food. So that is the sensitivity, that is the objective, that water has to be conserved, put to best use in every conceivable way. And when, as a responsible organization, we talk about climate change, we are talking about carbon neutrality, we are talking about energy transition, it is interwoven or interlinked with water. Climate change affects the world's water in complex ways, from unpredictable raining patterns, shrinking of ice sheets, rising sea level, floods and droughts. Most impact of the climate change come down to ultimately water. So that is a major concern. And while we talk about carbon sinks, energy transition, we have to necessarily keep water conservation in every conceivable way as part of our agenda, as part of our concerted action to achieve carbon neutrality. And so as a citizen of this Mother Earth in general, and also power plant professionals in particular, we need to necessarily keep this agenda of water conservation, as power plants in general are seen as water guzzlers, and a major part of the water resources besides agriculture go to industry and majorly for the power plants. NTPC's water policy aims at finding solutions, avenues for conserving water in coal-based thermal plants in innovative ways, be it in terms of using sewage water, treated water, and also the air-cooled condensers. The country's first air-cooled condenser installed in North Karanpura supercritical plant commissioned by NTPC demonstrates NTPC's commitment towards water conservation through the 3 R's, which is the reduce, reuse, and recycle, and further exploring adoption of this ACC technology in upcoming projects also. So with this thought, I leave the floor for my more insightful and eminent speakers on the subject, and wish you all a day full of very exciting discussion on the topic. Thank you so much and welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring word and kind wishes. We are so honored to listen to your motivating words. CMD sir has joined virtually to us, but I think he has. It will take some time for him to appear here. So moving forward, I'll request our Director of Operations, Shri Ramesh Babu sir, to share his thoughts on the occasion.
Shri Ujjwal Bhattacharya ji, Director of Projects, Shri Srinivasan ji, Director of Finance, my colleagues on the board, respected dignitaries, my senior colleagues from NTPC, EDs, REDs, CGMs, the panelists, vendors, and all the participants on this conference. A good morning to all of you. NTPC being the leading energy major is very conscious of the fact that water is the most important natural resource on this earth, and we need to conserve it, or we need to have the optimum usage of this water. And our business is power generation, and we are aware that power generation is a water intensive business. Therefore, it becomes all the more important for us that we use water efficient technologies in our day-to-day generation of the power. In this direction, to show our commitment to the water conservation, NTPC has joined a CO mandate, water mandate, and we are taking conscious efforts in minimizing the freshwater usage. In the same direction, all our NTPC stations have been directed to have a very robust water efficient mechanisms. We are implementing zero liquid discharge at all our plants. In fact, we have already completed around 19 of our plants. We have gone to the high cycle of concentration around 5. That is a mandate for cooling towers. Wherever there are water bodies in NTPC, like our reservoirs, we have installed floating solar in order to reduce the evaporation losses. High concentration slurry discharge is a norm now. It reduces the water that is required for the ash handling system. And we have taken a drive to make all our stations, the townships, water positive by doing the rainwater harvesting. In fact, 2 of our townships have already become water positive, Khargone and Ratnagiri. And we have identified at least 19 of our projects which can become water positive. So we have made a study of it. So these are some of the steps that we are taking in order to ensure that the water that is used in a very efficient way. But all these, although they are good, I would say they are only have a very limited potential in the water conservation. And the big potential is what we have done at North Kundpura, that is the air-cooled condenser. In a normal, the norms right now is around 2.5 liters per kilowatt hour. In that, if you see, the major part of the makeup actually goes in the evaporation losses of the cooling tower. In out of 2.5, around 1.6 to 1.7 is actually this amount. So if you can have some mechanism of avoiding this, that will be a huge saving. in terms of water conservation. And that's what is air-cooled condenser. I don't know how many of you seen North Corner air-cooled condenser. It's a beautiful structure. My HOP will vouch for it. It's well made, compact, and you should see to believe the size of it. We were also apprehensive in the sense, in this peak summer, would it perform to the desired level of efficiency? And let me compliment my engineering team, my erection team, ably led by our director project. I think it is performed beyond our expectations. So this is the order of the day, that we do have a technology which is proven at the level of 660 megawatt. And I think we need to move forward in this direction. And with this in mind, I think the conference that was proposed by our director project, and he has, I think, pushed his team to go for this conference in order to have the awareness that ACC of this size is workable, and also the operation and maintenance of this ACC, the space requirement, how do you move forward? Can we develop some local vendors for this? So I think it's a step in the right direction that we are having this conference at this time in order to force the participants and the persons who are concerned with this industry, yes, that there is a viable alternative and which is working very well. And I think since many of our plants are more than 30 years, probably if not the main cooling tower, some of the auxiliary cooling towers need a replacement. And I think ACC would become a viable option there also. So I think these are things that will be discussed during the day. And I'm sure all of us will get enriched by during this discussion, and we'll have a clear-cut roadmap at what are the areas where we can actually push this technology, and also areas where Make in India or some space that we can manufacture out here, probably total ACC manufacturing out here. That's also a possibility that we should consider during this discussion. With this, let me also tell you, this not only saves water, but it also saves chemicals for the plant, because we will not be dosing the chemical for a higher cycle of concentration. And since the water cost in India varies from as low as around 1 rupee to around 14 rupees per meter cube. So there is a huge saving in terms of the water cost that we'll be saving by not drawing this water. So although the heat rate and the APC is little higher, I'm sure with the evolving technology, this can also be plugged at a later stage. And this is a step in the right direction. Let me compliment Director Projects on this initiative. And I wish this conference all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your guidance and support, which you have always extended to us, and hope you continue to share your thoughtful insight always on us. Now, our respected head of the family, CMD NTPC, Shri Gurdeep Singh sir has joined us. We heartfully welcome you, sir. Please give a big round of applause for our head of the family.
So, in today's conference, we have participants from various fields such as ACC manufacturers, ACC technology providers, experts, developers, component manufacturers, EPC partners, representatives from state and other power utilities, reputed educational institutes, and NTPC officials. We are also joined by dignitaries from NPCIL, Director Projects, Mr. R. Sharan, Shri S.C. Chetal Sahab, ex-Director IG CAR, and Professor M.R. Ravi, IIT Delhi.
Now, may I please request our head of the family, Chairman and Managing Director NTPC, Shri Gurdeep Singh sir, to kindly enlighten us with his thoughts on this initiative by NTPC. Sir is a role model for all of us and have been a great strength to the company. It would be our pleasure to listen to your precious words, and it will motivate us like
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. Director Operations, Mr. Babu, Director Project, Mr. Bhattacharya, Director Finance, Mr. Srinivasan, uh, guests from other organizations, Director NPCIL, from IGCAR. I can see Dr. Chetal here. I'm not able to see the others, but those who are present and dear colleagues, uh, thank you. So, first of all, let me extend my thanks to Director Project and his team for organizing this very important event. Uh, I just joined some time back, and Director Operation was just uh, mentioning all the advantages why of this air-cooled condenser. We all will be knowing that fresh water usage in the power plant should be avoided to the extent possible, and we should only try to use the water if it is going to be for multiple use, or if it is going, well, it is seawater or other sources of water. The fresh water usage in a thermal power plant is a most undesired thing. Incidentally, we had planned many of the power stations in the past where the feasibility report itself was considering that water availability has to be nearby, and mainly either from the lake or from the rivers. I think this is one thing probably, Jaina, we could have thought of something then in the beginning, but I think then as in the any of the other area, the evolution always happens. Uh, the fresh water on the earth is almost about 2.5%, and on the surface it is about 1 to 1.2%. This is what some of the figures. And out of that, we at India are having only around 4% of that water. So we can now then just see that what is the importance of water, and we all know and experience this importance of water. And going forward, we should put our all efforts that we not only reduce the water consumption, but to the extent possible, eliminate the requirement of fresh water. I think this is what we're keeping in mind. Uh, and with that thing in mind, I think this air-cooled condenser, the technology of air-cooled condenser comes out to be very, very handy. We all are aware that in the old times, or maybe even today also, that many of the vehicles were using the radiator which with the water, and this is nothing but the air-cooled water system. May not be the condensing of that, but I think we are very well versed on that from the beginning. On a smaller scale in NTPC, I recall that in Dadri we had for our auxiliary cooling system, there was no cooling tower for the auxiliary cooling water system of the gas turbine. It was air-cooled condenser there, but the size of that air-cooled condenser was relatively very small. And we all get, I think, this impression that the temperatures in India are really relatively very high. So whether the air-cooled condenser is going to work or not. But as I just mentioned when I joined, Director Operation was explaining that our North Kanpura plant is performing as designed, rather better than as designed. So there is no reason that uh, we cannot design something which really suits the requirement. Although the heat rate may be a little higher, but at the same time, I think the importance of water is much bigger than what the importance of the even the fuel itself at this stage. I'm sure that earlier speakers would have added then into this aspect, and during the day there will be a lot of deliberations which will happen. But I would like to reiterate once more. I think about 3 or 4 years back on our foundation day, I had raised this point that whether we can also start thinking how we can convert our water cooled condenser also into air cooled condenser if it is possible within the given limitations of the space and the design of the plant. At some point during the referendum, if it is going to take place, that also we need to really assess. It's not necessary that we'll have to go for that, but if it is possible, then we should be some kind of consideration for those things. So the importance of water, and I think need not to be explained to anyone. This is well known, and air cooled condenser is the one equipment which is very simple study. There is nothing then very complicated design into this. I would encourage all of you, those who are present, whether it is from NTPC or invited guests and the vendors, that they should visit our North Kanpura, which is already commissioned, and we should promote this technology, promote this manufacturing of the air-cooled condenser in the country, such that we are able to get this equipment or this installation at an affordable price. I think this is the key. In our North Kanpura as well as Patratu, we have faced quite a bit problem. BHL has find it very difficult to go for the putting the order, and in between there was some kind of changes also. We are aware of those, but I think this initiative was taken almost around 8-9 years back when the order was placed. But still, I think there is a limited production facilities in the country. So maybe starting from the material required for this air-cooled condensers, design, manufacturing, and installation, I think there is need for the different stakeholders to come together and try to deliberate on this, how we can promote more and more manufacturing of this, and we can promote the air-cooled condenser so that we can save water. And this seminar is going to go in a long way, not only to create the awareness, but also I think discussing in detail so that the future path can be charted out, and we can work on that. So again, I think without going into too much of the merit, in fact, the last thing which I would like to add today here is that some of the plants we should start endeavoring that we don't require any of the fresh water for cooling requirement. Maybe for drinking and potable system, etc. This is required, but even in North Kanpura, when we were there, both Director Project and me when we were there, we were just discussing whether auxiliary cooling water system, which is at present is having evaporative cooling system, whether we can think of converting that also so that we can reduce the completely requirement of the this cooling water system as far as North Kanpura is concerned. I'm sure that the team will be taking a kind of look on that, and it will work. And the future projects, we would critically analyze before going for the water-cooled condenser, or else we will like to prefer air-cooled condenser. So again, let me thank Director Project and ED Engineering and all the organizers, and thanks for everybody who is present here. I wish that the deliberations which will be going a long way. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Water is Panchabhut, one of the elements of life, and we should strive to conserve this elixir of life. As recommended by our CMD, sir, We should make every effort to reduce and eliminate fresh water consumption in power generation. We should look forward to see whether our existing WCCs can be converted to ACCs and how ACCs can be made more affordable. Sir, your words will go a long way for all of us and guide us in our future endeavors. Thank you for all the encouragement and advice you have bestowed upon us. You are the one who truly molded us into someone with valuable skills and talents. It is a privilege to be under your leadership. We once again thank you so much, sir.
Now, may I please request our Director of Projects, Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, sir, to grace the occasion with his inspiring thoughts.
Since CMD sir has already spoken and he has elaborated, and before that, my dear colleague, Director Finance and Shramesh Babu, Director Operations, have elaborately stated what are the requirements of the day. So I think it is more of a vote of thanks for me, at least to CMD. So let's give a big hands to CMD because he has to go for some other function. And he requested yesterday that he was eager to join, but he has a meeting at 10:30 with DG Forest, so he has to go there. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining. Mr. Jayakumar, Director Finance, is a good orator and he reads a lot. That is my impression about him. And he started with 3 hours. I was curious to hear whether he is talking what we learned in class 1. Reading, writing, and arithmetic, 3 hours. Or is he talking of the latest Telugu film, RRR? He took us to reduce, reuse, and recycle. And that's a very important concept of today. And that's in the context of sustainability. Now, I need not teach you or tell you, especially after so much of speeches given by our respected colleagues, CMD, Director Operation, Director Finance, that despite water being most useful and having the best thermal conductivity in terms of cooling, air should be considered as alternate cooling system because water is very scarce commodity. 2.5% and 1%, that percentage is not very important. Important is that despite 3/4 of the earth being made of water in terms of volume, we in India especially are highly water stressed. And as we progress, we don't know whether we'll contain the temperature to 1.5 degree or we'll go up to 2.5 degree. What kind of doomsday will come? We need to do 2 things fundamentally: reduce pollution and definitely reduce the water consumption. One of the most important factor in this direction is air-cooled condenser in the context of power plant. In thermal power station, when you use water-cooled condensers, including auxiliary, we generally use 2.75 liter per unit of generation in a typical coal-based power stations. If I use FGD, which has become the norm, then it goes up to 3 liters per unit. But if we adopt the water-cooled, air-cooled condenser and use air as the infinite sink, and this term I have recently learned from Mr. Sharan, Director of Projects of Nuclear Power, the infinite sink concept as is being used in nuclear industry, then we can reduce the water consumption drastically, and it may come down to as low as 1.35 with FGD and 1.1 around without FGD. That's more than 60% reduction. And 60% reduction for power generation, including gas, coal, and all kinds, is a huge thing for the humanity. So we are going to change and going to address new technology. So ACC has come. We are still in the phase of adopting it because we have recently commissioned it, and we are happy and we are excited that it's working very good. But only 6 months of experience of operation is not enough. So we are still watching and watching every moment of it. But at the same time, we are preparing for the most easy solution for us to reduce the water consumption that can we adopt for rest of the projects that we are going to build in the days to come using air-cooled technology. And that's the context of today's seminar, where we have to learn from the academia here, the industry pundits here, the manufacturers, the designers, and the utility, that how to design and how to make best case scenario so that when we employ the air-cooled condenser, I not only reduce the water consumption, but I also take care of impaired heat rate, because we know that around 4 to 5% heat rate is impaired because of the air-cooled condenser, because of its vacuum issue. And we have also to take care that how to reduce the further footprint. Although ACC comes with an inherent advantage of possibility of reducing the land requirement, but the design and layout has to be accordingly made to make it of best utilization. Mr. Alan Kay, a noted computer scientist and philosopher, once said that technology is anything that wasn't around you when you were born. So we, the boomers, and some of the millennials are here, at least during our initial days and childhood days, even the young days, even today, ACC was not there. So it's a technology per se because it was not there. Now, when the new technology comes, we have to go by what Arthur C. Clarke has once said, and I remember that any sufficiently advanced technology is like a magic. And if we follow Arthur C. Clarke, then we have to ultimately reach to that magic of reducing or reducing drastically the precious consumption of precious water on our earth. I'm not bringing you the concept of next world war will be fought on potable water or not. The jury is still out. Russia, Ukraine, let them decide what is the reason. But it's fact that at least in Indian context, we have no option but to drastically change our usage of water pattern in the industry. In this seminar, I would like to put some of my thoughts or make the best use of the galaxy of experts here. When I was in North Karanpura during the construction phase, I had been watching how the street by street it is being added. Then how the distribution of steam and all the pipes and stems and the return path, and most importantly, the air flow, which is decided through a computer modeling and cannot be seen, has been designed there. Recently going there during commissioning and now during operation, I was looking at the air-cooled condenser from different point of view. That what if there is a restriction in one of the paths and the steams are not distributed properly? So first concern that I have expressed, and we have to work on that, how to ensure uniform distribution of steam all along the condenser. I mean, all along the air-cooled condenser, all the streets. Second is, when the cooling fans, they run, they suck air from all around, especially from beneath. And if the fans are running at high speed, especially during high temperature time, there is a propensity to bring lot of dust, and definitely along with that, lot of coal dust, which will go up and stick all around the ACC. Now, whether this will create a potential fire hazard and definitely going to reduce the conductivity and its efficiency, this is one area of concern that I was having. Third thing, which was pointed out by CMD when he was there with me, that look, we have created one problem here. That is a safety hazard. Because the air-cooled condenser is directly on the GT and transformer bay area. And the what if, I don't want to elaborate, what if? So when we go for design and especially layout, and I urge upon on the layout part on my own engineering division here, we have to look into the concept of reducing the stem length versus taking it away slightly from the creation of hazard in the GT bay. And fourth, and most importantly, how to ensure that aluminum tubes which are used, and there is a huge difficulty in welding, especially in situ, that they remain as is, and there is no kind of corrosion from inside or erosion from outside, because we have to run these projects and these stations not for a day, not for 10 years, not for 30 years. We would aspire to run them for at least 50 years from now. NTPC is also now venturing into the nuclear power area jointly with NPCIL. And I'm thankful that Mr. Sharan, Director Projects, who is here, and Mr. Chetal, who was earlier the Director of IGCAR, he is also here. And the professor from IIT, academicians, and the industry leaders. In the nuclear power industry, the one of the most important concern that I have understood so far is the cooling. Now, it's not the cooling for the purpose of condenser or steam. It's the cooling when it comes for the accidents. So I learned recently from Mr. Sharan and his team that there also the air is going to be used as infinite cooling. But in the limited context of condenser cooling in nuclear industry also, I have already discussed with him that can we design the next nuclear power station with ACC instead of typical air condensers, water-cooled condensers, because that is akin to what we have done in North Korea. I am told that there are presentations and panel discussions already lined up. I hope that all the participants shall deliberate on these aspects and more, and will come out with a roadmap for better design and adoption of this technology, which is not only knocking at our door, which is a crying need of the day. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all of you, and I wish this conference a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for leading us from the front and always guiding us to bring the best out of us. Our respected director project, sir, has always inspired us for learning. He's always open to new ideas and allow everyone to deliver his best. Moving forward, we are proud to announce that NTPC has already taken a lead to install ACC at 660 megawatt North Karanpura project, which is now operational. We hereby present our e-digest on ECC. This e-digest covers the basic design details, NTPC's experience, and a white paper on ACC technology. I would seek permission from our chairman and managing director, Shri Gurdeep Singh sir, to kindly allow us to inaugurate this e-digest virtually, sir. Do we have your permission, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So this is our e-digest. Kindly.
Thank you, sir. This e-digest is our paperless initiative and will be made available online for everyone to gain from our experience. I will now request our Director Project Sir to present a memento to our guest on the dais as token of thanks for their contribution to this event. I will request Bhattacharya Sir to present memento to Director Operations Shri Ramesh Babu Sir. Now I will request Director Project Sir to kindly present memento to Director Finance Shri Jay Kumar Srinivasan Sir.
Sir, now I kindly request Mr. R. Sharan sir to come up on the dais, and I'll request our Director Project sir to kindly present him the memento as a token of gift from us. Yes.
We request Sir to please enlighten us.
Respected CMD NTPC who is attending this function online, and respected Director Operation, Director Project, Director Finance, Chetal Sahab, dignitaries from IIT, and other participants. Actually, I will not speak much. Only thing is that Department of Atomic Energy is dealing with both heavy water and light water. So heavy water cost is very much controlled, and which is of course manufactured from light water. But we are facing a lot of problem because light water, if it is scarce, its cost is also increasing. So there is a need that we should have such technology which will facilitate us to use less light water. So in our future projects that is going to come in Mahi, Baswara, Chutka, and many fleet mode reactors, we will have certainly problem of light water, and this air-cooled condenser will certainly solve our problem. With this, I will close my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now may I kindly request Sri S.C. Chetal sir to come up on the dais, and I'll request our Director Project sir to felicitate him with a memento. Sir. Thank you.
CMD, NTPC, directors of the NTPC, and my dear participants. I come from the background of atomic energy, and the indigenous technology is in my blood, a little more than the average Indian. I will only say one word because I will like to convey more during the deliberations, that Indian industry can design, manufacture, and operate the plant of ACC with full confidence. And I will share based on, I had the benefit in my career. When I was 50 years, I was having both design and technology as my responsibility. We have done in the nuclear sector first of a kind components, which many of us could not imagine. Today in this country, we have made a vessel of 29 meters diameter in stainless steel, shipped to France. We have made vessels for the nuclear sector of vessels which are much larger than the duct of ACC. 13.5 meter diameter vessels have been built at Kalpakkam at site. We have made very long tubes of 23 meters to very specialized. I am very sure ACC is far easier to design. Low pressure, low temperature component, ordinary carbon steel. Of course, with all the associated challenges, there are challenges. I must say ACC is not a run of the mill, but with all the experience we have in the nation, I am very sure that the nation can deliver to NTPCs to their satisfaction ACCs. Thank you very much.
Sir, we have a moment, please.
Sir, I take your guidance as well as wisdom because you are one of the doyen in the industry where you have gone for metallurgical innovations, and anybody and everybody can Google Dr. Chittal and find out what he has done. But my concern beyond metallurgy, and I told that it is a multifarious concern that I have and we should deliver it. One of the concerns that I must again stress upon, that what if the crosswind flow changes? How it is going to impact the cooling, especially during summer daytime. I have created the cooling system based on certain wind flow pattern. What if there is a storm? What if there is a depression? How it works, that we need to know. And rest of the things other than the aluminum fins part, I think you are right, it's an ordinary carbon steel and it's the run of the mill. Thank you, sir. And we request, yeah.
Just for the benefit of.
So let it be the panelist.
Right.
Standing panelist.
At Kalpaka, we have the air-cooled heat exchangers for the most safety component. And the safety committee asks us what will happen in case there is a strong wind. We have done the studies. What will happen? Some heat exchangers will lose power. Some heat exchangers will gain power. At the end of the day, we have 4 heat exchangers, 32 megawatt heat exchangers. Overall power does not change. So we will share with you that the nation has the competence.
So that's good, sir. Very, very interesting to know. But then you have to live with the fact that some of the heat exchangers will be overloaded. And there comes the concern of redistribution of the steam. So you have to take all these things together.
Sir, I'll request you to kindly present a moment to Chetal, sir.
Sir.
Excellent.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I kindly request Professor M.R. Ravi, sir, from IIT Delhi to come up on the dais, and I'll request our Director of Projects, sir, to felicitate him with a memento. This side. We are also, sir, you want to say something?
A very good morning to all of you, to the officials of NTPC as well as others and dignitaries on the hall. Make in India is the strength that the present government has given to us. And we at IIT are committed to supporting the industry to the extent we can. We basically need to work on long-term associations together so as to come up with all the technology that we need for our industry today as well as in the future to be developed. And academic institutions definitely do have the wherewithal to provide the technological support to the industry. And so the strength of the two put together can actually lead us, like Mr. Chetal said, to greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir is a HOD Mechanical in IIT Delhi. Moving forward, sir, we are joined by Mr. D.N. Patel, Executive Director, GSCL, Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited. May I request you to kindly come up on the dais, sir, and I'll request our director, sir, to kindly felicitate him with a memento. Sir, would you like to say a few words?
Patel sir, yes. Gujarat is a progressive state in India, we all know. So instead of going to ask you Kem Che, I'll rather say that my boss is also from ex-Gujarat industry and our super boss in the country is also from Gujarat. So it's high time we hear something from you, your perspective on this.
First of all, very good morning to all. And I'm on behalf of GSCCL, I'm very thankful to NTPC. And as said our sir, that CMD of NTPC, who was our first MD of GSCCL, and he was dynamic. So as a GSCCL and Gujarat, we are leading in every project everywhere, sir. Because you know that our Prime Minister is also Gujarati. And our that NTPC CMD, he was also our MD who started our company as a GSCCL. Okay, one more thing. This is the concept of saving of that environment, ACC. Of course, there is some losses is there, but more saving is there. So we do not go for losses. We just we see that how much our resources will be reserved for future also, sir. So today's that conference will be very useful for us. Also, we will think for our new projects for adopting this system also, if feasible, sir. Also, Gujarat is also leading in RE also, sir. We are planning for different field of RE. So presently, we are going for and planning for PSP, pump storage pump mode. So we are going for installing 1500 megawatt floating solar and utilizing this RE for storing at a high level water, and during high demand level, we will utilizing that water as a hydropower plant, sir. So again, I am thankful to this NTPC for organizing such valuable programs, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, sir, I'll request our ED Engineering M.K. Srivastava, sir, to welcome our Director Project with a moment, please, sir. Thank you, sir. So I would request Director NPCIL, Mr. R. Sharan, sir, SC Chetal, sir, Professor M.R. Ravi, sir, and DN Patel, sir, to kindly come up on stage. We'll have a one group photograph for this occasion, sir.
I will kindly request ED-CCNM, ED-PMEC, ED-HR, CEO Patlatu, and HOP Karanpura to kindly come on the stage for the group photo. Thank you. May I request Rachna ma'am also to please join on the stage.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. We'll now start our conference with first panel discussion. Topic of the panel discussion is ACC opportunities, challenges, and ensuring water sustainability. I would now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly take their seats in front row.
We'll have a panel discussion now, sir. So I'll request all the dignitaries to take the seat in the front row.
From power plant perspective, we can reduce the use of water considerably by application of ACC and helping to address our national concern. Implementation of this technology has to be studied holistically and opportunities to be explored for its integration in existing projects as well. In this session, we would like to hear from all major stakeholders in this field regarding the challenges as well as ideas to overcome the same.
It'll just take few minutes for the arrangement on the dais. To start with this session, I would first like to request our session moderator, Shri Ananda Prasad Samal sir, to come up on the dais and take his seat. Shri A.P. Samal is heading Nuclear Engineering Cell as General Manager. He is mechanical engineer by profession, having wide experience in design and engineering of steam turbine and auxiliary cooling, auxiliary including air-cooled condensers. He was instrumental in adoption of India's first air-cooled condenser for ultra supercritical unit at North Karanpura. He has also done the basic engineering of air-cooled condenser of 3 into 800 megawatt project. Shri Samal sir is an industry subject matter expert. Kindly take your seat.
I would now request our esteemed panelists of this session to join us on stage as I call upon their names. Shri Mahesh Kulkarni from Paharpur Cooling Towers Limited. Shri Mahesh Kulkarni has 32 years of rich experience in energy and environment industry. He has been heading engineering functions for air-cooled condensers for last 13 years and has engineered about 100 number of ACCs of various sizes. We welcome you, sir.
I'll request everyone to give a round of applause for our panelist. Our second panelist in this session is Shri Anil Raichur, Director Engineering Equipment Division, Holtec Asia Private Limited. Mr. Raichur is a chemical engineer and has hands-on experience in thermal design of surface condensers, feed water heaters. His responsibilities include strategizing, formulating and implementing business plans, managing a team of engineers in multiple disciplines, developing cost and price modules, and managing working capital.
We welcome you, sir. Our next panelist is Shri R. Natarajan, Head of Sales, Enexio Power Cooling Solutions. He is associated with Enexio for last 20 years and has overall 36 years of vast experience in proposals and marketing for boiler, heaters, air-cooled condensers, heavy engineering equipments, EPC marketing with engineering and management background. We welcome you, sir.
Our next panelist for the session is Shri Naveen Prakash,
Yes.
He's AGM Heat Exchanger Engineering, BHL. He has 31 years of vast experience in design department of condenser and heat exchanger at Haridwar. He has dealt with condenser and LP heater of all designs varying from Russian sets to KW set. He has been associated with supply, erection and commissioning of ACC for the first unit of 660 megawatt at North Karanpura. We welcome you on stage, sir.
Our next panelist is Shri Partha Roy, Head Proposals from L&T Energy and Power. He has more than 30 years of experience in execution, project management, and tendering activities for EPC power project and in excellence and marketing of L&T.
Welcome, sir. Our next panelist is Shri Tajinder Gupta, Chief General Manager and Head of the project North Karanpura. He has more than 30 years of experience in maintenance, project management, project construction, execution. He is presently head of the project NTPC North Karanpura and responsible for India's first supercritical waste project in successful commissioning.
ACC based project for successful commission. Our next panelist will be joining us virtually. Our next panelist is Dr. Francois Dupreez from ESCOM. He is a corporate specialist responsible for technical advisory and support services to power stations on condensers, feed heaters, and cooling systems. Dr. Francois has a PhD in mechanical engineering degree from University of Stellenbosch. We welcome you, sir.
Can you hear us, Dr. Francois? Hello, are we audible, Dr. Francois?
Good morning. Yes, you're audible. Thank you. Thanks for the honor
morning,
to
sir.
invite me.
Okay, sir, you're also audible here.
Thank you.
Sir, can you request your camera? Can you we request you on? Thank you. I will now hand over the session to session moderator, Shri Ananda Prasad Samal, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to all the panelists and my audiences. So first of all, I welcome all the panelists here on the stage for this theme presentation, panel discussion of today's conference. First of all, I am thankful to the organizing committee giving me this opportunity, for giving me this opportunity for the discussion of today's topic, which is a very apt and relevant topic in today's context. As we all know, Indian power sector is moving through a transition phase, undergoing a remarkable transformations driven by need of sustainable and environment friendly solutions. With increasing demand of electricity, the emphasis on reducing the impact on environment is very important. So air-cooled condensers offers us an opportunity to reduce one of the elements of life, as already a lot of speakers have already emphasized upon. So today we are fortunate to have the distinguished panel experts who will share their experience and expertise related to air-cooled condensers, their diverse perspectives and expertise will provide us with valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities available and the best practices of the industry to deal with for the technology. To set the ball rolling, let us have a very small presentation on the topic and switch on the. Yeah.
So this I did not emphasize again. We have already discussed a lot of things on this: the availability of water, the percentage of fresh waters on the among the total the water resources available, and the most important is the industry uses about 2% of the available water. Among them, about 80% or 80 more than 85% is used by power plants. As we have already said, the lot of countries in the world are already under stressed conditions, and India is also not an exception to it. India is more stressed rather than the other countries, as we have already seen. With 18% of our population, we have only 4% of water resources available. So the major consumers are agriculture, then domestic, and the third comes the industry. So industry comes at the least priority. So the more whatever available water has to be used first by agriculture, domestic consumptions, then the rest of the water can be available for the industry consumptions. Yeah, coming to the Indian power sector, we have already seen a lot of power shortages in the water. For that, the generation has to be reduced in multiple occasions. So, including in 2016 and 2017, and the most of the states, if you see, barring these northeastern states, all the states are under either water stress regions or in the scarcity regions. So coming to the future scenario, if you see the demand of power is going to increase about fourfold. From the present situation, it is going to increase about fourfold. So also the requirement of the power. Though we are targeting to reduce the percentage of fossil fuels, at the same time to achieve net zero, the contribution of nuclear power is also going to increase. So both thermal as well as nuclear, both consume a lot of water. So in absolute terms, even if the percentage is reducing, in absolute terms, the demand is going to be higher. If you go by the statistics, let's say now it is about 1,200 billion units is being produced from thermal and nuclear, whereas the same will be about 2,000 billion units in 2050 scenario. So if the total water consumption is calculated, it comes around. Yeah. So the total requirement will be about 12 billion cubic meters of water annually. But in 2050 scenario, as the population increases, population grows, the demand for agriculture and domestic is also going to increase. And the total, as per the calculations, as per the predictions, the requirement for agriculture and the domestic use, that will be more than what is available in India. So that means nil water is available for us for the power generations. So we have to have some alternative solutions for this cooling system. So if I come to the power generation scenario, thermal power projects, as we have already discussed, about 60% of the water is used the evaporative cooling in the cooling towers. On the other hand, in the nuclear power plant, it is about 85%. So if you reduce water consumption in the industrial point of view, then we have to first attack these two area for reduction of water consumption. So, but it comes with a price. As the SEC use of air-cooled condenser reduces the water consumption very drastically, it also increases slightly the carbon footprint. Both are of concern. Whereas this advantage is there in nuclear power plant, reduction of water, but there is no disadvantage. There is no carbon footprint for a nuclear power plant. So what is the challenge with us now? The challenge with us, we can anticipate threefold. One is indigenous development of supply chain. So in order to adopt this technology in a larger scale, we need a strong supply chain in India. creating sufficient competition. Not that only one or two suppliers or one or two manufacturers will be enough for the scale we are talking about, both for nuclear, both for new projects as well as the retrofitting solution, as our CMD have already stressed upon. So in competition, the third challenge we see is the low cost components available elsewhere in our neighboring countries. So that is also that we can perceive it as a challenge, or we can perceive it as an opportunity also. So let us deliberate on this aspect for next 1 hour or so. To start with, let me go to Mr. Naveen Prakash, AGM BHL. This adoption of SECAV, as I've already said, sir, this reduces the water consumption drastically. At the same time, it increases the carbon footprint about 4 to 5%. How do you think this dilemma can be addressed upon?
Actually, I'm not pretty sure about this carbon footprint, how it is increasing the carbon footprint. But of course, as you said, that the water consumption, as we have calculated, we know that the standard parameters in thermal power plant is that it is 3 meter cube per hour per megawatt, which is being consumed, and about 50 to 60% of it is used for the condenser cooling water. So once I had calculated this, that if we take out the cooling water normal condenser and replace it with the ACC, then in North Kanpura itself, which is about 3 to 660, the 1980 megawatt, the kind amount of water which we would be saving would be like if I give you the let's say would be creating a Nainital lake every 3 years in India. So that much would be of the amount of water which would be saving. So this is a lot of saving. But to the question which you have said that it's increasing the carbon footprint. But I mean, you are saying that the heat rate is getting increased.
Right.
So that way you are saying it is increasing the carbon footprint. So we have got presentation lined up in the second half. So there is a little bit, I mean, it's correct that it is a 4 to 5% of deterioration in the heat rate, and that might lead to the increase of the carbon footprint. But there is also a lot of, I mean, it's slightly misplaced in a sense that there is a lot of flexibility in the ACC operations. And we know that the India being a tropical country, there is the wide variation in the temperature. So since ACC is being directly in touch with the environment, like because it is being cooled by the air, and it is whereas a normal condenser, this is indirectly first the air transfers its energy or takes out its energy to the water, and then the water takes out energy from the steam. Here the air directly is condensing the steam. So the advantages which you get from the variation in the temperature, which you yourself has many times has been reiterated that you are seeing a lot of better than the expectation result in North Kanpura. This is because first the ACC is being designed for almost for the highest temperature. Like in North Kanpura, it is being designed for 38 degrees centigrade of air inlet temperature, whereas the instances of temperature which are higher than 38 degrees centigrade, they could be in the month of June, and that too not for the whole day, probably for 2-3 hours only, or maybe 4 hours. And the temperature drops, let's say by 10, there is a variation of 10 to 15 degrees centigrade in air temperature on a single day. And as I told you, since the air is directly, the cooling medium is directly in touch with the steam, so it has impact, more impact, or let's say more edifying impact on the condensation process than the water temperature, because it has been directly, it has to be cooled
So
from
that is okay, sir.
yeah.
So definitely that is going to help the direct cooling. But still, then we have a little bit of deterioration and heat rate. That we definitely have. So we have to see how this delta can be reduced. That we have to think of just for a quick comment from Dr. Duprez, please, on this.
Yeah, good morning again. Thanks for the question. I don't want to repeat the comments made by the previous speaker, which I agree with. My company has started with the introduction of dry cooling in late 1960s, and at that stage the ITD, in other words, that is the difference in saturation temperature of the condenser and the air temperature, was in the order of 45 degrees. So in other words, it was relatively a very small cooling system for the size of the power plant. So as the economical factors changed during the years, coal got more expensive and water as well, that ITD changed drastically. So the latest designs is that ITD, in other words, the difference between saturated steam and air, is in the order of 25 degrees. So there was like a 20 degree reduction in ITD through these years. So but I agree, there's still an impact on heat rate. Heat rate is still slightly higher, as indicated by previous speakers. The design back pressure for the latest plants is about 14 kPa absolute. Whereas with a water-cooled condenser, one can achieve better back pressures. So there's no doubt the impact on heat rate. But the ACC, as we all know, is like a modular structure. It can be it's an economical question, actually, because one can make the ACC bigger to lessen the impact on heat rate. But there is a practical limit as well as economical, because eventually the steam velocities get so high in the ducts that is the limiting factor in my view. Not really the size of the ACC, one can make bigger. Agreed, it's economical impact. But one can reduce the back pressure further, and then ultimately there's the hybrid solution, which one can apply but that obviously introduces some water, but one can optimize the intention would not be to run the wet system the whole time. That would be counterproductive. It would only be introduced on the very hot days to lessen the impact and reduce the back pressure. But again, the size of the evaporative cooling system will have to be substantial. It cannot be like a small 5% system, because that won't make any difference. It will have to be like at least 50% of the capacity of the heat rejection. So it will have to be sizable, and plants like that has been built in the world to try and lessen the impact on heat rate, in particular in the peak ambient temperatures. In other words, in the middle of the day in summer.
So I would like to add here, sir. This was a comment we interrupted in between. Sir, as Mr. Frankas has said, that the ITD has come down from 45 to 25. Let me point out here is in North Kanpura, ITD is about 14.6. And this makes, it could be a matter of pride for India, it's probably the largest ACC. As far as I know, the Matimba in South Africa is one of the largest. I think our ACC here at North Kanpura is much larger than the Matimba, which is there in the.
Sir, we'll come to North Kanpura. Sir, we'll come to North Kanpura.
But what I am trying to point out here in the North Kanpura, it is 106 millimeter HG. It has been designed. The condenser has been designed for 106 millimeter HG. In normal traditional power plant earlier, it should be 77 millimeter HG. So now there is a deterioration of 30 millimeter of HG of condenser back pressure. And now, if there is a thumb rule that 1 millimeter of Hg leads to the deterioration of 1 kilocalorie per kilowatt hour of heat rate, so you can say that's a deterioration of 30 millimeter of Hg with respect to the traditional subcritical. With respect to the supercritical, where we have double turbine, LP turbine, there is about 67 millimeter, 40 millimeter of Hg, which is translates to 2% as against the 4% which is there. So,
okay, sir, we'll a quick comment from Mr. Tejendra Gupta, because you read this North Karanpura issue. So let him hear from the user himself.
See, for us, it's just 5 months we have been operating this ACC. But the point is, see, we are, I think, losing 170 kilocalorie as far as heat is concerned. If you compare it with the Khargon, which is one of the best that way. The thing is, you have given us a design, this thing, parameter 106.
Yes.
And operating is 196.
yeah, because the turbine is has been designed for 190.
No, but the point is, I think this heater can be compensated by many ways. Why it can't be 106 throughout the year itself? See, now we have a very big, your operating temperature is varying, and your in days time, your vacuum is varying from 0.14 to 0.21 as on in the month of June. In a days, it goes from 0.15 to 0.21. The point is, my point is only this, compensation can be done by many ways. See, finally, ultimately, what we are getting out of ACC is, if you look at North Karanpura, I think because of its location, ACC is must. Ultimately, nation is getting very cheap power. We are almost, we pitted not in pit plant, as our director says, we are in pit plant. So 1.6 rupees, if we are able to get a power, I think this heat loss is nothing. But the point is, see, boiler efficiency, we are giving 85.5, very easily we can give 88, 89, 90. So I think other components we are working upon, this loss can be mitigated. First thing, there's very, very little losses there. And once you are giving us a design parameter 106, I think that question, why can't we make it the throughout? Why not 106? If we are making 106, then we are at par with WCC.
The time is very short. We have to be very precise in replying. So what I take is, there are ways to reduce these losses, yes. Definitely. As you said, 106 may be achievable, not achievable throughout the year, as is apprehensive throughout the year, whether we can achieve 106 or whether then 196, somewhere between 196 and 106. Those things we'll see in the future also, because the experience is not so high, only 5-6 months of experience. So we'll see. But as Dr. Duprince is pointing out, there are ways like reducing the ITD, then hybrid cooling. There are ways to reduce this loss, minimize this loss. Then coming to Mr. Partha Roy.
I think one more issue which, based upon the operating experiences that we gather from the plant, these two plants which has been under construction, the ITD that has been taken are different. So over a period of time, we have to see and optimize which one is the better number for India.
Right.
So that is one area where we can optimize and get the best out of it.
Yeah.
Secondly, in the inaugural session, when Director Projects was mentioning about how it operates in a dusty environment, I think that is the aspect also we need to see, because over a period of time, the heat rates that has been designed, that should not deteriorate. So some study, some experience, that angle needs to be worked upon.
Yeah, correct. Now, coming to the scheduling, cost and scheduling is a very important part in a thermal power plant. That too can be controlled only if you have a very reliable supply chain. And most importantly, domestic or very reachable within the reach of the EPC contractor. As an EPC contractor, most BHL and you might be knowing all these things. So what do you think, what action do you envisage to increase the supply chain inside India? And do you also planning to have this product in your product line?
The biggest challenge today is the vendor base.
Yeah.
Even though we have vendors in India, but the basic raw materials and a lot of components, critical components, gets imported from our neighboring countries. Now, with the Make in India concept, I think this is an opportunity to develop this vendor base in India, and that is what is going to make us sustainable over a period of time. So the initiative that you have taken today, sir, inviting the entire industry here and explaining to them, and over a period of time, if this vendor base can be developed in India, that is really something which will get out of it.
Are you also planning to have it?
I can say that few years back there was a discussion on this going on, and we were also contemplating it. But last few years, when there was a real slump in the thermal power sector, so those plans were dropped. And presently, the present business plan, yes, we don't have it as of now. But as the situation changes, as the prospects increases, we can definitely think about it.
Okay. So my next question is to Mr. Raichur. As we have seen, you have the nuclear power plants consuming, I think the specific water consumption is much more than a thermal power plant. And the disadvantage of this carbon is not there in a nuclear power plant. And do you think SEC is best suited for nuclear power plants? And do you have any experience abroad, elsewhere, supplying SECs, because you are present in both nuclear as well as air-cooled condenser, dry cooling system. Do you have any experience elsewhere, the NPPs with SECs?
Good morning to all. Voltec as a company, as you rightly said, is more into nuclear segment, but primarily into the spent fuel handling systems and those type of equipment. So ACC per se in nuclear has not been a real accepted product as such. There are some stray areas of these things where ACC is used, but the core nuclear segment still continues to use water as the main medium. And Voltec has...
So what would be the reason for that?
I mean, it's a technology which, as Voltec as a company cannot develop that. It's basically the nuclear industry which has to start developing that part. So wherever there are such opportunities, we are ready to devote our engineering group. We are ready to take on development of these things. We will ready to extend those things.
Okay.
So right now, we don't have any.
Yeah, same thing, Mr. Mahesh. You are also a global player in dry cooling systems. So do you have any experience in supplying SECs abroad in nuclear power plants?
There would be few instances for locations where we have some installations on nuclear. We can look at those areas to be developed further. We are open for that. Prima facie, it should be possible for ACC to work on nuclear. One of the things, just touching upon the heat rate and the thing that we talked about, ACC still is possible to be designed for the minimal heat rate that we talk about. And also the back pressure was talked about. Even we have installations for high ambient temperature conditions similar to India, which can go as low as, let's say, around 110 millibar normal operation or selection of ACC. And as he had already pointed out, the max ambient temperature happens to be only, let's say, 4 or 5 hours during the day. So as such, then rest of the time, ACC proves to be more efficient than it is designed, and then you get benefited out of it.
Okay, so coming to the supply chain and the one of the challenges we have in developing the supply chain in India. This question is to Mr. Natarajan. Do you think these low-cost components available in the countries, neighboring countries, is a challenge for us to develop the supply chain in India, or you see it's an opportunity, or what is your take on this to develop this chain in India?
From our point of view, like the supply chain management is a continuous process. Always we depend on some X, Y, Z for the pumps and motors and all. Like all the over a period of time, we have to go for an alternate. It is not the cost. It is only the question of the supporting factor along with us. Well, we are going for the new generation power plants. So as far as NXU is concerned, we always look for the new vendors and with the credentials. It's not that only with that X, Y, Z at all. We always go for the supply chain management as a top priority.
So you don't see that's a challenge?
No, it's not a challenge. It is not a challenge. And in fact, we come across this challenge in some of the few small captive power plants where the cost is a major issue, where the owners or the other, the decision is very tough.
So
it comes as a compromise for changing that thing.
So, what is your plan to enhance your capacity in India, having the manufacturing facility in India?
Yes, in fact, we thought of it almost 15 years back of putting a tube bundle factory in India as an alternate to our Langfang China factory. And it has become a reality now. We are putting it in outskirts of Chennai. Almost the civil work is going to be completed. Almost the state of art tube bundle manufacturing of almost 1,500 tube bundles per year. We'll be making it by end of this year. That's a good news for all the thing which we will be supporting for the larger power plants where NTPC will be supporting BHL and L&T. Over it is like that's one of the state of the art plant is coming up in Chennai.
Yeah, Mr. Mohas, your comments on this availability of low cost components elsewhere.
Paharpur has already on ACC as a product to be as a make in India concept. So we can say now at present we have the largest manufacturing facility for tube bundles in India. The capacity is getting doubled currently. That is going to be operational anytime now. And second part is Paharpur is also looking at technology to be available readily. So we have the SPG group, which is the core technology holder, the original Hammond technology, which came to SPX, now SPG. That is part of Paharpur. So we are definitely keen to have Make in India going further. This capacity also will have import substitutes that are coming in. So that will be more or less going towards complete Make in India.
Okay, thank you. My next question is to Dr. Dupage. This ESCOM we know is having both a very large experience for both water-cooled condensers as well as air-cooled condensers. So what is your experience on these? Are any constraints you face during the operation and maintenance of the air-cooled condensers as compared to water-cooled condensers, or any special advice or anything you envisage change in design so that to remove those constraints, if any?
Yes, in terms of maintenance of air-cooled condensers, the reduction gearbox is without doubt the biggest headache. We've got it's oil leaks, oil changes, filters, failures. We've had many failures, and it's a maintenance quite a heavy maintenance burden. So in the future, we have looked at direct low-speed electrical motors, but we can't retrofit because at this stage the motors are still too heavy and expensive. So we are stuck with the reduction gearboxes still. So that will be, and there's no solution really. We are on one of our earliest plant, Matimba. We are replacing all the gearboxes now with new technology, but still the maintenance burden is still there. That is so that would be a big step forward if ever low speed electrical motors can be coupled directly to the fans. That will be no doubt the biggest improvement. Then there's we still experience some tube leaks, and it will remain so, I think, on the older plant. That is caused by even though the pH of the condensate is very high, around 10. There's an interesting fact is that about 5% liquid coming from the LP turbine. Remember, the steam is wet, so there's a small liquid fraction coming from the LP turbine, which doesn't condense. Obviously, it's already liquid. But the pH of that water is at least 1 unit of pH unit lower than the bulk steam. And in our experience, that is causing the corrosion. It's always the same tubes that's failing close to the inlet of each street. So if ever in future you do inspections on the ACC, the top steam distribution duct, have a look at corrosion of the ACC tubes, the internal corrosion, in particular those at the inlet of the duct, because they have the bulk of this initial condensate flowing down. So we've one of the solutions could be to put drains in to drain that liquid from the into the lower headers, or even to use the bends as in the duct as water separators to extract the liquid, because that will minimize the corrosion effect on the inside of the tubes. The other factors is still cleaning of the external surfaces on during outages, as mentioned in the by previous speakers, due to air pollution, dust, and so forth, and also oil leaks. That is one of the bigger factors. Oil leaks from the gearboxes caking onto the inner surface of the echo condenser. So in some cases, one need to use not only high pressure water, but also some detergent to loosen that and to loosen the oil contamination on the inner surface of the heat exchangers. Yeah, that is about a few thoughts on the maintenance aspect. And then air leaks. I can carry on, but maybe other speakers can also take the opportunity.
Thank you for your feedback, Mr. Gupta. Though you have very small, about 6 years of experience, what is your suggestions for the designers to take care of any constraint you face during construction, during operation of these plants, so that can be rectified in future projects?
See, as far as I know about these two layouts of this North Kampran and Patratu, both are entirely different. The way it is being constructed. So I think both will have different kind of challenge. First, let me tell you the challenges we faced at North Kampran being the first timer. Sequential supplies, I think that was the first constraint we faced. I think it starts from that. See, if you look at the total cycle of ACC, then your sequencing of erection is of utmost importance. And if you just miss the sequence, then your time is going to almost double, because there has to be a particular deployment of the cranes. So, like in our North Kampran design, the aero, basically where Deepros are also telling all the electrical equipments are beneath the first fan row. So then you must finish the first that part first and the duct. Then only you can go for electrical erection. And electrical erection like UAT and all you need in the initial phase of plant. So again, I think the whole thing can be modified. We can have facilities beneath ACC, but the point is like UAT is to be kept bit away from this thing ACC, so that commissioning will not be hold because of these things. Second, your duct, again the duct, the moment we at North Kampran, we are central duct is in the center. Then if you want to move towards both the sides, no? Then you have to put two cranes. Okay, unit 1, it's okay. You can get out from both the sides. But the moment you come to unit 2 and unit 3, you get constrained. So again, the layout like in Patratu, it is coming in L shape. It is a different challenge. So I think the design which are going to come up will be plant specific. The main thing is the availability of material. I think all material should be available. Then like we face problem, BHL at our station gave contact to some vendor, but I think TNP requirements were not in line what is required. Then they terminated that contract, awarded with the enhanced TNP requirement. Finally, we could finish it, I think, in the required number of months only. But the point learning is that it's a typical sequence-oriented erection. You can't do it, you can't crash it by not following a sequence. You have to follow a sequence. Yeah. So I think these are the challenges. Layout can be modified to a great extent, like CPU can be pushed further backside. See, if your duct is a critical path when you're erecting, the main duct, that is a massive structure. Then and the biggest constraint North Kampran we faced is the non-availability of OEM. So there was no one to guide. So I think BHL and NTPC jointly, they did, along with the engineering support, I think we did it. Then lifting the 100-ton piece and tandem lifting the cranes. These are the constraints. So I think these things in the design phase, if we can make smaller pieces or whatever, see that way, I think that will be a big help. But See, looking at the unit 1 and unit 2, our time is less in unit 2, but unit 3 will be further less. So again, finally, sequencing and availability of material is more important, but layout is to be redesigned. There are many constraints we are facing because of layout at North Kannada. As rightly pointed out, Dipro sir also, the safety of electrical equipments, all the GTs and STs, they are below the first row.
Correct.
So something happens at the top and during maintenance, they are exposed to that thing.
Okay. Coming to Mr. Naveen Prakash, you are the only EPC contractor or EPC organization which is having experience for erection, commissioning of large capacity ACCs in India. So in terms of supply chain, in terms of what the constraints you have faced during this erection of North Karanpura and now presently with Patratu, what is your suggestions? Please be brief, because we are running out of time. Please be brief.
Yeah, I'm considered to be very much garrulous, so I will be brief.
Yeah.
So I just want to just clarify one point in Patratu. There is only one component of ACC which is being bought from outside, that is being fact from Howden, and rest is being made in India. And I'm very happy that the Chennai factory is coming for the tube bundles. So as such, for the supply chain which you are asking, in North Kannada, we're kind of baptized by fire because of the geopolitical issue, the Harbin letter backed out. So, but as such, we didn't face any problem in procuring the components which were not supplied by Harbin, and we could find ample suppliers in India who can supply almost all the components of ACC.
Okay.
But one thing, as a supplier of this AC at North Kannada, since all these components are outsourced, important components, tube bundle, gear and motor. So are you thinking of substituting it as a supplier? Suppose we place an order as a...
And I tell you, we will discuss this. I've been almost in daily touch with Cheetal sir, and probably I'm his closest pal in technical fraternity. I always talk to him daily. So Cheetal sir will deliberate on this. PHL at the topmost level, this is going on, how to handle, because we have been participating in tenders where have been not successful in the tenders, but our cost is coming higher mainly because the tube bundle is a 50% cost, almost 45 to 50% cost of ACC. So this thought is going on, and it is an ongoing process.
Okay, thank you. My question is to Mr. Roy. Do you think any policy intervention is required for adoption of this ACC in a large volume in future? Any policy intervention you envisage?
Basically, if we want to improve the vendor base and encourage people to start manufacturing in India, so definitely there has to be some incentives given to them so that people come up. Because if you see the pipeline prospects, how long that is, and within what time people have to break even once they put their factories. So based upon that, I think some interventions should be required.
Yeah. So a quick comment from Mr. Raichur.
More than incentive, I think a proper approach from the developers and some proper plan of action, plan of implementation, and a commitment that it will be implemented during a certain period of time. That is when the manufacturers can plan their investments and come forward. Like for example, when we were discussing the Patratu part of it and we bid in the first round, we had come out with we had already formulated a plan of manufacturing the entire bundles, including the tubes and everything in India. The plan is still on paper right now. It is available. Funds are there, everything is available, but it's a question of where are the volumes to invest. So Voltec is right now in the process of building up volumes in the domestic segment, but that is not going to really substantiate the investment part of it, because these are all smaller sized power plants. So some sort of a understanding or commitment is what is required. And I don't say hand holding, but then a joint working type of a situation. That will really help.
Yeah, Mr. Kulkarni, any comment on this?
I think Mr. Raisoor has touched upon the right point. Eventually, as like it was mentioned that the capacity still is required to be doubled further here onwards. That indicates there is a high volume. As I initially indicated that there can be a complete substitute for water-cooled condenser, and opportunities do exist for even existing water-cooled condensers to be converted to ACC. So there should be some plans that are coming forward corresponding to all that to happen, as there are problems with existing system and there is also requirement of new system. Both can be addressed and it is quite possible.
Thank you.
One small thing.
Yeah, please.
Voltec also is right now working with retrofit type of jobs, where existing surface condensers are not the power plant is not working only because of scarcity of water. So we can, we are now talking to a few people where we can develop a parallel condensing solution. Maybe wherever there is water for 4 or 5 months, they can use the surface condenser part of they can use the ACC, not doing away the existing structure directly. So there are various alternatives that are possible when we are working on these things and trying to build up these volumes is what I'm trying to say.
My last question is to Dr. Dupace. You see, we are talking about retrofitting air-cooled condensers in a plant where already WCC, water-cooled condenser, is operating. Do ESCOM have any such experience with them, or do you envisage or any problem? What is the basic problem in attempting those solutions?
Yes, no, we in ESCOM have no experience with that, although we have looked at it. The basic problem would be footprint, where to put the ACC on an existing plant. Yeah, just in this regard, also one should remember that ACC is not the only solution to for dry cooling. One can obviously look at the cooling towers as well, dry cooling towers with normal condensers, because then the condenser can fit in the space of the wet cooled condenser. The condenser don't necessarily have to change. The only thing is you can duct the water then to the natural draft cooling tower, which I think will, in some cases, make an easier conversion to dry cooling than to fit an ACC, because you must duct the steam out to the ACC and where to put the ACC. But in theory, it's obviously possible. You must also cope with the design. If it was a wet-cooled power station, then there's the obvious question about the protection of last stage plates. But that's a topic that has been discussed. But so we don't have any experience in that, although it has been looked at. Thanks.
Thank you. So since we are very...
If it is okay, maybe I'll add to what Dr. Fanboy said. Parpool does hold experience in natural draft air-cooled condenser. Those are installed now and they are running 2 into 650 megawatt, where then even the fan power consumption is going to be nil. So latest technologies are coming in. We do have those available. Further to the A-frame, there is a W-style ACC, and further to that, it is natural draft condensers also available. So those can be looked at. They may help in reducing the losses substantially.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So we are running out of time. We cannot take the questions from the audiences. Only we can request sirs, dignitaries, if you have any questions to the panelists, then we can. Please, Mike.
I have two questions. One is on the topic. We are here today to discuss about the development of ecosystem for air-cooled condensers. I'm not going into the heat rate impairment and all these things, because these are a matter of design and we have accepted certain things. Some impairment we have to live with. But the issue comes that if I want to go for a development of ACC, you are telling you need some volume. And it's not only the volume, we are looking for make in India systems also. Now, what kind of interventions you need? One from our side as utility, because we are as a surety towards net zero, we are reducing the intensity of developing coal-fired power projects. If we develop certain amount of new coal-fired power projects, like around 7,000 we are going to award new, apart from the existing one which are under constructions. If we go for air-cooled condenser, and similarly you just multiply it by 4, because NTPC develops around 25% in the country. Will that be volume enough for you? Now, so far as the construction machineries are concerned, and management of the equipment, the skilled laborers, and long-term maintenance, these are the parts of the ecosystem. What is your comment on that? It's a question in general to everybody. And Mr. Francois is there. He must be having better experience in South Africa, how they have handled it. Second question to Mr. Roy or Mr. Kulkarni, who was telling about the retrofit. Now, retrofit is possible. You are telling that you are trying to keep both the things parallel, the surface cooling, water cooling, as well as the air cooling. How do you handle the C&I system, control systems? Because the control systems to be integrated with the turbine management system, which are completely different logic-wise. How do you do that together?
These are specifically case-to-case basis. There is no generic statements that I can make right now. Depending on what the existing plant is, it has to be studied in detail and then a solution offered. How is it possible? So it has to be developed on case-to-case basis. There is no generic listing that I can give. It also depends on the end client and what is he looking at and so on and so forth. So we are prepared to work alongside and give the engineering solutions to them, provided the client is ready for implementation of those things.
So Mr. Kulkarni was telling about volume. So what is your take on volume? What sir is said? Is it okay for development of the ecosystem?
Maybe we'll have a review with our management from the point of view of volume, and maybe we will also request for discussions further on that, so that we do take it forward.
So you tell it's a part of the commercial secrecy. Anyway, let's go to Mr. Francois. And in case of retrofit, do you have any experience? You are talking about the footprint. Yes, layout and the footprint in case of any retrofit will be an issue. But can we really seriously take a look into the possibility of retrofitting ACC in an existing power station which is water cooled?
Well, there will be significant. There will be significant challenges. I'm not sure that's ever been done. I don't have any references. But footprint is the obvious one, and then also I think the biggest issue will be the LP turbine protection. And the layout, but yeah. Otherwise, I don't have more comments. It needs to be looked at in a case by case basis, as the previous speaker said. I don't think there's any generic, way out of the problem. But in theory, it should be possible. But there's a lot of details. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Samuel, I give this thought to the panelists and the manufacturers here. Look into and discuss about the possibility of retrofits and identify the issues, because that's where the volume is, and that's where the huge conservation of water is also there for us.
Okay, sir.
I will just answer one specific question raised, whether the nuclear power stations can have ACC or not. I remember that this study has been done for 80,000, and the present turbines in US are not possible to accommodate because of that. So technically speaking, that if the nuclear power stations have to have ACC, it is to be done at the very beginning of the design stage. A water-cooled system would not be able to easily accommodate ACC based on the present turbine trend in the nuclear power. As you know, the nuclear turbines, the last stages are not the same as what we have in the thermal. I'm quite pleased to know during the discussion that we have a number of players who will be able to make the total system in India. And let us be also very pragmatic. When we say indigenous technology, let us not aim that 100% indigenous technology. The one or two elements have to be imported, like just now we saw the fan. We need to now see with the fan industry, what are the challenges in making? And I would submit that in order to upgrade the Indian industry, we need to have the development orders placed on them. The qualification of the first of a component, what we say in the nuclear industry, the head of the series, is much more challenging than a routine component. If I'm making a fan for the first time by the Indian industry, the test to be done will be different than what you do for a commercial. So the utilities and the combined knowledge in the country have to arrive at what additional tests should be done on a rotating component in order to qualify. Static components are far easy, even if their performance is slightly short. But in case of rotating component, we need to be doubly sure that a fan, which is very crucial, is able to work for a long time. What is done in the nuclear industry that we do an endurance test for much longer time before the first component is accepted. Maybe we have to think in those lines. Per se, I'm quite hopeful that the knowledge in the country is adequate to take this challenging job. The other issue which has been raised, whether the present water-cooled condenser can be replaced by ACC, I think it is worthwhile that with the help of everyone, a study is done for a particular station in mind, with whatever is the layout there, whether it is possible, first from the layout point of view, then one can try and conclusion that maybe few plants can have and may not be generalized, say that it's possible. Thank you very much.
Sir, to start with, not going to the safety-related cooling towers, that will continue with water cooled, but the cycle components, so which is non-nuclear island, that we can deliberate on this. Yes, sir.
Suppose a regulation comes tomorrow that there will not be any water-cooled condensers in the thermal plant. Like we do have regulation from the ministry, like from 3 to 2.5, 3.5 to 3, then to 2.5. Do you think is the industry ready to meet this requirement? Like no more water-cooled condenser, only air-cooled condensers. So do you think the industry is actually ready to meet this requirement of the volumes? And also, do you think it has sufficient expertise that we can say with the authority, yes, this is the future, that we can run this, we have the wherewithal of the design of part of it, to run this, to have these equipments in place?
Sir, as per, because we have been planning to in-house develop also, only thing which can limit the deployment of ACC is the production of tube bundles, ACC tube bundles in India. And it is actually limited right now. So if the directives come from tomorrow that ACC only to be deployed, so that will be the limiting point to which the tube bundles are available in India. We know what are the situations from outside. So in my opinion, apart from that, I personally don't see any. There are a lot of fan manufacturers are also there. Quality could be issue, but apart from tube bundles, I don't see any impediments in this.
We feel from technology expertise point of view, there should not be any problem for handling the ACCs for larger sizes. And eventually it is, as rightly said, only the volumes that needs to be looked at for producing them.
Sir, adding to that, what we are trying to say is like initially, I'm talking about the middle size and the small size to start with, where we are seeing is from 2004 onwards. There was a mindset for a change. Slowly they are coming to this larger size, as everyone was talking about the indigenous tube bundles and other components like supply chain management and all. We are ready to work with your organizations, and in what initially I told you about 1,500 tube bundles per year, it will be doubled in another 2 years time, which we are moving on one more line of tube bundle manufacturing here in Chennai. So as far as a tube bundle is concerned, like sir was telling, like a make in India, almost it is going to be a make in India like. So, and in fact, Mr. Anil was telling about the combined unit of ACC as well as the hybrid, like, the exact hybrid system, like, unfortunately in Indian context, like, it is not taking up fully, like, but in smaller sectors, we have done almost 6 or 7 where Salme, like almost 8 months, you will get a water and the balance you will not get a water. So it's a parallel system of operating of air-cooled condenser and the cooling tower, the smaller ranges. Why can't you think it of in this also on a broader perspective? We have done and we have almost 6 or 7 units are running in India now in the cement plant. 25 megawatt to 40 megawatts, sir.
Yeah, I think we have to close because we are running out of time. Only one challenge to the industry here. We in NTPC are constantly looking at new technologies and adoption of that. And in the latest endeavor beyond this SEC, which I have already started, we are looking now going for solar thermal in a big way for power generation. And if we go for the typical Rankine cycle, the solar thermal and the water availability, they do not come hand in hand. If I set up a plant in Rajasthan, availability of water for cooling will be difficult. So there might be a huge requirement of SEC. So look into these possibilities. That is one. Second is, if I give you one unit, one of my running units, smaller, and give you a challenge to you for retrofit with an SEC, are you ready to take? And are you ready to invest yourself to start with? Till such time you prove it, then we can commercially settle it. Think over it, need not answer it instantly, but these are the challenges I'm throwing to all of you. The co-development, this is part of that.
Thank you, sir. Some valuable questions. I thank all the panelists for your contributions. We had a really very useful and lively discussions on the topic. So definitely to some of the discussions, there are ways, if there is a problem, there are ways like Mr. Dupres already said, to reduce the losses and to develop the ecosystem. Rather than taking as a challenge, we can take as an opportunity to develop the supply chain in India, and our industry is capable of doing that. Whatever challenge comes, we have always overcome that with the dignity. So thank you again. Thank you all. Thank you the audience for their participation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Please, please.
I once again thank all our panelists for such an enriching session. Now I request our moderator, Shri A.P. Samal sir, to kindly present memento as a token of our thanks to all our panelists. Shri Mahesh Kulkarni, Pahadpur.
फोटो अच्छा आएगा.
Sri Mahesh Kulkarni from Pahadpur. Sri Anil Rajur from Holtec Asia Private Limited.
Shri R. Natarajan from Enexio Power Cooling Solutions.
Yeah. You.
Shri Naveen Prakash from BHEL.
Shri Partha Roy, L&T Energy and Power.
Sir, thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
Shri Tajinder Gupta, CGM NTPC North Kanpur.
Sir.
As Dr. Francos has joined online with us, so we wish him all the best from our side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, may I request Dr. Vijay Prakash, sir, CGM Engineering Services, NTPC Limited,
Okay.
to kindly present memento to Samal, sir, for his contribution in this conference.
This session has been quite informative, and thank you, Samal sir, for conducting in a smooth way.
Now we'll have a small break. There is an arrangement of high tea outside the hall. all of you are requested to join outside for snacks. Post high tea, we'll start our next session at 12:15 hours. Thank you.
I'll request everyone to reassemble in 10 minutes because we have already crossed the time schedule what we have planned before. Thank you, everyone. Sir.
आपका नाम देखा तो अच्छा लगा मुझे मैं कहा चले मैं जस्ट एक सजेशन
NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10 to 1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories, direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in fin tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draught direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli third, 2x800 megawatts, and Lara 2x800 megawatts, based on dry cooling technology, are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air. And the heat exchange will occur between air and steam to achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey all the exhaust steam from the turbine, including bypass, to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as integral part of the duct system and is used to collect condensate from the exhaust duct and the hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the duct system. The drain tank is connected to 2 drain pumps and only the selected pump is in operation, whereas the second one is in standby. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fin tube air-cooled heat exchangers arranged in an A-frame or delta configuration. A typical full-scale ACC consists of 10 such rows, sometimes referred to as streets or lanes. The streets are surrounded by a wind wall to reduce the possibility of hot air recirculation and wind effects. Steam from the steam distribution manifold enters the tubes at the top, condenses on the inner walls of the fin tubes and flows downward, concurrent with remaining uncondensed steam to condensate headers at the bottom of the bundles. The fin tubes are characterized by large area of cross-section combined with metallurgical bonded aluminum fins that results in excellent heat rejection performance. Each row consists of 126 numbers of tube bundles, out of which 110 numbers are of K-type and 16 numbers are of D-type. About 70 to 80% of the steam is condensed while flowing through the tube bundles, connecting the steam distribution manifold header to the condensate headers at the bottom. These bundles are called condenser bundles or K bundles. Through these bundles, steam flows downward from the steam distribution header, and the condensate along with the non-condensable gases flows down to the condensate header. The rest of the steam along with non-condensables enters the counterflow bundles via the condensate header and gets condensed. These bundles are called deflagmator or D-bundles. This cell functions to remove non-condensable gases from the condenser. Through these bundles, steam flows upwards from the condensate header. The condensate flows down, back to the condensate header, from where it is strained to the condensate tank. An air removal system or vacuum pump removes the non-condensables through the top of the D bundles and air in leakage that might occur during the operation of the system over a range of heat loads. There are 4 number of vacuum pumps, out of which 2 numbers are hogging vacuum pumps required during startup and 2 numbers are holding vacuum pumps required during normal operation. All are of liquid ring type. 36 feet axial flow fans are located at fan deck level, providing forced draft air cooling to the fin tube heat exchangers. These are typically low-speed fans, feature 2-speed 92 by 46 RPM drives with 6 blades. The fan deck level is of 63 meters from the ground. Gearboxes are installed between the drive motor and the fan to provide required torque and speed to the fans. These are helical type designed for continuous service. Gearboxes are equipped with a means of simple access for filling and servicing of lubricating oil and with a vent line for ease of filling. From the condensate header, the condensate flows by gravity to condensate tank via deaerator and then pumped to the condensate cycle by condensate extraction pump. Condensate tank also receives drain flow from the discharge of drain pumps via the deaerator. The purpose of condensate extraction pump is to extract the condensate from the condensate tank and pump it back to the condensate cycle in order to improve heat transfer efficiency and reduce airflow pressure drop. Fin cleaning system is provided for the single row bundle surface. It consists of a cleaning ladder comprising sprayer nozzles, drive motor for sprayer nozzles to move along the ladder. The cleaning ladder itself is mounted on the rails along the street. The demand of ACC installations is largely increasing due to growing attention being paid to environmental safety and water preservation. Strict restrictions for the use of cooling water and its limited availability at many locations has resulted in a growing demand for dry air cooling systems. NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10:1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into 2 categories: direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in fin tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draft direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli third, 2x800 megawatts, and Lara 2, 2x800 megawatts, based on dry cooling technology, are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air, and the heat exchange will occur between air and steam to achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey all the exhaust steam from the turbine, including bypass, to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as integral part of the duct system and is used to collect condensate from the exhaust duct and the hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the duct system. The drain tank is connected to 2 drain pumps and only the selected pump is in operation, whereas the second one is in standby. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fins.
Engineering Calculator app is designed to capture engineering thumb rule calculations, understand dynamic energy market scenario, carry out sensitive analysis. App covers modules ranging from conventional plants to green hydrogen, power plant module, hydrogen blending module, hydrogen infrastructure module, unit conversion module, power plant module, estimates major infrastructure requirements, fuel, water, etc. Calculate major power plant outputs, generation, ECR, etc. Estimate associated emissions, CO2, SOx, NOx, etc. Generate useful insights using sensitivity analysis. Hydrogen blending module gives broad idea of ECR, CO2 reduction, and H2 quantity for different percentages of H2 blending in gas turbine. Provides sensitivity analysis and break-even point for H2 cost. Hydrogen infrastructure module aims to aid NTPC in achieving national hydrogen mission targets. Infrastructure requirements such as fuel, water, area footprint, etc., and provides comparison for different H2 generation technologies. Unit conversion module is a useful tool for enabling quick conversions from one unit to the other. Nuclear Tariff Calculator is an initiative of Nuclear Engineering Cell in line with the tariff notification of DAE. Based on inputs and tariff structure, it estimates completed project cost, loan repayment period, discount factor, IRR. Sensitivity analysis of key factors are provided. It also gives comparison with DAE norms and input. The app can be utilized for making decisions on key parameter for tariff regulation. To capture engineering thumb rule calculations, understand dynamic energy market scenario, carry out sensitive analysis. App covers modules ranging from conventional plants to green hydrogen, power plant module, hydrogen blending module, hydrogen infrastructure module, unit conversion module, power plant module, estimates major infrastructure requirements, fuel, water, etc. Calculate major power plant outputs, generation, ECR, etc. Estimate associated emissions, CO2, SOx, NOx, etc. Generate useful insights using sensitivity analysis. Hydrogen blending module gives broad idea of ECR, CO2 reduction, and H2 quantity for different percentages of H2 blending in gas turbine. Provides sensitivity analysis and break-even point for H2 cost. Hydrogen infrastructure module aims to aid NTPC in achieving national hydrogen mission targets. Infrastructure requirements such as fuel, water, area footprint, etc., and provides comparison for different H2 generation technologies. Unit conversion module is a useful tool for enabling quick conversions from one unit to the other. Nuclear Tariff Calculator is an initiative of Nuclear Engineering Cell in line with the tariff notification of DAE. Based on inputs and tariff structure, it estimates completed project cost, loan repayment period, discount factor, IRR. Sensitivity analysis of key factors are provided. It also gives comparison with DAE norms and input. The app can be utilized for making decisions on key parameter for tariff regulation. Engineering Calculator app is designed to capture engineering thumb rule calculations, understand dynamic energy market scenario, module, hydrogen infrastructure module, unit conversion module, power plant module, estimates major infrastructure requirements, fuel, water, etc. Calculate major power plant outputs, generation, ECR, etc. Estimate associated emissions, CO2, SOx, NOx, etc. Generate useful insights using sensitivity analysis. Hydrogen blending module gives broad idea of ECR, CO2 reduction, and H2 quantity for different percentages of H2 blending in gas turbine. provides sensitivity analysis and break-even point for H2 cost. Hydrogen Infrastructure Module aims to aid NTPC in achieving national hydrogen mission targets, infrastructure requirements such as fuel, water, area footprint, etc., and provides comparison for different H2 generation technologies. Unit Conversion Module is a useful tool for enabling quick conversions from one unit to the other. Nuclear Tariff Calculator is an initiative of Nuclear Engineering Cell in line with the tariff notification of DAE. Based on inputs and tariff structure, it estimates completed project cost, loan repayment period, discount factor, IRR. Sensitivity analysis of key factors are provided. It also gives comparison with DAE norms and Hello. The app can be utilized for making decisions on key parameter for tariff regulation. Hello. Engineering Calculator app is designed to capture engineering thumb rule calculations. Understand.
NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10 to 1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories: direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in fin tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draft direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli 3rd, 2x800 megawatts, and Lara 2, 2x800 megawatts, based on dry cooling technology, are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air, and the heat exchange will occur between air and steam.
Sir, we'll start our next session. So I'll request everyone to ask their colleagues to come inside so that we can start in time and finish it on time. कर दे.
To achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey all the exhaust steam from the turbine, including bypass, to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as integral part of hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the ducts. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fin tube air-cooled heat exchangers arranged in an A-frame or delta configuration. A typical full-scale ACC consists of 10 such rows, sometimes referred to as streets or lanes. The streets are surrounded by a wind wall to reduce the possibility of hot air recirculation and wind effects. Steam from the steam distribution manifold enters the tubes at the top, condenses on the inner walls of the fin tubes and flows downward, concurrent with remaining uncondensed steam to condensate headers at the bottom of the bundles. The fin tubes are characterized by large area of cross-section combined with metallurgical bonded aluminum fins that result
Sir, I'll request everyone to kindly settle down, sir.
Performance. Each row consists of 126 numbers of tube bundles, out of which 110 numbers are of K-type and 16 numbers are of D-type. About 70 to 80% of the steam is condensed while flowing through the tube bundles, connecting the steam distribution manifold header to the condensate headers at the bottom. These bundles are called condenser bundles or K bundles. Through these bundles, Steam flows downward from the steam distribution header, and the condensate along with the non-condensable gases flows down to the condensate header. The rest of the steam along with non-condensables enters the counterflow bundles via the condensate header and gets condensed. These bundles are called deflegmator or D-bundles. This cell functions to remove non-condensable gases from the condenser. Through these bundles, steam flows upwards from the condensate header. The condensate flows down, back to the condenser.
Sir, we'll begin our session 1. I'll kindly request everyone to settle down, sir. I'll call upon the names of the panelists, and I'll request everyone to come up as I call upon their name. So, good afternoon, everyone again. We welcome you, all of you back in the conference. Hope you all enjoyed the high tea. As scheduled, we'll now begin our session number 1, which is OEM and manufacturers of ACC system. NTPC has commissioned their first ACC unit at North Karanpura in this year itself, and ACC being fairly new to Indian power sector, we as a nation has to join hands together to make it successful in a big way. In this session, we have presentations from OEMs and integrators of ACC system. We would like to learn about the technology, new technical advances and innovations, design optimization, economic viability, challenges in the ACC integration in existing projects, and many other aspects from major players in the field.
This session is being chaired by Executive Director NTPC Project Management and RED Hydro, Shri S.N. Tripathi, sir. Sir, we request you to please join us on the dais. Shri S.N. Tripathi, sir, has more than 35 years of experience in various capacities of O&M and project management. Currently, he is managing project portfolio, more than 50 gigawatt under construction, and upcoming projects, and more than 60 gigawatts of FGD projects. We welcome you, sir.
I'll request everyone to welcome Tripathi, sir. He is joined by our session co-chair, Shri Atanu Datta, Project Director, BIFPCL. As a session co-chair, he is also having a 35 years of experience in project management, commissioning and of conventional and renewable power projects, contracts and materials, and head of the project. Sir, I'll request to kindly join us on stage.
For this session, we have representatives from Paharpur, Holtec Asia, Enexio India, BHL and L&T as speakers. I kindly request all our guests to come up on the dais as I call upon their names. Mr. Piyush Patel, Vice President Marketing, Paharpur Cooling Towers Limited. Mr. Piyush Patel has completed MTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Bombay and Senior Management Program from IIM Calcutta. He has over 26 years of experience in cooling technologies in India and abroad.
We welcome you, sir, on the stage. Next panelist is our Shri Vishal Raut, General Manager, Holtec Asia Private Limited. He's an ACC specialist. He's a BTech in Mechanical from IIT Kanpur and has a 20 years of rich experience in ACC. Kindly join us on stage, sir.
We welcome you, sir. Our next invitee is Shri R. Natarajan, Head of Sales, Enexio Power Cooling Solutions. We had him in our previous session as well. I kindly request him to join us on dais.
Natarajan, sir, are you there? Okay. Oh.
Welcome, sir.
Our next panelist is Mr. Arijit Biswas, Head EPSC L&T Energy Power. He's also having more than 32 years of experience in basic and detailed engineering of coal and gas-based power plant, FGDs and substations.
Welcome you, sir. Our next invitee is Shri Taveen Prakash, AGM Heat Exchange Engineering, BHEL. Sir has also joined us in session before high tea. I would request him to please join us again on the dais.
Naveen Prakash, sir.
I think he is outside. Okay, so we'll start the session. Now, I further request our session chair and co-chair to please take the session forward.
No, sir. You can start from there only. And Naveen Prakash sir will just join in a minute, sir.
So, good afternoon. I think this August gathering, after a long time, such gathering is in the Saraswati Auditorium for a purpose of pure technical discussion. So, and the topic of this conference, the development of ecosystem and air-cooled condensers in India. So, right from the morning, we have gone through the deliberations with seniors, and thereafter one panel discussion about the opportunities. Now this session is on supply chain. It was virtually the part of the discussion during our last panel discussion regarding the management of supply chain of the ACC. Now I remember the days when we were trying to start our North Karanpura. I think many people knowing the selection of ACC is by accident. The original plan of North Karanpura was water-cooled condenser. But because of the situation, we were forced to select a water-efficient system as an ACC. And DHL being the EPC vendor, it was a challenge for both of us how to do the air-cooled condenser. The technology was not new. This is, as Dr. Cheetal was also sharing during his short presence on the stage. The technology is not new. A technology is not a very, very difficult. It is the simply heat exchangers. But the real challenge came when we are trying to manage the supply chain. And BHEL has faced a very tough time in arranging the material and finally fitting them in the erection sequence. During our last panel discussion, HOP North Karanpura was telling about if I miss the sequence, it is very, very difficult. So the work of 1 month will be completed in 6 months if we are not meeting the sequence. So from erection perspective, project completion perspective, the supply chain management is very, very critical. Now, as we were discussing during last panel discussion, except for the bundles, everything BHEL also declared it is available in country and bundles are also now going to develop. As we all know, commercially, the availability of the material and the cost component and the commercial all depends upon the demand side management. Our director projects has already stated that we are going really by heart with the performance of air-cooled condenser at North Karanpura. We are thinking very positively for adoption of this technology for our upcoming plants, as well as we are also thinking if permits for some retrofits in the area where we are having water deficient system. So the scale is going to high. Now with this more and more demand and limited vendors, how we will manage our supply chain? Vis-a-vis, we must understand that the layout and design of the ACC is in such a way that you might be knowing for start of unit 1, I have to complete last unit ACC first column in order to facilitate erection. Because vis-a-vis same time I have to start my startup power. Now for startup power, I have to need station transformer. I cannot put my own this station transformer below the present ACC. I have to go for another. So the supply sequences are also required to be matched accordingly. So this is the real challenge. Supply chain is directly related with the erection sequence and finally erection completion. That's why we have got a very tough time in North Karanpura, in ACC, and finally also we are struggling very hard in Pattaratu. So that is the challenge. So I will invite the panelists how we are going to ensure the supply chain and finally facilitating the erection agency as well as an honor to NTPC to achieve my project targets in time. So with this thought, I will virtually try that my NTPC project fraternity as well as all users are available here. They will also try to add on that so that how we will get our problem resolved. So I think Mr. Datta, you want to say something? Then we will start.
Thank you, Tiwari sir. I think you have set the tone for the discussion. The relevance of air-cooled condenser in the present context, that is beyond doubt. We thought it is there to survive in this universe in the future, and also being one of the scarce commodity. We have to see how the utilization can be optimized to the fullest extent. So far as technical parameters are concerned, I think it has already been established as a product of prudence and relevance. So we would not go into the details. In the previous discussion, we thought it was discussed that the supply chain, we do not have the capacity, so we need to have the capacity building process and also the sequence of supply. It got disturbed, which should be North Karanpura he has espoused on the issue. So we have to find the sequence so that and also maybe the layout so that the process can be converted into action in most ergonomically and erection is not constricted because of supply. We need to ramp up the capacity building. I'm sure since there is a potential market and we have a possibility to upscale it to a business opportunity, all of us would take full effect to that. And regarding some technical issues like to bring relevance to the topics that that is development of ecosystem. We had also discussed in the previous session that there are some possibilities of bird getting entered. So we have to obfuscate those possibilities to maintain the eco balance, as well as there is a possibility of impacting the nearby ambient temperature. I'm sure during design and development stage, we'll take care of all these things. So now let us have discussion on the topic, that is the supply chain management, how we can make it commensurate to the project requirement, as well as we build the capacity to meet the market demand. Thank you. Now open to the.
We have a presentation from all our panelists. So begin with the Is it now okay?
Hello. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity of presenting the technical advances and innovations that we as a ACC technology provider and manufacturer have done in recent years. So I will be, before starting the presentation, I would like to add to the capacity question that has been raised. Paharpur has a manufacturing facility of tube bundles in Savli, that is near Vadodara, Gujarat. We have been manufacturing around 200 bundles a month, and we are supplying the ACC for Patratu, that is 3 into 800 megawatt. And for that project, we have doubled the capacity already. We have done heavy investments into adding the second line of tube bundles. And if I put the tube bundle capacity in terms of the ACC equivalent of Patra to 800 megawatt, we can supply 5 800 megawatt plant ACCs in a year. That is the capacity. So I don't think from tube bundle manufacturing capacity size, there is really a shortfall as on today. So I will start with the presentation. I will be covering two advances here. Number one is the induced draft technology of ACC. We call it as a W style ACC. And then the second next level development is the natural draft ACC. So currently, you will see that I am putting two logos here, Paharpur and SPG dry cooling. So I need to explain that as well first. Paharpur Cooling Towers Limited, India has acquired world leader called SPX Dry Cooling in 2016. And after 3 years of acquisition, we have changed the name of SPX Dry Cooling to SPG Dry Cooling. So SPX Dry Cooling earlier and now SPG Dry Cooling is a 100% subsidiary of Paharpur Cooling Towers. And both put together, if I sum up the installation base of ACC of more than 100 megawatt plants, the total capacity installed is 168,000 megawatts. So that is the total install base worldwide. So coming to the induced draft technology, the A-frame ACC is conventional forced draft air-cooled condenser. The world has moved from forced draft to induced draft. We call this as a W style because the unique shape of tube bundles, which are arranged in the form of alphabet W. So here, what is the difference? Since it is induced draft, the fan is located on the top of the ACC. There are two steam ducts provided for every module of ACC. Each module has one fan. There are two steam distribution manifolds provided at the bottom. In A-frame, it is at the top. Here it will be at the bottom. Then and the understructure can be made either with steel or with concrete. In overseas market, typically it is steel. In India, it is typically concrete. So with this design, there is a lot of flexibility of understructure because the steam manifolds are taking entire load of the tube bundles and the fan deck. And then since the steam manifold is running all along the length of the ACC, there is flexibility of foundation localization. So conversion, I mean, how the W frame or W style was developed. So this is the conventional A frame with heat exchanger tube bundles mounted on an A-shaped frame. There is the steam distribution manifold on the top and the forced draft fan below the tube bundles. So from there, we have reduced the length of the tube. So you can see the tube bundle has become shorter. Two such tube bundles will form a V-shaped pattern, and two such V's will form the W, and then the fan will be installed on the top of the tube bundles. So that's the W shape. So what are the features? heat exchangers with the single row fin tubes. These are the same, exactly same fin tubes that are used in A-frame and other product of ours. So the tubes are proven. We have been using those for more than 2 decades now. Fan deck level. At the fan deck level, you will have fan. There is a perpendicular shaft gearbox, and there is a motor which is kept outside the fan belly. So when you put multiple ACC modules next to each other, they all will be at one level. So the fan deck is walkable. There you can have all the space for maintenance, etc. There is a short fan bridge here to access the gearbox. One of the panels of the fan bell can be opened as like a door, and one person can walk into the gearbox level. So what are the advantages of the W-style ACC, the induced draft technology? Number one is the reduced overall steel weight. In case of where we use concrete as understructure, there will be reduction of the height, and that's why there will be reduction of the concrete requirement. Second is reduced wind sensitivity. I remember in the first panel discussion, there was discussion about the wind sensitivity. There was a question by director projects. So that is one part. It has better performance at various winds across. Lower steam velocity inside the tubes, which makes it more balanced system and reduces the pressure drop. Reducing pressure drop is directly linked with the back pressure, and that's why the performance. Reduced visual impact. Because of the lower height, there is visual impact reduction, and then also there is flexibility in the foundation location that we discussed earlier. So here is a slide regarding the wind wall and the wind impact. So typically what happens is if there is wind in the A-frame, it will push air into the A-frame, and that's why it will reduce or resist the cooling air that is coming out of the tube bundles. And that's why you provide wind walls all along the ACC, which you can see here in these pictures also. All that blue sheets are basically the wind walls. In case of W style, what happens is if there is wind, it is pushing more air into the heat exchanger tube bundle. So actually it is assisting the performance, and that's why the wind wall requirement is reduced. Secondly, with fan on the top, the exit velocity here of the hot air is much higher, and so any chances of getting recirculated back to the inlet are very less. Hello. So here is the visual impact of the A-frame versus W style. You can see this is the fan level, and almost at the same level you are having top of the ACC. So in A-frame, where the complete ACC starts after the fan level, here you can have it at ending at the top of the ACC level is almost set. So in case of Patratu, the understructure, these columns are 52 meter tall. The top of the ACC is around 67 meters. With W style, it will be like 20-25% reduction straight away in the height of the ACC. So we have a very good experience list already for the W style with various sizes of large ACC, and that is across the globe. So starting from 75 megawatt here in Japan, in this slide, to 900 megawatt across. There are 4 projects in Mexico,
Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Canada. And then there are some more. So already 20 projects from 40 megawatt to 1800 megawatts we have done. We have installed, there are more than 10 projects already commissioned. 6 will get commissioned this year. So total experience of 20 years on fairly large size of ACC. Some site photographs. This is the W style from one Taiwan job where there are 24 modules. You can see Taiwan being in a very high seismic zone area, you can still see much lighter structure, which indicates that there is a substantial saving in terms of the steel requirement. This is another project from USA, 20 cells or 20 module, 3 number of units already commissioned. So this was the first part of my presentation, that is the W style ACC induced draft. I will move to the next part, which is the real novel technology of technological breakthrough, you can say, with the natural draft condensers.
We have to be quick.
Yeah,
Time is
2-3 minutes.
Yes.
So natural draft cooling towers means the highest, the biggest achievement is no power consumption for the fans. So this is the indirect dry cooling tower, IDCT, which is used in many locations. From there, this is the natural draft condenser. A lot of tube bundles here kept vertically, and this is the schematic of it. The steam coming out of turbine is directly given to the tube bundles. This is a tower structure with concrete. There are some louvers on the top and the bottom. And the air will enter and condense the steam. And since there is no fan, all the power is saved. So all these aspects of natural draft ACC are featured. All the features are already patented. Sir was talking about first solar thermal power plant, and for that we already have one installation. So this is the first large installation of natural draft ACC, which is in South Africa for 50 megawatt, and this is in solar thermal. This came into operation in 2015. It's running successfully since then. I know I'm in NTPC and 50 megawatts is like won't cut the cake. So here is the second large installation. I'm very proud to show this slide. You can see 600 megawatt, 2 numbers for Yulin Energy in China. First unit already commissioned. So that's the biggest breakthrough I can say with this technology. Thank you so much. So if we just convert this in terms of the fan power consumption saved, you can see annual potential is around 6 crore units of saving on the fan power consumption. So we have saving on water because we are not using water, and we have saving on power consumption because we don't have. So, and this number is for North Karanpura or Pakratu, as you can see. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Patel. Any question from House? Dr. Cheetal.
You mentioned this natural cooling system. Obviously, when the airflow will be less, the amount of heat transfer area, I will expect it to be much higher, the natural convection.
Yes.
Do you have the idea of the overall capital cost increase? You have the benefit on the fan power, but you are going to have much larger capital cost because your heat transfer will be poor. You cannot think of having a natural system having the same airflow and air is dominating the heat transfer in the ACC. Could you touch upon that?
Sir, cost part for any Indian project, we have not worked on this. So it will be difficult to give a number in percentage terms, but if there is a specific case, we can definitely work out. The thing is,
This project, you had the liberty to have both the options. And did you compare the two options between the one which you have offered, a 50 megawatt or 600, versus a traditional either force induced or induced, whichever option you want to have?
Yeah.
Get a first feel whether this system,
first feel,
where the air is dominating the heat transfer, will it be worthwhile to have such concepts?
sir, exact numbers I will get back to you.
Okay. I think we are.
Any
Sir, what is the height of this cooling tower?
So this similar to the IDCTs. For the first one, I know it's 200 meters.
And my just one more question, sir. This W style of bundling, is it more efficient than A type?
So here it is the vertical tube bundle. So steam will be fed.
You showed the W
Yes.
configuration, the A configuration. W, obviously, we are reducing the height and other thing. Is W giving better efficiency? Just, I would like to.
Yes, sir.
Better efficiency. How much improvement?
Sir, you cannot really talk in percentage because what happens is we can either keep the heat transfer area same and get reduction in the power, or we can keep the power same and reduce the heat transfer area and the cost. So it all depends on the particular design for the client. But yes, there is a substantial saving in terms of the cost or in terms of the power, whichever option you choose.
Anyway,
referring to the W model that you have shown, it is evident that in the case of W model, there will be dead zones of the air pockets. So as per your claim, it is better in efficiency with respect to the A frame. By basic understanding of physics, it may not be the case because eventually there will be dead zones between the W volumes.
No, there will not be any dead zones. There's no reason for any dead zone to be there. See, you are putting a fan on the top, and you are seducing the air from all the sides, right? So, yes. So there is no question of air zone. See, what happens is in case you have, say, one portion you are pulling more air. There
in a single grid that you have shown is that is right. But when there is a multiple grid there, then in the case of W case wherein you are using an induced philosophy, and there ought to be some dead zones which will happen. You would have done the CFD analysis of this thing regarding the airflow happening in the case of W shaped thing. Is it not observed there?
No dead zones.
So what I suggest,
yes,
during lunch, you can interact. Okay. We are running out of the time.
Okay, no problem.
And just one question I put, it is a very out of box questions. In NTPC, we are installing so many FGDs, and our existing chimney is going to be redundant sort of thing. My 220 meters, 275 meters. We are thinking not to retrofit my own condenser, very, very difficult of this. But we can convert our ECW, ACW heat exchangers with some innovative air-cooled condenser so that the cooling water requirement in the existing cooling water requirement can reduce because it is auxiliary house system. Yes. So I will expect who are the thinking to use my chimney as a tower and some cooling system so that I can get cooling water cooled through this system only and avoiding requirement of cooling. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As suggested, sir, you can interact with them during the lunch session. Also, we have a open discussion in the second half, post lunch. So we can, all the panelists will be present there. You can have your questions there. So next presentation is from Shri Vishal Roth from Voltec Asia. May I request? Sir, kindly take 10 minutes. Yeah. This will go. Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm representing Voltec Asia. Before we go to the presentation, I would like to tell you that Voltec is a nuclear company as well as an ACC company. And our parents are from USA. We are 100% subsidiary here in India. So just a brief corporate profile. We established in 1986. We have 4 decades of experience almost. Like NTPC, we have a robust safety program, strong and effective quality assurance program, on-time delivery record, excellent financial records, everything. As we said, like we are into nuclear and heat exchanger business. 85% of revenue comes from nuclear, 15% comes from the power plant. So in USA, we have a parent company, Voltec International, and we have 10 subsidiaries worldwide. In India, we are 100% subsidiary at Pune, and our factory is in Dahej. Similarly, we have 100% subsidiaries in Canada, UK, Poland, Mexico, Brazil. So the core business activities in the companies are heat transfer equipment, nuclear power station technologies, decommissioning of retired nuclear power plants, SMR 160, modular reactors, thermal storage. So if we'll talk about the experience of the company, we have the experience of heat exchangers all across the world except Central Asia and Africa. We'll talk about the experience of the air-cooled condenser. We have a good reference plants in USA like 200 megawatt and 300 megawatt plants. And in India, we started this ACC business 7 years back. And right now we have an experience of 40 plants, mid-sized plants, like 10 cells, 12 cells, 21 number of cells, that kind of an experience we have. So now coming to the technical part, the advancement and the innovations. ACC is being used in the industry from last 30 years, but not much has been happened to the fin tube geometry. Like till date, like most of the OEM are using the same dimension, 219 mm and 19 mm, 1.5 mm thickness. And the fin thickness, what has been used so far is like 0.25 mm. What we did in last 3-4 years, we tried to reduce the thickness and stabilize the system. And that's what we have achieved. We have reduced the thickness of the tube by 17% and the fin thickness by the 8%. And all we know, like when you're dealing with the heat exchanger, the thicknesses plays a big role. So the results are very good. We are able to achieve 100% successful brazing with the lower thicknesses, no rejection, no rework. With the reduced thicknesses, we have reduced the overall weight of the ACC. So with this, you will have a lesser capex. And of course, the performance has improved. Now the questions will come, like if you are reducing the thicknesses, then there will be chances of deformation, stability, corrosion, and all those things. We have done the test internally, and we have found no threats for the deformation, structural stability, and corrosion. So this is something which we did in last 3-4 years, and all the projects which we are building right now are with the lower thicknesses, and the results are coming fantastic. We are getting better vacuum. We are reducing the power. We are trying to reduce the cost as well. The second innovation, like our friend Piyush has already like briefed you about the W. I'll not touch much into that, but I'll tell you like there is an advantage of W, direct advantage of savings in the structure steel. But like what we feel, like we have an installation in USA, a big project of 240 megawatt. So we realize that these kind of W frame ACCs are more suitable, so where you have a lot of snow or hails kind of a thing. And where you have a very really labor is very costly, like you want to reduce the time of erection and all those things. Because if you will see the other side of the W type ACC, the risks and challenges, those are like more critical for us. like, remember, like in W, you have a fan which is rotating on the top of your bundle. Like we were discussing from the morning, like you have a auxiliary transformer below the first row of your bundles and you are not erecting because you are worried something will fall down and what will happen. So what will happen? You are going to run your plant for 50 years, and 50 years, the rotating part is just rotating on the top of the fan tube. Something fell down, like you have a fan. In fans, you have a hub. Hub, you have a 72 nuts and bolts. Suppose one fell down and your tube got punctured, gone. You cannot find the puncture, you cannot rework. So risks are more in this. And of course, the fin tube cleaning, since it's an induced draft, so it's just sucking the dust more efficiently. So you have to have a higher pressure cleaning system. This is another challenge. So, like, why W? Like you asked, what kind of an advantage we have? So just for your discussion sake, what you can achieve is like improvement in the power consumption. How much? Suppose you have a A-frame air cooler condenser which is consuming say 50 kilowatt or 100 kilowatt. With W, it will consume 98. 2 to 3% you can reduce the power consumption. That's the answer. So this is again the advancement and innovations. Now coming to the improvement achieved in the ACC design optimization, I already discussed that we have reduced the overall weight of the ACC by reducing the thicknesses. By doing that, we have reduced the power consumption and we have improved the ACC performance. Now, production related improvement. Production is equally important. From design is one part, one pillar, but the production is the second pillar. So when we started this brazing at our factory in the Gujarat Dahej, like 4 years back, when we were like brazing the fin tubes, for every 1,000 fin tubes, when we were brazing, we had a rejection of 3. But from last year, it's a 0. So it's not like we did the innovation in reducing the thicknesses, but we have improved on the brazing like rejections. Any reduction in the rejection is a saving in the capex. Now coming to the tube to tube sheet leakage, yes, there were like 0.5% 4 years back, which has reduced to half, 0.24%. So we are improving continuously in our production capabilities. The next topic is economic viability and cost benefit analysis of ACC. So we are in ACC business, but it's a fact. Conventional cooling tower based power plant are more efficient and will be more efficient. It's the scarcity of water or the policies and other things which are bringing the ACC into the market. So it's very difficult to say the economic viability, because like building an ACC and building the entire power plant with the surface condenser and the wet cooling tower and the dosing system and all, if you will compare, the ACC cost will always be higher, and you have a heat rate issue. So it's not like a good way to compare WCC with the ACC. It's an alternative technology because you don't have the water, you don't have the choice. So, but still, like we are doing significantly to reduce the cost of the ACC by doing innovation in our design and reducing the power consumption. So yes, we have reduced the structural steel quantity, say by 10% in last 5 years. Footprint area has been reduced by 5%. And deliveries are being improved because of supply chain as well. So what are the heat transfer enhancement techniques? So when you are into the heat exchanger business, you have very limited options to improve the heat transfer efficiently. So the entire heat transfer is taking place through the fin. Yes, steam is flowing into the tube, but hardly the conduction gives you 2 to 3% contribution in the entire heat transfer is happening on the fin. So what you have to do is you have to attack the real source. So we did this thing. We have reduced the thicknesses of fin and tubes. We have put some design changes on the fin, and we have achieved the highest heat transfer coefficient values. Another way to improve the heat transfer is like if you can reduce the temperature of incoming air. So incoming air, if you have a very low relative humidity at the site, you can inject some water into the by fogging system or mist system, we have the system in place. So you can reduce the temperature by 4 to 7 degrees Celsius based on the site requirement. And the last, which is under the progress, is the research, where we are changing the geometry of the fins for better heat transfer coefficients. Now coming to the next topic, the integration of ACC with the existing power plant. Like this is something like which we need to understand, that we have an existing plant where you have the surface condenser just below the LP turbine. So if you want to have complete replacement of the surface condenser with the ACC, which means the surface condenser will not be used for the rest of the life, then it's not a problem. Or if you have something in mind that no, for the 8 months we will do with the surface condenser, for the 4 months we will go with the ACC, then again it's not a problem. But if you have a mindset that no, I'll give 30% of load to my surface condenser and 70 to the ACC, there the problem comes. Because your steam will always going into the surface condenser first. So you have the layout constraint. If you want to run both the ACC and surface condenser together, then you have to have 2 different vacuum systems. And those vacuum systems will not deliver you the exactly same back pressure. So another challenge. So whenever like you are thinking that you want an retrofit kind of a thing, always we have to take care of these challenges. But if you have a mindset that no, we will run only ACC or only water cooled condenser, then there is no challenge. Now coming to the supply chain capacity per annum, we have the current capacity of 150 bundles per month, which we are going to increase to 220 bundles. So right now we can deliver 800 megawatt 2 units in a year. In coming next 6 months, we will be able to deliver 3 units of 800 megawatt. So our friend said 5 units, we are saying 3 units. Next friend will say 3 units. So total to altogether in India, we can produce 800 megawatt 10 units. So manufacturing of bundle, pin to bundle is not a challenge right now. On the bought out side, we don't have any challenge. We have a very trusted and respected sub vendors who are here. They are supplying very good equipment from last 5-7 years, and we have no functional or operational issues with them. The second items are the fabricated item, because like in a unit of a Patratu where you have 800 megawatt, you have some 5,000 metric ton of structural steel and 2,000 metric ton of ducting. So 7,000 metric ton of fabrication has to be done in a 2 years time. So you have to have a good fabrication like player who can do the good quality work, and we have the good working relationship with some kind of fabrication. From morning, like we are listening that what kind of a challenge we are facing. The biggest challenge we are facing as a fin tube supplier and ACC supplier, the raw material for the aluminum fin. Because these raw material of aluminum fins are special aluminum alloy, and we are not finding it really like any of our aluminum supplier in India is able to produce because of the volume. So we have to outsource it from neighboring country. So this is the biggest challenge. If some policies can be worked out, or if the government of India or like companies like yours, NTPC, can talk to directly the OEM of aluminum, that if they can think to produce it in India, then the things will be really easy for us. So I'll just summarize what I said. We have 100% on-time delivery record. We believe in the quality. That's why we always do the job at the vendor's work for the fabrication activities. We don't take site fabrications because of quality issues. Whatever projects we have done so far, some 25-watt projects, there is no vacuum issues. All the projects are running fantastically, even better than the desired vacuum. We are trying to keep the power consumption low as much as possible by doing the innovations. We were able to ACC is a new, from last 7 years being discussing with the NTPC, but in India these ACCs are being installed since 1995. At that point of time, many multi-rows designs were there, which are getting old and not performing. So we are replacing them, and results are coming very well. So this is another avenue for us. So I think I'm done. 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions?
The question I think we will discuss
no problem.
later on.
Yeah, please. That. No, basically, like this fins is going to be brazed. What happens when it is going into the furnace? Some portion of the fin, which is like the silicon alloy, has to be melted down in the furnace and get brazed. So that special material is not available readily in India. So we have to ask the aluminum OEM like Balco, Nalco, then if they can produce that kind of this thing, aluminum sheets. The thicknesses are 0.25 mm or 0.23 mm.
So that I want to know technically what is that
So
specificity?
those
What is that?
specifications are available with us. We can share with you. Not a-
Okay, that then we can take up with them.
Sure. Yeah.
And during maintenance, during future maintenance, if some pins are break up or something happens, how you will do online maintenance? Is it possible?
Well, sir, like the footprint area is so big and we have the OEM margin. If suppose you are 1 or 2 tubes or 5 tubes are being damaged, nothing will happen. So if you are saying that bundles are gone like 2, 3, 4, 5, then the problems come. So here and there, it's more like air conditioner split up on this thing. Some damages are there, nothing happens.
So that we have to talk in detail because these problems will come in future.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I think thank you very much. I think good discussion. I think question answer again we will discuss.
Yeah, no problem.
But one food for thought for you also.
Sure, sir. Please.
Why you are limiting your application to power plant? Because you are, but we all are power plant person here. Because cooling system is a separate industry. Think as a separate industry. It can be used vividly. It can replace air conditioners also. The ACC can be made of some air conditioning applications also in future. So we can think of a scale of sustain.
Sure, sir.
And you can enhance your productivity also.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is from Enexia Power Cooling Solutions, Shri R. Natarajan. I would like to invite Mr. R. Natarajan to deliver the presentation. So I'll request you to restrict yourself within 10 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon once again. Once again, we thank you for the opportunity given by NTPC for this presenting our credentials and experience of NXO worldwide and India. Since you have a short time, like we'll rush through the presentation. Before that, I would like to say something on the people they were asking about the challenges like supply chain management and their delays, fabrication and all the things. Separately, we can have. We have seen in China. For one thing, I would like to say that for a 55 meter column of 450 dia, 4.8 meter dia and a wall thickness of 480 mm. With using 4 or 5 slip forms, they are doing it in no time. So like that, they have a plan for civil, they have a plan for long lead items, they have a plan for structurals, they have a plan for ducts and the tube bundles. That's all. It's a major part covering this air-cooled condenser. So how they are doing it for a 800 megawatt in 24 months completion and admitting the steam, really it was an amazing. So we have to learn, not because of the technology or where we are going into that So we have to see that even though we have aversion to that country, but we have to appreciate what they are doing it. Less than 24 months, at the 800 megawatt, it is commissioned with no lagging in the schedule. So coming back to that, our presentation worldwide, even though NXO is the pioneers in this world for an air-cooled condenser, since 1839, one of the oldest air-cooled condenser, still it is running in Germany. You see that worldwide, what all the the references what we made it, and this is the basic history of foundation done by from Germany in 1920 to Mr. Lang. He was the man behind the technology as well as the air-cooled condenser. And what you are seeing that the first one with air-cooled condenser in Germany, and how it is transferred from Germany to India And the name after that, it was initially to another problem with what we are facing is what is the difference between GIA and NXO? Actually, the heat exchanger division was sold to Triton-based company in 2013. So after that, entire thing is same except for the name, and still we are doing it for air-cooled condenser and other accessories in the name of NXO worldwide. And some of the still which is retained by GI is like for this is for our information only. They have farm technologies, heat exchangers for other fin fan coolers, oil coolers, then general engineerings and refrigeration technology, like mostly on a food industry. Coming back to this credentials, we have 270 patents, which is still available with us in India as well as with our German counterparts, and also hundreds years of experience in the field as an inventor of air-cooled condenser. And you know, there are a lot of decades of R&D, like what is that improvement, you know, with respect to tube bundles, like we started with the multi-row, like Vikas was telling, like multi-row to conversion to single row. In between, we had a CSSDG fins. That was one of the best fins available in the country as well as in the world. But unfortunately, due to this cost effectiveness, this has been withdrawn. And we have more installations of that CSSDG fins, welded fins rather, here in the country. And in India, we have almost more than 300 installations now to our credit, right from 1995 to 19 as on today. And this is some typical, you know, the A-frame air-cooled condensers. Like Piyush and Vikas was talking about W, this is also one more other type of, we call it as in-air technology, like, you know, this also we have, but not we have done many installations in the world. We have done some in Turkey and some in Europe, and we are yet to get it in India. We are trying to do this after some time. This is also like what they were telling is, you know, enough space is, you know, footprint is very less and structures are very less. It's weightless, basically, if you can say that. Easy to install and, you know, you have to take it forward on that.
So quickly you have to rush through.
Sorry?
Quickly.
I'm doing that. So this was again another topic. It was discussed, like, you know, we have done this partial air-cooled condenser and partial cooling tower, which has been done in small capacity plants like 25 megawatt to 30 megawatt already in these cement plants, where water was a scarcity for a few months, and during the rainy season, it will operate as other parallel thing. So it is also working, and this is also another prospect in big power plants, as you know, the auxiliary cooling towers and all, like you can think it of. This again to the basics, and still we are fighting with many customers, like, you know, they don't not aware of what is the ambient temperature, what is, you know, you have to literally bang on them saying that plot plan, that the SPC, whatever the things it is showing that why ambient temperature, why can't you do it for 50 degrees and all design. Still we are fighting it. In fact, all my colleagues here, like, you know, they also accept. So it's every now and then we go to the basics and say that, you know, first you fulfill this, then we'll go for that equipment design and we'll come to the cost. So straight away they are jumping into the cost. So that is what we always say, that please fulfill this basic data, then let us discuss technically, then we'll go for that. Like this is a typical, you know, how it will be operating with air-cooled condenser, or if not, then you know, cooling tower. This is a cross section of, you know, overview of how this will be, air will be flowing through right from the bottom to the condenser tubes. And that steam distribution, how it will be in that duct, which is very important. And this single row, this aluminum fin, how the finning is done, and this shape. You have to see that many people say that it's a serpentine tubes, or, you know, the fins are arranged in such a way that. And ours is slightly different, saying that it is a self-supported header. Like, you know, there is, so the bundles are self-supported. So there is no need for any A-frame for that, for supporting this. And again, it's a overview of air-cooled condenser, like, steam distribution to some of the areas like, the bundles, the air extraction lines, condensate tank, bundles, how it will be constructed, or just given an idea about that. This also again principle and design of air-cooled condenser. That was another, on your right, it is a single module we have taken, like, the tube bundles, duct, fans, how it will be arranged. And we have, the typical arrangement of this thing, K and D configuration, like, condenser bundle is called, we have that almost 70 to 80%, it will be on a cross flow, then balance, it will be on a counter flow. So that, there is no left out of a condensate in the header. So we ensure that the entire thing is being pumped out. So that's what another one is, cross flow and a counter flow. So this is some of the arrangement of the big power plants. Again, a critical steam duct. Again, it is a forming. It's not so easy to have. One is on a fabrication, like, 6 meter diameter minimum, and 5.86 meters, I think, in Karanpura. So one is a fabrication and another is an erection. Really, it is a challenging. Unless otherwise you plan with your erection team, it's impossible. You will be lagging on your schedule on that. And to have support on my statement, what I made it of 1,500 bundles by this year end. Already, this construction, it is going on in Chennai factory. This is some of the photographs which has come out. So now it is going on full swing. So another problem what the people are facing is, like, the dust accumulation in these power plants. Many plants, we are suggesting, like, the coal yard has to be a little bit on the other side, or otherwise the orientation of ACC, you shift it to that other back side. So that, at least you minimize your airflow or the coal sucking into this, so that, it gets choked, or otherwise you have to frequently waste water for fin cleaning on this. It's a single row, some explanation on how it will be looking like, the tubes and, arrangements. It's a bundle assembly, how it will be done before lifting it on the A-frame. Again, on the top, that deck is another problem, like, we have 5,000, 6,000 tons of steel, how it will be going there after these civil columns. And again, it is to be answered and to be, discussed for the large size power plants. And this is one of our iconic thing, like a Matimba 6 into 665 megawatt, which has been commissioned there, world's largest ACC that time. That was, and this is 4 into 600 at China, Unit 2 and Unit 3. With 0.29 ATA and 33 degrees. So now again, coming back to that temperature for designing this, are we in a position to do this with 30 degrees, 35 degrees here? Then again, it is, that's a big discussion going on with the NTPC and other people, like how to reduce the cost with respect to temperature as well as the back pressure. And again, this another one in China.
Please go through quickly.
Yeah, already done, sir. One more thing which you like to see, that is, this is on top of the TG building. That's also on, we have proudly done it on above the, because a space constraint was there, like it was done on the TG deck. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, may I please call upon Mr. Arijit Biswas, Head EPSC L&T Energy Power.
Good morning, all. It's really a privilege for me to be here on this occasion when such a topic of very contemporary relevance is being discussed. I have a very short presentation, and since we are running out of time, I promise that I will keep to the schedule and I'll be able to be within time. So I'm representing L&T Energy Power, part of Power IC, who are providing the EPC solutions or EPC, executing EPC projects in both coal as well as gas-based plants. So just to talk about the structure, along with EPC, L&T Energy Power, with the pure EPC wing of power, there are stakeholders who are integrated into this Power IC in the form of JVs and various business units. So, like we have got L&T Sargent Lundy, which is the JV company between L&T and Sargent Lundy USA, who are into the basic and detailed engineering of all the power plants. We have got L&T MHI boilers, who are for the boiler island. We have got the L&T MHI turbines, who are into the turbine islands. So these are the JVs between L&T and MHI Japan. We have got L&T Howden for the air preheaters as well as the fans, which is the JV between L&T and Howden, Denmark and UK. We have got Enviro Systems within this power group, who are into the FGD and also ESPs. And also we have got in the gas, we have got L&T HRSG. It's the technology license is between L&T and John Cockrell, which was the earlier CMI for doing the product engineering for HRSG, which is supplied for the gas-based plants. For Enviro Systems, for the FGDs, we have got the technology tie-up with Chiyoda for the jet bubbling reactor process for the FGDs. Coming to SSC, on the technology front, we have got the turbines, our turbine group, which is ready for working with SSC. So far as L&T SNL is concerned, in form of basic and detailed engineering, we have executed a large number of projects outside India with deploying the SSC technology. So, like if I had to mention about one of them, way back in, it started from the year 2000, when we did a project in New York under New York Power Authority, where the steam turbine was 180 megawatt, and it had to be integrated with an SSC. The complete detailed and basic engineering, layout engineering, which we have been discussing from the morning, was performed by us, L&T Sargent Lundy, and it was successfully executed. So the turbine was 180 megawatt supplied by GE, and SSC was with 32 fans. There were 8 streets. Each street has having 4 fans, and in each street out of the 4 fans, one of the fan had got speed control. Means all the in a street, if there are 4 fans, 3 fans were single speed fans, and the third and the 4th fan was having a dual speed control, which was achieved through pole changing. So pole changing motors were installed in the 3rd fan of each street. That is, out of 32 fans, 8 fans were of this pole changing type. So far as we have been also discussing about the layout. So here in this project, the layout was such that as we know, we have talked about the heat rate, impact of heat rate when SSC is introduced, but there is also an impact on the auxiliary power in the plant. The auxiliary power consumption increases, and therefore it has an impact on the electrical system as well. So, and the impact is more on a combined cycle power plant where the entire configuration changes. UAT turns from 2-winding UAT to a 3-winding UAT, and then the entire connection number of switchgears all changes. So in this plant, the entire auxiliary power consumption of the SSC was to the tune of 6 MVA, which was accomplished by having 6 transformers, each of 2 MVA each, and in 2 into 100%. So each had a redundancy of 100%. So prefabricated switchgear buildings and dry type transformers only for the SEC electricals and controls were provided below the SEC. We didn't provide any station transformer or any other very large oil field transformer below the SEC. And the buildings were prefabricated buildings. This is how the electrical system was managed, and it was the erection sequencing didn't have any problem. More so, these buildings were prefabricated buildings which were supplied by GE and were installed below the SSC. So when we apply this to the 800 megawatt plant, and we try to see what is the electrical power and what are the amount of electricals that is to be located below the SSC. In that case, we can follow a similar concept, and we are thinking, and that is how we have, in the proposal that we have done for Patratu and North Karanpura, where L&T was involved, we had done in a similar manner, where the electrical buildings related to SSCs, which had number of switch gears as well as the variable frequency drives, those were housed in buildings which are located below the SSC. Other than that, the controls portion in this project was completely integrated with the plant DCS. There was no separate DCS for SSC. The control philosophy of the SSC, the operation of the fans with respect to the loads and other variables, that was defined by the SSC supplier. And based on the control philosophy that was supplied by the SSC supplier, the logics were built into the DCS as an integrated operation. The remote I/O cabinets of this DCS were located in the prefabricated switchgear buildings, which I just now mentioned, which were located below the SSC. So this is the solution which we adopted for the electrical and instrumentation in terms of layout below the SSC, which has worked out very well. So far as we had participated in the and that's how our experience goes in SSC. We have talked about the vendor availability, large limited vendor availability for design and manufacture of large scale SSC. That's one of the concerns from an EPC angle, because I'm talking from an EPC angle. From L&T's perspective, we're providing the EPC with bidding for EPC projects. And of course, erection of such large size SSC, dependence on the China dependency is there in terms of tube bundles and the fans, which we have been talking from the morning. Some good thoughts and good information has come up during the discourse of the various panel discussion and the various presentations that has been made. Expectations from NTPC, since the SSC is a new subject and it has a lot of variables. So during the performance guarantee values fixation of the time of the NIT, a proper discussion with the EPC and all the stakeholders will be important, and that can help us to provide a good solution. Even in the case of water-cooled condensers, we are finding that from project to project, from tender to tender, NTPC is upgrading and the guarantee values and the design conditions under which the guarantee values has to be specified, refining it project after project based on the various performance guarantee experiences that are coming up. So similarly, for air-cooled condenser, which is a newer subject, the expectation, we would expect that proper discussion while fixing up the values of performance guarantee is done before the NIT is fixed. Provenness criteria, NTPC has got a very good provenness criteria. In order to increase the vendor base, a proper look at the provenness criteria will help so that more vendors can participate. in North Karanpura and Patratu, you are executing, sir, the project. So there will be a lot of lessons learned, which has an impact on the schedule, which has been discussed right from the morning related to the sequencing and all. So incorporation of that in the schedule requirement for the EPC projects would be good. Right now, we are talking about 48-month schedule and all. So with the ACC there incorporated, if that could be properly reviewed, all the lessons learned brought in, so that a realistic time frame is arrived at. And of course, the market potential that is there for the ACC, which we have been discussing right from the morning, that clarity on that will help us to gear better to address this solution. I think that was all from my side.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this brings us to the last presentation of this session, which will be delivered by Shri Naveen Prakash, sir, AGM Heat Exchanger Engineering, BHL. Sir.
Thank you very much. As the saying goes in English, last but not the least. So this would be the presentation. And of course, I will cut to the chase because the time is of essence here. How does it go forward? Yeah, so we'll skip this. And this is standard. Everybody knows this. This is what we have discussed since the morning. There is a summary for this in the last slide, which I will discuss then. And this is the ACC North Kanpura picture. And the BHL is very proud of the fact that we could erect it and commission it without. Earlier, the first unit was under the supervision of Harbin. But for certain reason, the Harbin person could not attend. He had come, but he was not essentially for 2-3 months, but he was not essentially a erection guy. And there's a lot of problem there in North Kanpura. But somehow it came very good in the end, and it's very heartening. It was very heartening to know that the performance at least has been liked by the NTPC. And I hope this paves the way for bright future of ACC in India. So this, just to go to the rudimentary information about this, it is about 55-meter height is the column height, and then 8 meter of underdeck, and then about 11-12 meters of overdeck. So total height is about 73-75 meter. And diameter of this concrete is about 5.5 meter diameter. So when we had floated this tender for North Kanpura, earlier it was floated with the erection also. And I think except one, we had to drop that tender because nobody except one vendor and one business partner came with the erection capability. So I would like to say that BHL is pitching itself as not only the executioner, but the judge, jury, and executioner of the ACC in India, because we have the experience of, I mean, there's the largest plant of ACC in the world for successful erection and commissioning of that. And these are the from North Kanpura. And this is a bit of a brief history of North Kanpura. And it was floated. It has started. The journey started from 2014, and it ended in 2022. And now it is under the full load. So these are the technical data, and these are the awe factor of ACC. And if you show this data, they will say the wow factor is there. So, but this is condenser back pressure of 106 millimeter Hg, which translates into about 14.6 degrees centigrade of ITD. Generally, the ACCs are designed for 22 to 25 degrees centigrade ITD. So this little bit of, this improvement in ITD takes care of very large chunk of whatever inefficiency is there with respect to the heat rate. And there are 90 modules in it. Motor is of 200 kilowatt rating, and there's a 2-speed motor there in ACC. So, and overall surface area is about 37 lakh meter square. So it's a very large ACC. This is the overview of ACC, 90 modules, 25 columns. And this is the side view. And these are the, because of certain reasons, Harbin had to back out from supplying the supplies certain components. But as you know, every dark cloud has a silver lining. For us, it has a very bright silver lining. So we got the exposure to supplying the components also. So we had supplied these components in North Kanpura, and we are supplying most of the quite a large components in Patratu also. So this exhaust steam duct, manifold, and other things, fan belt, fan guard, all these things have been supplied. So to address the very genuine concern of NTPC, that what would be the any kind of supply chain situation in India. So I'd like to assure that as such, there's no supply chain issues there. Now, Paharpur has also said that they have doubled the capacity, and Annexure is also coming up with the capacity. Holtec has also increased this capacity. So tube bundle, which I was thinking of as a bottleneck, as of now, it seems that bottleneck has got a little bit widened. So probably, I mean, ACC of about, let's say, supply of 3 gigawatt or something should be kosher for NTPC to come if it chooses to go along with ACC. Challenges, there's a lot of challenges during elections, of course, because it was our first experience, and there is completely 16,000 tons of erection was to be done and such a big height. And of course, whatever the sequencing with respect to the crane and the material which has been supplied, all this have been a big learning curve for us. And these challenges shall be, of course, will enrich BHL's knowledge in ACC erection. As we know, this house has come to know that as such, barring the heat transfer coefficient, which I mean sizes the thermohydraulic sizing of the ACC, is the overall sizing of ACC. ACC is a low technical, it's a low tech item. It's not a very high tech item like turbine or nuclear reactor or something. So where the actual competency with respect to the ACC lies is in the erection of ACC. This is where I think focus should be there, because it is such a huge, and ACC is the whole power plant is at one side and ACC is completely on another side. So this is where we have got a very rich experience in ACC. And this is Patratu, and Patratu is going on. Patratu, we have it has been ordered on SPG Belgium in association with Paharpur, which is executing it. And BHL is supplying certain components in Paharpur, in Patratu, this tanks, piping, deaerator, condenser tank structure, and electrical system. These are the technical data with respect to this Patratu. Patratu ITD is since lower, that is why the size of Patratu ACC is smaller, despite being 800 megawatt with respect to the 660 megawatt North Kanpura. And this is the BHL preparedness. This we have completed the thermohydraulic sizing. As you know that this since the heat transfer coefficient is the essence, we have got it established the mother technologies Spin software with us, which helps us in establishing the sizes of the ACC. And after that, it is, I mean, you can say that it was complete designing of ACC is not. The mechanical calculations are to be done for the duct, and the flexibility analysis are done. All these analyses have been reviewed by Cheetal sir, our technological advisor to BHL. And we are happy that it has been given green signal by after reviewing all the calculations and design by Cheetal sir. So as such, BHL is now ready with the supply of ACC, design, supply and execution, erection and commissioning PG testing of ACC. Except for there is a bit of a hindrance there in terms of provenness criteria, which we expect to deal. Of course, there is a guideline for power ministry also, for BHL and DPC to increase the vendor base. So I hope we'll sail through this also in future. And these are why, with respect to the pros and cons of ACC, which I skipped in the early. One is the starting point is the capital cost. Pros in terms of the capital cost is there is no cooling tower, there is no water treatment, a small water treatment plant, and no land acquisition for canal, lower coal transportation cost, because generally the power plant has to be there beside the lake or river. So as such, now the power plant can be placed at the pit heads, coal pit heads, so the coal transportation cost would be less. The LP turbine sizes is also less. Of course, the cons is the higher ACC cost. But if you go through all this, then probably little bit of comfort would be there, because it reduces the capital cost quite significantly if we take care of all these things. And then the operational cost, no shutdown because of cleaning tubes. This is a big, because whenever there is a shutdown, there is a loss of production. Higher efficiency due to in situ cleaning. And because the tubes in the condenser, if the condenser tube gets fouled, then normal water-cooled condenser tubes get fouled, then of course the heat transfer coefficient goes down, pressure drop increases. That thing can be taken care in the ACC because it can be cleaned while ACC is in operation. There is a lot of flexibility in ACC operations. It can be operated fan-wise, it can be operated street-wise. So, everything can be taken care by cleaning of ACC during the part load or during the night. There's a lot of flexibility in the ACC operation. So this flexibility in ACC operation somewhat takes care of the heat rate loss which is there because of this flexibility operation. Because the temperature goes down, the heat rate increases. If you don't want that much of heat rate or production, then you can close down the ACC fan-wise. So that way, it takes care of a lot of heat rate, deficiency which is there because of higher back pressure of air-cooled condenser, and that's all. That's
just one question, if chair will permit.
Yeah.
You were saying that it is good, the online cleaning system. This is for the outer surface. But the inside tube, how you will do?
There is no need for inside. It's a steam inside.
But there may be corrosion.
Corrosion? No. I don't expect corrosion unless because if the steam is there, even the carbon steel, it's a steam which is, you can say, the demineralized kind of water. But still in the standing water, there could be corrosion because of the pitting. So if the power plant is shut down and there is a water standing there, even though it is a pure water, pure condensate or pure demineralized water, there could be chance of pitting. So during the shutdown, if the condensate, little bit of condensate which is there, if it is taken out, I hope there should be a provision for this. Then there is no need for corrosion. There would be because inside cannot, even if there is a corrosion, it cannot be cleaned.
So that is the challenge.
I don't think there would be any corrosion inside it. Probably somebody from OEMs. Yeah.
This for ACC, one of the main challenges is the flow accelerated corrosion. You please go through that wherever it is South Africa, different plants. Also.
Flow accelerated inside the tubes.
Inside the tubes.
Okay.
That is the way.
It is one erosion. Corrosion. Anyway, okay. I am just curtailing down the discussion because we are running out of the time.
Okay.
We are having a separate question and answer at the end of the day.
Okay.
We will be completing all the queries. I know the topic is new. People have just got experience. A lot of queries are there.
Yeah, and of course, I think this is this forum is the nucleating point in the. Probably would be for the posterity in the history of India that the ACC has taken off after the conclusion of this conclave. I hope this comes
Thank
about.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the outset, let me thank all the panelists for espousing on interesting topics, and also to the erudite audience who had been raising insightful questions. We could have many more, but due to shortage of time, we had to push it or leave it for the closing ceremony or at the end of the session. I think having SCC has become some sort of a contextual relevance in the present context, where we are required to conserve water, to have a safe living for our progeny. So it is a requirement, a reality. We had begun well, but we have many miles to go. I think the present capacity of Paharpur, they were telling that in a year they can cater to the requirement of 3 800 megawatt units. So is Alltech, and BHL is also doing. Still, we are dependent on China, whom we are having some sort of a common land border issue, and supply is constricted. But nonetheless, the technology is proven. The requirement is long standing. So we have a scope to ramp up our manufacturing capacity and cater to the need. And in the morning, Director Projects has also said that to have a better COC or better position on conservation of water, if we can retrofit some of our water-cooled condenser, that also an area, because if we have make it a business relevance, then my business opportunity will manifold and will attain economies of scale along with the process innovation. The parties have in the morning, he has said that after commissioning of FGD, many of the existing stack chimneys will found their functional irrelevance. So whether we can use those as a modified cooling tower, natural draft cooling tower, that is also one of the issues. But supplying on time, maintaining the sequence commensurate with the erection requirement, which the erection practitioners, they had faced many issues. Mr. Tejinder had raised the issue in the first session. Those are the matters which are still unanswered. But I'm sure in the days to come, we'll not only find a solution to those things, and will make it a techno-economically business viability, because we are yet to find what is the cost-benefit analysis of WCC versus air-cooled. If we discount the issue of water conservation, I think for brevity and due to shortage of time, I'm stopping here. Now I'll request Sri Aishan Tripathi Sahab to take it further and conclude.
No, actually, I don't want to be hindrance between the people and the lunch. Already we have surpassed the time. But since it was a purely technical discussion, the topic of this panel was the supply chain issues. Of course, some questions have come, some deliberations have come, but many more things are to be assured. That one thing is very clear. The ACC technology and manufacturing may not be very difficult, but ACC erection sequencing is very, very difficult. And maintaining the ACC for a longer time is yet to be seen, because we are apprehending tube site corrosion as well as the deposits, and some of the efficiency related issue will also come, because we were I think one line, the fogging system. I think North Karanpura, we have thought to find the spray at the peak summertime when there is a margin in the sensible heat zone, and then we will do fogging, and then finally getting better efficiency. That we were thinking, and I think the task has been given to the team North Karanpura to devise their own system for designing such type of thing. So a lot of things are required, and I'm very thankful to the entire panel team members who has at least tried their best to come out what we are having. We all are in a learning mode. A lot of things are required to become, and I expect my engineering team will organize such type of event very regularly, because every quarterly, there will be more and more experience. The annual data on the first ACC operation, unit number 2 with unit number 2, North Karanpura, erection of Patratu, these all will add value to those discussions, and that will give feedback to our manufacturers, our designers, suppliers, and the people who are in the erection framework. So with this note, I thank the organizer, and I hope we have done justice with time, with the speakers, as well as for the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for concluding this session and conducting this very smoothly. Before we conclude this and break for lunch, we have a token presentation from Tripathi sir to our panelists. So I'll request Tripathi sir to present mementos to all our participants, starting with Mr. Piyush Patel from Paharpur. Tripathi sir, you can come in the front.
Acha.
Photos.
Yeah, photograph.
Yes.
Good.
Shri Vishal Rath from Holtec Asia.
Shri R. Natarajan in Exio Power Cooling Solutions. Mr. Arijit Vishwas, L&T Energy and Power.
Shri Naveen Prakash, BHL.
Good.
So I'll request you to present the memento to our session co-chair, Atanu Datta sir also. And I'll request Atanu Datta sir to present the memento to Tripathi. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, I thank all of you for your active participation. Now we'll break for lunch for 45 minutes. The lunch is organized outside the hall. All of you are kindly requested to join us in the networking lunch. We'll reassemble in the hall at 3 p.m. and take the conference forward with session 2. Thank you.
All are kindly requested to join back in 45 minutes. Sir.
Header from where it is trained to the condenser tank. An air removal system or vacuum pump removes the non-condensables through the top of the D bundles and air in leakage that might occur during the operation of the system over a range of heat loads. There are 4 number of vacuum pumps, out of which 2 numbers are hogging vacuum pumps required during startup and 2 numbers are holding vacuum pumps required during normal operation. All are of liquid ring type. 36 feet axial flow fans are located at fan deck level, providing forced draft air cooling to the fin tube heat exchangers. These are typically low-speed fans feature 2-speed nut 46 RPM drives with 6 blades. The fan deck level is of 63 meters from the ground. Gearboxes are installed between the drive motor and the fan to provide required torque and speed to the fans. These are helical type design for continuous service. Gearboxes are equipped with a means of simple access for filling and servicing of lubricating oil and with a vent line for ease of filling. From the condensate header, the condensate flows by gravity to condensate tank via deaerator and then pumped to the condensate cycle by condensate extraction pump. Condensate tank also receives drain flow from the discharge of drain pumps via the deaerator. The purpose of condensate extraction pump is to extract the condensate from the condensate tank and pump it back to the condensate cycle in order to improve heat transfer efficiency and reduce airflow pressure drop. Fin cleaning system is provided for the single row bundle surface. It consists of a cleaning ladder comprising sprayer nozzles, drive motor for sprayer nozzles to move along the ladder. The cleaning ladder itself is mounted on the rails along the street. The demand of ACC installations is largely increasing due to growing attention being paid to environmental safety and water preservation. Strict restrictions for the use of cooling water and its limited availability at many locations has resulted in a growing demand for dry air cooling systems. NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10 to 1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories, direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in fin tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draft direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli third, 2x800 megawatts, and Lara 2, 2x800 megawatts, based on dry cooling technology, are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air, and the heat exchange will occur between air and steam to achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey all the exhaust steam from the turbine, including bypass, to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as integral part of the duct system and is used to collect condensate from the exhaust duct and the hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the duct system. The drain tank is connected to 2 drain pumps and only the selected pump is in operation, whereas the second one is in standby. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fin tube, air-cooled heat exchangers arranged in an A-frame or delta configuration. A typical full-scale ACC consists of 10 such rows, sometimes referred to as streets or lanes. The streets are surrounded by a wind wall to reduce the possibility of hot air recirculation and wind effects. Steam from the steam distribution manifold enters the tubes at the top, condenses on the inner walls of the fin tubes and flows downward, concurrent with remaining uncondensed steam, to condensate headers at the bottom of the bundles. The fin tubes are characterized by large area of cross-section combined with metallurgical bonded aluminum fins that results in excellent heat rejection performance. Each row consists of 126 numbers of tube bundles, out of which 110 numbers are of K-type and 16 numbers are of D-type. About 70 to 80% of the steam is condensed while flowing through the tube bundles, connecting the steam distribution manifold header to the condensate headers at the bottom. These bundles are called condenser bundles or K bundles. Through these bundles, steam flows downward from the steam distribution header, and the condensate along with the non-condensable gases flows down to the condensate header. The rest of the steam along with non-condensables enters the counterflow bundles via the condensate header and gets condensed. These bundles are called deflegmator or D bundles. This cell functions to remove non-condensable gases from the condenser. Through these bundles, steam flows upwards from the condensate header. The condensate flows down, back to the condensate header from where it is strained to the condensate tank. An air removal system or vacuum pump removes the non-condensables through the top of the D bundles and air in leakage that might occur during the operation of the system over a range of heat loads. There are 4 number of vacuum pumps, out of which 2 numbers are hogging vacuum pumps required during startup and 2 numbers are holding vacuum pumps required during normal operation. All are of liquid ring type. 36 feet axial flow fans are located at fan deck level, providing forced draft air cooling to the fin tube heat exchangers. These are typically low-speed fans feature 2-speed 92 by 46 RPM drives with 6 blades. The fan deck level is of 63 meters from the ground. Gearboxes are installed between the drive motor and the fan to provide required torque and speed to the fans. These are helical type designed for continuous service. Gearboxes are equipped with a means of simple access for filling and servicing of lubricating oil and with a vent line for ease of filling. From the condensate header, the condensate flows by gravity to condensate tank via deaerator and then pumped to the condensate cycle by condensate extraction pump. Condensate tank also receives drain flow from the discharge of drain pumps via the deaerator. The purpose of condensate extraction pump is to extract the condensate from the condensate tank and pump it back to the condensate cycle. In order to improve heat transfer efficiency and reduce airflow pressure drop, fin cleaning system is provided for the single row bundle surface. It consists of a cleaning ladder comprising sprayer nozzles, drive motor for sprayer nozzles to move along the ladder. The cleaning ladder itself is mounted on the rails along the street. The demand of ACC installations is largely increasing due to growing attention being paid to environmental safety and water preservation. Strict restrictions for the use of cooling water and its limited availability at many locations has resulted in a growing demand for dry air cooling systems. NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10 to 1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories, direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in fin tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draft direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli 3rd, 2x800 megawatts, and Lara 2, 2x800 megawatts, based on dry cooling technology, are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air, and the heat exchange will occur between air and steam to achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey all the exhaust steam from the turbine, including bypass, to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as integral part of the duct system and is used to collect condensate from the exhaust duct and the hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the duct system. The drain tank is connected to 2 drain pumps and only the selected pump is in operation, whereas the second one is in standby. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fin tube, air-cooled heat exchangers arranged in an A-frame or delta configuration. A typical full-scale ACC consists of 10 such rows, sometimes referred to as streets or lanes. The streets are surrounded by a wind wall to reduce the possibility of hot air recirculation and wind effects. Steam from the steam distribution manifold enters the tubes at the top, condenses on the inner walls of the fin tubes and flows downward, concurrent with remaining uncondensed steam to condensate headers at the bottom of the bundles. The fin tubes are characterized by large area of cross-section combined with metallurgical bonded aluminum fins that results in excellent heat rejection performance. Each row consists of 126 numbers of tube bundles, out of which 110 numbers are of K-type and 16 numbers are of D-type. About 70 to 80% of the steam is condensed while flowing through the tube bundles, connecting the steam distribution manifold header to the condensate headers at the bottom. These bundles are called condenser bundles or K bundles. Through these bundles, steam flows downward from the steam distribution header, and the condensate along with the non-condensable gases flows down to the condensate header. The rest of the steam along with non-condensables enters the counter-flow bundles via the condensate header and gets condensed. These bundles are called deflagmator or D-bundles. This cell functions to remove non-condensable gases from the condenser. Through these bundles, steam flows upwards from the condensate header. The condensate flows down, back to the condensate header from where it is strained to the condensate tank. An air removal system or vacuum pump removes the non-condensables through the top of the D bundles and air in leakage that might occur during the operation of the system over a range of heat loads. There are 4 number of vacuum pumps, out of which 2 numbers are hogging vacuum pumps required during startup and 2 numbers are holding vacuum pumps required during normal operation. All are of liquid ring type. 36 feet axial flow fans are located at fan deck level, providing forced draft air cooling to the fin tube heat exchangers. These are typically low-speed fans feature 2-speed 92 by 46 RPM drives with 6 blades. The fan deck level is of 63 meters from the ground. Gearboxes are installed between the drive motor and the fan to provide required torque and speed to the fans. These are helical type designed for continuous service. Gearboxes are equipped with a means of simple access for filling and servicing of lubricating oil and with a vent line for ease of filling. From the condensate header, the condensate flows by gravity to condensate tank via de-aerator and then pumped to the condensate cycle by condensate extraction pump. Condensate tank also receives drain flow from the discharge of drain pumps via the de-aerator. The purpose of condensate extraction pump is to extract the condensate from the condensate tank and pump it back to the condensate cycle. In order to improve heat transfer efficiency and reduce airflow pressure drop, fin cleaning system is provided for the single row bundle surface. It consists of a cleaning ladder comprising sprayer nozzles, drive motor for sprayer nozzles to move along the ladder. The cleaning ladder itself is mounted on the rails along the street. The demand of ACC installations is largely increasing due to growing attention being paid to environmental safety and water preservation. Strict restrictions for the use of cooling water and its limited availability at many locations has resulted in a growing demand for dry air cooling systems. NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10:1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories, direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in fin tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draft direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli third, 2x800 megawatts and Lara 2, 2x800 megawatts based on dry cooling technology are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air, and the heat exchange will occur between air and steam to achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey all the exhaust steam from the turbine, including bypass, to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as integral part of the duct system and is used to collect condensate from the exhaust duct and the hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the duct system. The drain tank is connected to two drain pumps and only the selected pump is in operation, whereas the second one is in standby. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fin tube air-cooled heat exchangers arranged in an A-frame or delta configuration. A typical full-scale ACC consists of 10 such rows, sometimes referred to as streets or lanes. The streets are surrounded by a wind wall to reduce the possibility of hot air recirculation and wind effects. Steam from the steam distribution manifold enters the tubes at the top, condenses on the inner walls of the fin tubes and flows downward, concurrent with remaining uncondensed steam to condensate headers at the bottom of the bundles. The fin tubes are characterized by large area of cross-section combined with metallurgical bonded aluminum fins that results in excellent heat rejection performance. Each row consists of 126 numbers of tube bundles, out of which 110 numbers are of K-type and 16 numbers are of D-type. About 70 to 80% of the steam is condensed while flowing through the tube bundles, connecting the steam distribution manifold header to the condensate headers at the bottom. These bundles are called condenser bundles or K bundles. Through these bundles, steam flows downward from the steam distribution header, and the condensate along with the non-condensable gases flows down to the condensate header. The rest of the steam along with non-condensables enters the counterflow bundles via the condensate header and gets condensed. These bundles are called deflegmator or D bundles. This cell functions to remove non-condensable gases from the condenser. Through these bundles, steam flows upwards from the condensate header. The condensate flows down back to the condensate header from where it is drained to the condensate tank. An air removal system or vacuum pump removes the non-condensables through the top of the D bundles and air in leakage that might occur during the operation of the system over a range of heat loads. There are 4 number of vacuum pumps, out of which 2 numbers are hogging vacuum pumps required during startup and 2 numbers are holding vacuum pumps required during normal operation. All are of liquid ring type. 36 feet axial flow fans are located at fan deck level, providing forced draft air cooling to the fin tube heat exchangers. These are typically low-speed fans feature 2-speed 92 by 46 RPM drives with 6 blades. The fan deck level is of 63 meters from the ground. Gearboxes are installed between the drive motor and the fan to provide required torque and speed to the fans. These are helical type designed for continuous service. Gearboxes are equipped with a means of simple access for filling and servicing of lubricating oil and with a vent line for ease of filling. From the condensate header, the condensate flows by gravity to condensate tank via deaerator and then pumped to the condensate cycle by condensate extraction pump. Condensate tank also receives drain flow from the discharge of drain pumps via the deaerator. The purpose of condensate extraction pump is to extract the condensate from the condensate tank and pump it back to the condensate cycle. In order to improve heat transfer efficiency and reduce airflow pressure drop, fin cleaning system is provided for the single row bundle surface. It consists of a cleaning ladder comprising sprayer nozzles, drive motor for sprayer nozzles to move along the ladder. The cleaning ladder itself is mounted on the rails along the street. The demand of ACC installations is largely increasing due to growing attention being paid to environmental safety and water preservation. Strict restrictions for the use of cooling water and its limited availability at many locations has resulted in a growing demand for dry air cooling systems. NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10:1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories, direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect
Engineering Calculator app is designed to capture engineering thumb rule calculations, understand dynamic energy market scenario, carry out sensitive analysis. App covers modules ranging from conventional plants to green hydrogen, power plant module, hydrogen blending module, hydrogen infrastructure module, unit conversion module, power plant module, estimates major infrastructure requirements, fuel, water, etc. Calculate major power plant outputs, generation, ECR, etc. Estimate associated emissions, CO2, SOx, NOx, etc. Generate useful insights using sensitivity analysis. Hydrogen blending module gives broad idea of ECR, CO2 reduction and H2 quantity for different percentages of H2 blending in gas turbine, provides sensitivity analysis and break-even point for H2 cost. Hydrogen infrastructure module aims to aid NTPC in achieving national hydrogen mission targets, infrastructure requirements such as fuel, water, area footprint, etc., and provides comparison for different H2 generation technologies. Unit conversion module is a useful tool for enabling quick conversions from one unit to the other. Nuclear Tariff Calculator is an initiative of Nuclear Engineering Cell in line with the tariff notification of DAE. Based on inputs and tariff structure, it estimates completed project cost, loan repayment period, discount factor, IRR. Sensitivity analysis of key factors are provided. It also gives comparison with DAE norms and input. The app can be utilized for making decisions on key parameter or tariff regulation.
NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10 to 1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories: direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in finned tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draft direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli third, 2x800 megawatts, and Lara 2, 2x800 megawatts, based on dry cooling technology, are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air, and the heat exchange will occur between air and steam to achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey the exhaust steam on the turbine, including bypass to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as integral part of the duct system and is used to collect condensate from the exhaust duct and the hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the duct system. The drain tank is connected to two drain pumps and only the selected pump is in operation, whereas the second one is in standby. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fin tube air-cooled heat exchangers arranged in an A-frame or delta configuration. A typical full-scale ACC consists of 10 such rows, sometimes referred to as streets or lanes. The streets are surrounded by a wind wall to reduce the possibility of hot air recirculation and wind effects. Steam from the steam distribution manifold enters the tubes at the top, condenses on the inner walls of the fin tubes and flows downward, concurrent with remaining uncondensed steam to condensate headers at the bottom of the bundles. The fin tubes are characterized by large area of cross-section combined with metallurgical bonded aluminum fins that results in excellent heat rejection performance. Each row consists of 126 numbers of tube bundles, out of which 110 numbers are of K-type and 16 numbers are of D-type. About 70 to 80% of the steam is condensed while flowing through the tube bundles, connecting the steam distribution manifold header to the condensate headers at the bottom. These bundles are called condenser bundles or K bundles. Through these bundles, steam flows downward from the steam distribution header, and the condensate along with the non-condensable gases flows down to the condensate header. The rest of the steam along with non-condensables enters the counterflow bundles via the condensate header and gets condensed. These bundles are called deflagmator or D bundles. This cell functions to remove non-condensable gases from the condenser. Through these bundles, steam flows upwards from the condensate header. The condensate flows down, back to the condensate header, from where it is drained to the condensate tank. An air removal system or vacuum pump removes the non-condensables through the top of the D bundles and air in leakage that might occur during the operation of the system over a range of heat loads. There are 4 number of vacuum pumps, out of which 2 numbers are hogging vacuum pumps required during startup and 2 numbers are holding vacuum pumps required during normal operation. All are of liquid ring type. 36 feet axial flow fans are located at fan deck level, providing forced draft air cooling to the fin tube heat exchangers. These are typically low-speed fans feature 2-speed 92 by 46 RPM drives with 6 blades. The fan deck level is of 63 meters from the ground. Gearboxes are installed between the drive motor and the fan to provide required torque and speed to the fans. These are helical type designed for continuous service. Gearboxes are equipped with a means of simple access for filling and servicing of lubricating oil and with a vent line for ease of filling. From the condensate header, the condensate flows by gravity to condensate tank via deaerator and then pumped to the condensate cycle by condensate extraction pump. Condensate tank also receives drain flow from the discharge of drain pumps via the deaerator. The purpose of condensate extraction pump is to extract the condensate from the condensate tank and pump it back to the condensate cycle in order to improve heat transfer efficiency and reduce airflow pressure drop. Fin cleaning system is provided for the single row bundle surface. It consists of a cleaning ladder comprising sprayer nozzles, drive motor for sprayer nozzles to move along the ladder. The cleaning ladder itself is mounted on the rails along the street. The demand of ACC installations is largely increasing due to growing attention being paid to environmental safety and water preservation. Strict restrictions for the use of cooling water and its limited availability at many locations has resulted in a growing demand for dry air cooling systems. NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10:1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories, direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in finned tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air-cooled condenser. These are being developed with water conservation and reduction of the performance penalty of an air-cooled condenser. Dry cooling system. NTPC has adopted mechanical draft direct air-cooled type condenser cooling technology for its 3x660 megawatts North Karanpura project and 3x800 megawatts Patratu project, which is one of the biggest ACC unit in the world. Two more projects, Singrauli 3rd, 2x800 megawatts, and Lara 2, 2x800 megawatts, based on dry cooling technology, are in pipeline. The present model of ACC is based on North Karanpura project. It is located in Chatra district in Jharkhand. It is a direct air-cooled condensing system with mechanical ventilation. It means the exhaust steam of turbine is directly cooled by air, and the heat exchange will occur between air and steam to achieve the purpose of condensing. The plot area for one unit of the ACC is 149.5 by 134.8 square meters with 25 numbers of RCC columns. The height and diameter of these columns is 55 meters and 5 meters respectively. The structural steel truss is 8 meters in height. In turbine, steam is exhausted at a pressure lower than the atmospheric pressure. The exhaust steam from LP turbine is led through the hot box below the turbine deck and enters a large diameter exhaust duct to a lower steam header feeding 10 vertical risers. The ducting typically includes expansion joints, rupture discs, necessary vents, etc. Main steam duct serves to convey all the exhaust steam from the turbine, including bypass, to the steam distribution manifold. It includes 10 vertical ducts referred to as risers. The main exhaust steam duct diameter is 9,200 millimeters and the steam riser duct diameter is 3,020 millimeters. Expansion joints are flexible connector designed to provide stress relief in steam duct due to thermal changes. Lateral expansion joints are designed to absorb lateral deflection and can move in all lateral directions simultaneously. Hinged angular expansion joints are equipped with hinges to absorb angular movement or rotation in one plane only, whereas gimbal angular expansion joints are designed to absorb angular movements in several planes without transferring pressure thrust onto the fixed points. Rupture discs are used for protecting ACC from overpressurization and are installed in the vertical risers. The discs are designed to explode and provide a full opening and instantaneous pressure relief and allow the discharge of steam flow rate in case of high pressure. Rupture disc has one-time use non-reclosing membrane made out of metal. The drain tank is provided as an integral part of the duct system and is used to collect condensate from the exhaust duct and the hot box. It is located at the lowest point of the duct system. The drain tank is connected to 2 drain pumps and only the selected pump is in operation, whereas the second one is in standby. The purpose of drain pump is to extract the condensate from the drain tank and transfer it to the condensate tank. Each riser delivers steam-to-steam distribution manifold that runs horizontally along the apex of a row of fin tube, air-cooled heat exchangers arranged in an A-frame or delta configuration. A typical full-scale ACC consists of 10 such rows, sometimes referred to as streets or lanes. The streets are surrounded by a wind wall to reduce the possibility of hot air recirculation and wind effects. Steam from the steam distribution manifold enters the tubes at the top, condenses on the inner walls of the fin tubes and flows downward, concurrent with remaining uncondensed steam to condensate headers at the bottom of the bundles. The fin tubes are characterized by large area of cross-section combined with metallurgical bonded aluminum fins that results in excellent heat rejection performance. Each row consists of 126 numbers of tube bundles, out of which 110 numbers are of K-type and 16 numbers are of D-type. About 70 to 80% of the steam is condensed while flowing through the tube bundles, connecting the steam distribution manifold header to the condensate headers at the bottom. These bundles are called condenser bundles or K bundles. Through these bundles, steam flows downward from the steam distribution header, and the condensate along with the non-condensable gases flows down to the condensate header. The rest of the steam along with non-condensables enters the counterflow bundles via the condensate header and gets condensed. These bundles are called deflegmator or D bundles. This cell functions to remove non-condensable gases from the condenser. Through these bundles, steam flows upwards from the condensate header. The condensate flows down, back to the condensate header from where it is strained to the condensate tank. An air removal system or vacuum pump removes the non-condensables through the top of the D bundles and air in leakage that might occur during the operation of the system over a range of heat loads. There are 4 number of vacuum pumps, out of which 2 numbers are hogging vacuum pumps required during startup and 2 numbers are holding vacuum pumps required during normal operation. All are of liquid ring type. 36 feet axial flow fans are located at fan deck level, providing forced draft air cooling to the fin tube heat exchangers. These are typically low-speed fans feature 2-speed 92 by 46 RPM drives with 6 blades. The fan deck level is of 63 meters from the ground. Gearboxes are installed between the drive motor and the fan to provide required torque and speed to the fans. These are helical type designed for continuous service. Gearboxes are equipped with a means of simple access for filling and servicing of lubricating oil and with a vent line for ease of filling. From the condensate header, the condensate flows by gravity to condensate tank via deaerator and then pumped to the condensate cycle by condensate extraction pump. Condensate tank also receives drain flow from the discharge of drain pumps via the deaerator. The purpose of condensate extraction pump is to extract the condensate from the condensate tank and pump it back to the condensate cycle in order to improve heat transfer efficiency and reduce airflow pressure drop. Fin cleaning system is provided for the single row bundle surface. It consists of a cleaning ladder comprising sprayer nozzles, drive motor for sprayer nozzles to move along the ladder. The cleaning ladder itself is mounted on the rails along the street. The demand of ACC installations is largely increasing due to growing attention being paid to environmental safety and water preservation. Strict restrictions for the use of cooling water and its limited availability at many locations has resulted in a growing demand for dry air cooling systems. Engineering Calculator app is designed to capture engineering thumb rule calculations, understand dynamic energy market scenario, carry out sensitive analysis. App covers modules ranging from conventional plants to green hydrogen, power plant module, hydrogen blending module, hydrogen infrastructure module, unit conversion module, power plant module, estimates major infrastructure requirements, fuel, water, etc. Calculate major power plant outputs, generation, ECR, etc. Estimate associated emissions, CO2, SOx, NOx, etc. Generate useful insights using sensitivity analysis. Hydrogen blending module gives broad idea of ECR, CO2 reduction, and H2 quantity for different percentages of H2 blending in gas turbine. Provides sensitivity analysis and break-even point for H2 cost. Hydrogen infrastructure module aims to aid NTPC in achieving national hydrogen mission targets. Infrastructure requirements such as fuel, water, area footprint, etc., and provides comparison for different H2 generation technologies. Unit conversion module is a useful tool for enabling quick conversions from one unit to the other. Nuclear Tariff Calculator is an initiative of Nuclear Engineering Cell in line with the tariff notification of DAE. Based on inputs and tariff structure, it estimates completed project cost, loan repayment period, discount factor, IRR. Sensitivity analysis of key factors are provided. It also gives comparison with DAE norms and input. The app can be utilized for making decisions on key parameter for tariff regulation. NTPC is a Maharatna company with an installed capacity of more than 55 gigawatts, plans to become a 130 gigawatt company by 2032. The company is committed to generating reliable power at competitive prices in a sustainable manner by optimizing the use of multiple energy sources with innovative eco-friendly technologies. Thereby, NTPC is contributing to the economic development of the nation and upliftment of the society. About 80% of installed capacity of NTPC is coal-based. These thermal power plants are based on Rankine cycle. The process 10 to 1 in the given Rankine cycle shows condensation of steam in the condenser and rejection of heat to the cooling medium. The condensers can be wet, dry or hybrid type, depending on the cooling medium employed. Wet cooling condensers employ water as cooling medium, whereas in dry cooling type, atmospheric air is the cooling medium. It is a commonly used form of cooling at most plants because of efficiency advantages, low auxiliary power requirements, and lower back pressure. It entails large amount of water consumption. In drying cooling technology, air is used as cooling medium. These are broadly classified into two categories: direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled. Both direct air-cooled and indirect air-cooled condenser cooling technologies can be of either mechanical draft type or natural draft type. In cycles with direct air cooling systems, heat transfer takes place from the condensing steam to the ambient air through finned tube heat exchangers. In indirect dry cooling system, the waste heat is initially exchanged in a condenser to a closed cooling water circuit. The heat absorbed by the water is rejected to ambient air in fin tube type heat exchanger. A hybrid wet and dry steam condenser includes both evaporative cooling and an air.
Good afternoon, all. I will request everyone to take your seats so that we can move ahead with our second session. The second session comprises of two panel discussions with two different type of major stakeholders. We'll start with our first panel discussion of session 2. The topic of the panel discussion is utilities, expectations, and experience in ACC.
In this session, we have invited utilities from different parts of the country to learn from their experiences and adopt better operational, maintenance, and direction practices to overcome the challenges faced by these power stations. We would also talk about the performance feedbacks and would like to touch upon any policy framework considerations required in ACC.
To conduct this session, I would like to introduce our session moderator, Dr. Vijay Prakash Sir, General Manager, Engineering Services, NTPC. He has more than 34 years of experience in power sector and environment. He holds 2 master's degree in environment engineering and social work and a doctorate in environment engineering from a leading British university. Currently, he is heading Engineering Services Division of NTPC and actively engaged in issues related to environment, climate change, and energy transition. We welcome, sir.
Now, I would like to request the esteemed panelists to join Dr. Vijay Prakash sir on stage as I call upon their names. So, our first panelist, Sri Ravin Kumar sir, CEO Patratu Power Station. I hope he's present. Yes, sir. He has a vast experience of 35 years in power station at different roles and different responsibilities. He has been keenly involved in all the aspects of power plants and currently heading the Patratu station where 3 into 800 megawatt ACC project is under construction.
We welcome you, sir. Our next panelist is Shri Nirup Sharma, DGM NEEPCO. He is a mechanical engineering graduate and has a vast experience of 24 years in O&M of gas-based combined cycle power plant. He is presently posted at Agartala gas-based power station, where ACC has been running since 2015. It would be nice to hear his experience in running ACC for 8 long years. We welcome you, sir.
Next on the panel is Shri S.K. Datir, Associate Director, NPCIL. Shri S.K. Datir is a mechanical engineering graduate. He joined Engineering Directorate of NPCIL in 1991 as a design engineer. He worked in the engineering for 220 megawatt and 540 megawatt PHWR types of reactors in various capacities. He will throw light on ACC implementation from nuclear plant perspective.
We welcome you, sir. Our next panelist is Shri P.V. Sundaram, Business Development Director and representative of InnoSpin AG India. He has done MBA in Finance and Strategy Management from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management in Mumbai. He has experience of 35 years in capital goods industry.
We welcome you, sir, on the stage. Next on the panel is Shri R.P. Vishwakarma, head of the project Maruti Clean Coal and Power Limited. He is a power plant professional with more than 39 years of rich experience. He is diploma in electrical engineering, specialized in operation and maintenance of thermal power plants from National Power Training Institute NPTI Nagpur. He is heading the 300 megawatt project in Chhattisgarh, which already has ACC installed. I think it has been installed in 2015. Since then, he's taking care of that project.
I will now request Dr. Vijay Prakash sir to kindly take this session forward.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome once again in the post-lunch session. We are loaded with the lunch and a bit late also. The session was supposed to start at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock. No, sorry, 3 o'clock. So we are about quite significantly late. So 3:21. But anyway, we will try to squeeze and finish both these sessions in time so that we can have a more fruitful question and answer session at the end. And I suppose many of the things which are planned for this session, this panel discussion, have already been covered in some way or other in the previous sessions. Okay. But before I start this, let me tell you two things. First thing is that right from the opening session, we have listened a lot about the statistics and data. 4 to 5% in heat rate, 66% in water consumption, from 3 meter cube per megawatt hour to 1 meter cube per megawatt hour. So all these numbers do not appeal to me. With the background of environmental engineering and with the background of common man, I don't know what is 4 to 5%, what is 66%. So let me translate these numbers into very simple outcomes, what we can save from ACC in the ground. So if I take, just for example, if I take 2 units of 800 megawatt operating at normative 85% PLF, how much water we save? So our logo is, once I would like to draw your attention to our logo, save blue, live green. How much blue, how much green, and how much black? So if I convert this 2 into 800 from WCC to ACC, first of all, how much blue, how much water we save? That is enormous. Enormous means 3,200 meter cube per hour. Again, it's not a very appealing number. I will just translate it into some other units and then you will see the impact. But to save 3,200 meter cube of water per hour, how much coal I'm burning extra? Only 40 tons. So 40 tons versus 3,200 tons, 80 times. And this water I can use for anything. I can drink, I can cook in that, I can take bath, I can do pisciculture, silviculture, agriculture, I can do anything. 40 tons of coal, that does not appeal too much. And how much green? So what happens? This is per hour. If I convert it to annual numbers, so what happens? In 1 year, I'll be spending or burning 0.3 million tons of coal extra. But I'll be saving 24 million cubic meters of water. And this 24 million cubic meter of water, that is a huge quantity. If I supply this water to urban population, where our water requirement is 200 liters per capita per day, that serves 3.25 lakh people. And if I go to rural population, that is multiplied by 4 times. That means 13 lakh rural people can get domestic water supply from this saved water only from one power plant, which is 2 into 800. If I use this water for irrigation, how much area it can irrigate? So this water can irrigate about 2,237 hectares of wheat crop and 712 hectares of rice crop. Again, it's a huge area. It can give a lot of livelihood to rural people. It can give a lot of benefits at the ground. And how much quantity of wheat and rice it can produce, that again I have calculated. It's a 7,541 tons of wheat and 1,861 tons of rice. Both of them together, because both these crops are harvested at different seasons. So either we can supply this water for drinking or domestic use purpose, or if I use for agriculture purpose. So all these numbers are mind-boggling. So we must save this water. So it doesn't matter whether water is available or not. The water scarcity, that was one term which was discussed in the forenoon session. Wherever there is a water scarcity, we should go for ACC. So I'll just like to mention 2 things. The water is not scarce here, but it might be scarce downstream. So let us release this water for downstream users. Secondly, water is not scarce today. After 10 years, it could be scarce. So let us plan for that future. So in terms of time and space, this has to be very important. And before I just conclude my this introductory remark, there is one concern about the market, whether there is enough market for ACC, and that comment came especially from vendors. So let me tell you an inside fact. Ministry is seriously thinking of making ACC mandatory. In one form or the other, it might be today or after 6 months, it is going to come. And as the things are going, whenever there is a water scarcity, whenever there is a water crisis, even in future, who will be the first victim of that water crisis? Thermal power plants. And many of our power plants are already experiencing this. They have to shut down just because water is not available in particular seasons. So I think all these facts are very important, and all the stakeholders, be it the vendors, be it the APC contractors, utilities, academicians, researchers, I think we all have to prepare for this thing which is coming on our way. So with this, I would like to welcome all the panelists once again, and I would like them to share their experience with ACC, because that is the talk of the day, how easily it can be commissioned and how efficiently it can be operated. So may I request Mr. Vishwakarma, I think he has a very long experience with ACC and 300 megawatt power plant, so to share his views.
Sir. Very good afternoon, everybody. As Vijay Kumar sir has explained us regarding saving of water and what we can use with this water. We can increase our crops. This is right. Exactly right. We can save our waters. In year 2006, when we have envisaged with this ACC, we faced so many hurdles at that time, including the permissions from CA and other government authorities. Anyhow, we obtained, and they after commissioning of this plant in year 2015, we are running it successfully. Definitely, we have some problems we overcome. We have modified some systems, because in India at that time there is no any examples or this size of air-cooled condenser. So small 30 megawatt, 50 megawatts air-cooled condensers. There are so many power plants in India, but with this 300 megawatt We have only one single example of South Africa, Mudumbi. So anyway, we have overcome. We have taken it this air-cooled condenser. At this stage, I want to request manufacturers straight away, because manufacturers are the agencies who can make any system success, involve in its success or failure. So I would like to request this manufacturer, because since morning we are listening from the manufacturers. They are designing this type of design. So many types of designs we have listened. So first of all, I would like to request all the manufacturers, because the losses which increases is the supports. In between the supports, you have to work out for the supports, panel supports, bundle supports, because in due course of time, the gaps between the bundles are increasing. So the losses, the cold air is passes without doing any work. So first, I want to request manufacturers to increase these losses. Second, which we have faced so many problems, and some of the gearboxes also failed, the anti-rotation device. I think it will be taken care in your group definitely, because the diameter of the fan is around 11 to 12 meters. So whenever it stops, it starts rotating anti-clockwise. Or suddenly if it starts without this anti-rotation device, the gearbox having excess power, excess jerks and fails. Third, the tube, as discussed in last session, because we are cleaning this tube bundles outside, but there is no any provision for cleaning it inside. Anyhow, this is the 8th year we are running it successfully. We have not faced any problem of tube leakage or any corrosion inside the tube bundle. We have saved a lot of water. The present water requirement is around 0.6 m³ per mW against the 2.5 m³ per mW in water-cooled condenser. Or definitely area, this CO2 emission definitely increase somewhat. Land requirement is also, actually we have similar units in our 2 units. We have 300 megawatts with air-cooled condenser. Our another unit is having 2 into 300 megawatt with water-cooled condenser. So we have apple to apple this comparison. So we have given this comparison. Gross heat rate definitely increased, but we are sitting just in pit head. So this coal around 5 to 6%. Coal requirement is increased. Anyhow, the problem at that area is water. In 2019, 2017 and 18, we have run our unit with the help of water tanker. 600 megawatt power plant run with the water tanker, supply of water with the water tanker. When I put my proposal to my management, they just start laughing. Oh, what you are telling? Boss, कहीं ऐसा होता है क्या? 300 megawatt आप tanker से चलाएंगे? I just simply request, please give me water tanker, at least 10 numbers water tankers. So this is the advantage of ACC. I hope this my request will be well taken by the manufacturers. Mr. Kulkarni is sitting here. He has given us very good air-cooled condenser, which is running fine. I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, this technology might be new in India, but I see similar types of problems reported by Mr. Dupes from ESCOM, who is connected online, isn't it?
Yes.
Similar gearbox problems, leakage problems, vibration problems, isn't it? So I think all these vendors and manufacturers, all these companies, they have to look into these things seriously. Maybe in the next session, Mr. Udayan Kumar will focus more technically in this aspect. Now, may I invite Mr. Sharma from Agartala Power Project to share his experience. Yeah. Not working? I think all. Is it on? Okay, okay. Hello.
Thank you, Vijay Kumar sir, on NTPC for inviting us to share our experience in ACC using. Actually, we have we are using ACCs since 2015, 8 years of experience so far. So actually, using ACC, we don't have so much problem till now. So we could conserve huge amount of water. If you compare against water-cooled condenser, we are saving near about 80 to 90% of water. Today, we are consuming only below 0.3 meter cube per megawatt hour. Actually, that probably 3 to 3.5 standard meter cube per megawatt hour. But there are some challenges we are facing. Challenges in terms of operation. Actually, in ACC, we have to cover huge volume to maintain the vacuum. In case of any leakage, it is really leakage in tubes or leakage in any flanges. It is really difficult to erase the leakages. So in that case, I would like to request the vendor if they can develop some more efficient devices to detect leakages in tubes or in flanges. Definitely, it will save more time for the users. So for other factors, actually, basically, ACC consists of fan, gear, and motors. So if you can maintain good alignment of fan and motor and timely changing of oil, means gearbox oil, or the blade angles, if you maintain during your routine maintenance, I think it's very easy to maintain all these things. So a good fitter and a means who can perform good alignment is very much required for day-to-day maintenance of ACC. And cleanliness is other factor. Actually, the surrounding should be free from dust or other particles. In our case, actually, the free flow of air is actually that is required, and we have a reservoir in front of the air cool condenser. So during operation, so the reservoir also contributes little bit during removing of air inlet heat. So cleanliness is other factor, tightness and other things. If you maintain in a timely manner, and if you maintain the gearbox and fan design timely, so I think but our experience is that till date we have not faced losses, generation losses, and we are using ACC because we have lack of water. Basically, Agartala don't have any big river, so we are using groundwater in place of means for production, producing DM or for use of HRSG. So in that case, actually, permission from groundwater authority is required, Central Groundwater Authority, and means and the area should be, in our case, should be 500 meter away from any wetland area for using of ACC. I don't know for other state. So this is, and for operation point of view, actually, as compared to water cool condenser, so it takes little bit time during cold starting, because for cooling vacuum during initial stage, auger is to be used, and in that case, sometimes it takes 6 hours, 8 hours. If we can reduce that part, actually, basically, we have to means maintain the steam parameters, mainly the steam quality, means the temperature and required pressure for inlet of the turbine. So sometimes suppose the SEC goes out, means the vacuum drops due to high temperature. So to restore the unit, it takes little bit time. So in future, actually, from generation loss, that loss point of view, that time gap, if we can reduce the time gap, it will be better, it will be beneficial for all. And other issue mainly till there, tube leakage, we are not facing any tube leakages, because we are maintaining a good quality of water, means the pH, and we are using groundwater. That's why silica turbidity, these are nothing. We cannot detect this is not traceable. And we are. Thank you, sir.
I think keeping track of time, we have to restrict.
Yeah, so thank you, sir. Any question, please? Okay.
So thank you. So today we have 4 case studies of ACC: Nartranpura, Patratu, Maruti, and Agartala. And incidentally, all 4 of them have arisen due to lack of water. So necessity is the mother of invention. Here it is a necessity is the mother of adoption. We are adopted because there is a necessity. But I think we have to think beyond that, and we have to think in terms of water conservation. So you already listened to 2 people with the operating experiences. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Ravindra Kumar to share his thoughts on commissioning of ACC or erection of ACCs. Please, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I will be a little brief regarding my expectation. So I have 2 expectations, one from the designer side. Because what we know, the average temperature of ours remains throughout in the year near about 25 degrees centigrade. We want, if industry can design with ITD of 20 degrees centigrade, then we can maintain the same vacuum as we are maintaining in the wet condenser. The cost will be a little high, but if we can implement this in our specification, then they are bound to give, and our heat rate will be comparable, and we can save the coal also and the CO2 also. So that is the first expectation. Though we have achieved the higher, you can say, heat rate or efficiency because of the higher parameters. We have implemented in case of Patratu a higher supercritical parameter. But design back pressure is killing all our, or eating away all our margins of the efficiency what we got because of ultra supercritical parameter. So my expectation is that if we can optimally design our condenser, then if we can maintain the same condenser pressure, then we can achieve the same performance as we are getting in the wet condenser. Generally, in 20% time or maybe 20-30% time, you can say we can marginally go ahead, and in generally 5 to 10% time, it will be extremely high that we can compensate. And if here we want some intervention from the regulator side, that some compensation should be given or some dispensation should be given from the regulator side so that we can have some compensation or some advantages of using the air-cooled condenser and saving water. So these three expectations from the specification side means our engineering side, then our designer side, and third expectation from our regulator side. So these are the three expectations what we are finding, and we hope that something can be done and we can achieve the optimal performance of the cycle. This is my first expectation. We are under construction, so we don't have any direct experience, but my experience when I was in Director Technical Office, when we are conceiving the North Karanpura, and there was we are getting a difficulty in designing or in bringing out the dam. So we thought then how to go about, how to consider. Then as you told, it is a necessity at that time for adoption of this ACC, because we could save 5,000 acres of land because we were not building the full height dam and inundation can be avoided. So we have considered only less amount of water conservation, less amount of water storage, and we could design the ACC condenser, and at the same time we could get advantage of the this coal, which is very near vicinity to that North Karanpura. So it is a bargain, but we have done. Similarly, in the case of Patratu, the dam, there was a dam nearby which could store, if I can remember correctly, it is 100 MCM. And we have to design our 3 into 800 megawatt and further 2 into 800 megawatt extension project. So altogether, it is coming more than 100 MCM. So we thought it is better not to go for the WCC, wet cooling water condenser. So we should design our with ACC. The first stage we have designed, we have implemented in our specification, our design specification, and then we could save, design our, you can say, condenser or total power plant with 27 MCM of water, and we could save 50 or near about 50 MCM of water. So that was the one beauty we got, and now we are in a position that we can implement another 2 into 800 megawatt also. Similarly, for water conservation, if we can install some solar plant there in that, and that can be compensated for the, you can say, this bad time is 40 degrees, when the temperature reaches 40 degrees centigrade or like that, and we can reduce, or our heat rate will be poor, then it can be compensated from that. So that is the 2 point. Third thing, from the EPC contractor, generally what we find is contract have been awarded in 2018, but ACC could have been awarded in 2020, if I am not wrong. And then it took a very long time to award this contract. Generally, this contract should be awarded within 6 months of the time. Then we can plan and we can achieve the 48-month cycle. So this, my expectation, when we freeze our heat rate, when we freeze our heat balance diagram, then at the same time we could start for the award of the air-cooled condenser. So, but unfortunately, in both cases, in North Karanpura also and in Patratu also, both have been got delayed. But my expectation is that it should be, the work should start from the 6 month onwards, 6 months for design and 1 year for the erection time. So that is another part. Third part is this BOI ordering, or as already communicated by our North Karanpura colleague. So award this BOI ordering is generally taking a long time, and so it is getting delayed. So this, my expectation is that this ordering shall be in very coherent manner. Already L2 networks are there. It should be awarded and no delays would happen. So when the, and at the same time, because all the items are being manufactured within India, only big contractors are available, I think Firepur is executing our contract, but other contractors are also there. So if we can include other contractor by relaxing our provenness criteria, I think they can match same uh, uh, fee. So we don't have any problem. And at the same time, the EPC contractors should not complain and cannot complain that we have dearth of contract. So provenness criteria also I need to be looked into so that we can award the contract in time. There is a one, as we talked earlier also, many electrical equipments like transformers are getting installed beneath the SEC vision. So if industry can think of putting some firefighting special equipment there so that we can also, it can also be implemented and should be implemented in specification also. The rest, because I don't have any direct experience after installation, so we are not able to we have not maintained till date, so I cannot comment on that. But our we want something regarding the maintenance practice. Something should be written: how to approach, how to find out what are the special equipments are required. It should be clearly brought out by the implementing agency so that we can implement at the time. Regarding one thing that is coming up in my mind, because ESCOM has also noted out, and we have also experienced some corrosion till we dose some ammonia. So that corrosion is, there is a chance, every chance is there that there will be corrosion inside the condenser because there is a air ingress or air in there and water in steam form and water also there. So there is every chances of corrosion. How it can be avoided, I do not know. I cannot comment on that right now. But industry has to think of how to avoid this type of corrosion in the long run. So these are the few of my you can say, my expectation and my experience. And one more thing, regarding the implementation also, it is not very smooth in case of Patratu because number of pylons has to be built. And the pylon, generally what we find the pylon height, generally we are keeping 880 meter in case of Patratu. And daily, if you can see 4 meter, 5 meter, if you getting implemented 4 meter, 5 meter per day, then it is taking 1 year for the erection of pylon, and then another 1 year for the condenser. So it is too long time. So agency has to think of whether we can implement in a very fast mode or not. And if you can do very fast mode, like suppose that if you can do for the 10 meter per month per day, then we can implement in 3 month time. So that is also required for the implementation point of view. And the crane, etc., everything is required. That is the obvious thing. And sequence of supply sequences, we got 1150 ton material, but nothing is erectable. So the sequence of supply is also very important for the implementation. Particularly, it is very important for us because already we are delayed 4 years. So thank you from my side. So I wrapped up very beautifully, and as a bullet points, it can be straight away included in our recommendations. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And these, whatever points sir has mentioned, this is in fact, the biggest challenge and one of the deterrents in adopting ACC as on today's date. Okay, now moving from thermal to nuclear. And in the morning, we have heard that here we have 66% reduction, there it is 86% reduction, and that too carbon free. So let us listen from Mr. Datir, Executive Director, NPCIL. So his views about his scope and experience in ACC. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Actually, we do not have direct experience with ACC per se, although we have used small capacity air cooling heat exchangers all over our nuclear power plant. But as a designer, we are also conscious that we should save the natural resources like water to the extent possible. And we did this actually study almost 10 years back, 2012 or 13, when we were actually addressing the 700 megawatt design with respect to conservation of water. So that time we have done some preliminary study for employing the ACCs in our power plant. So that time definitely cost as well as the area was very much deterrent, and I think today also that cost will be deterrent. So that time we had concluded that it is not techno-economically feasible for us. Considering today's revival of the idea again that ACCs, and then anyway water conservation is very dear to all of us. We felt that we will definitely try once again. In nuclear power plant, we have got basically three main areas where we need water. One is the safety-related systems and component cooling. Other is non-safety related cooling, that is mainly condenser and auxiliaries of turbine generator, chillers, etc. And third is in nuclear power plant, it is a peculiar for all nuclear power stations that for waste treatment we need water. And this second and third are mostly interlinked. However, I think we should revisit once again for the use of ACC in nuclear power plant. So, but present, it is basically challenging for our ACC designers and suppliers also that I will give a brief data that in 700 megawatt PHWR, we have got a heat load to be rejected in the condenser is about 1500 megawatt. And there are two cooling towers, weight cooling towers employed, each of around 125 meter diameter, 180 meter height to dissipate that 1500 megawatt per unit. And with that, we are getting 90 millibar as a condenser vacuum, and we'll be able to get 700 megawatt. Now, if we go for ACC in place of that, so I was just reviewing the data presented in the last session that in Karanpura, North Karanpura plant for 800 megawatt heat load, you had almost 90 modules. That is for 800 megawatt heat load. So for 1500, we think it may be for 50, 160 modules that we may need for this particular thing. So definitely it is a huge on the scale. And then considering the experience that whatever brazing and that joint problems are there, that definitely we have to address. And then we should evolve a design which is, we should go towards a standardization. And it should be easy to fit type design in case of any module going into some damage, some problem, some leakage. That module we should be able to retrieve and put a separate module very easily. So that maintenance ease we should look into, standardization we should look into. Then fouling, we have very less experience at North Karanpura, that is 6 months only. So that fouling, I think we should look into, and how to clean those in case of it is a fouled heat exchanger. So that also we should look into. And another thing in nuclear power plant, we have got some case of transient. We have to dump around 70% steam into the condenser. So whether that facility is available in this ACC, that also we should look into. These are actually expectations, and definitely considering this, we will revisit from our side also. And I request you also to help us in doing the feasibility study for this particular requirement, whether we can put it. And then we have got auxiliary cooling like turbine generator, auxiliaries and all that. I think we still have to go for a cooling.
Thank you, sir. I think all our manufacturers, they have got whole new set of problems to work on. And thank you, sir. We knew that NPCL does not have any experience with ACC right now. But even in thermal, we have very limited experience. Like you said, it's only 6 months, and it's a learning curve for everybody. So I hope all the people who are assembled here, they will work together to resolve all these issues, whether related to construction, erection, operation, maintenance. And at the last, not least, I would request Mr. Sundaram to share his experience or expectations from ACC manufacturers and contractors. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to start by saying the whole discussion has been right from the morning that whether ACC is required. So This was same question was asked to us 20 years back. Some of my colleagues are there when ACC was first introduced in India. Whether ACC is required, why not I continue with my water? So we keep asking, but I also ask the other side as a manufacturer and technology provider. So we used to go and ask the utility, like a gentleman like you, what is the purpose of, what is the unique selling proposition you as a utility have? So we have to generate power. To generate power, you have to maximize the power generation, and at what cost? Then you'll ask me what cost, and you will say at economic cost. So we have to maximize power. We have to ensure that power is made available to everyone as required by the tariff. But at the same time, we will also consider the cost of power not being available. And we have seen instances, we have seen like I've been MSCP, Koradi power station, every year between May to June, it will be shut down and will not be working. And I also know some of NTPC power station being shut down for lack of water. And there's a UN cry from the industry, from the farmers, water is not available, power is not available. It's a big political cost to the government. At the same time, if we keep drawing water from whatever resources available, it is not going to be available for without any restriction. So we have to go for air-cooled condenser. The only question is, how do I improve the performance of the air-cooled condenser? Can I, for example, we talked about the heat rail. So 20 years back, or 15, 17 years back, when the ACC was first introduced, the benchmark was, can you give the ACC with 0.2 watt back pressure? Then from 0.2, it came to 0.18, then 0.15, around that range. Now we are also saying that ACC can be designed with 0.12 watt. So when we make a design, we have to also think in terms of the initial cost plus operating cost and see, okay, can I design with maybe a little extra initial cost? Can I design a better optimum 0.1 watt is possible? Yes, it is possible. It can be designed. The next one is the ACC as a technology. Till today, we are thinking like something like a black box. I do not know. We talk much. We talk much about turbine. We talk much about generator, boiler, and so on and so forth. Supercritical boiler. When it comes to ACC, we always think, some kind of black box. Some bundles are put here. Steam goes from here, and I used to check the vacuum internally how it happens. We do not know whether the gearbox is going to function, tube bundle is going to function, whether the tube is going to get choked. So this kind of perception is happening because the technology as air-cooled technology is not, I would say, sorry to say, not well understood by the utilities or the EPC contractors or as the vendor per se. So InnoSpin, what we say is that here, don't worry, it's a technology, and we are willing to provide the technology to you as the utilities, as to the EPC leaders, as well as the sub-manufacturers or our supply chain partners. So at InnoSpin, we have, as Mr. Naveen was saying in the morning, we have sterilized software for ACC design, and we have offered the same thing to NTPC also. You can just operate and see, look, this is how my ACC design I would like to have. Multiple options can be decided, check, and you can float that as a tender. Possible. And second thing is handholding from planning stage to specification, because specification of the critical component like air moving equipment, gearbox, and so on and so forth. What kind of a specification to be put, how to select the vendors, everything is possible. So that is what we provide the service also. That coming to the erection point or commissioning point, as you rightly said, erection is much more critical than manufacturing. The sequencing, and one small error, if you discover at the time of commissioning or at the time of erection, it sets your clock back so much time. And so as much as possible, we would like to make it shop fabricated, where the quality can be ensured at the shop level, and move to the site with a minimum erection time, and erection sequencing and procedure, it can be provided to you. Similarly, coming to commissioning, yes, we take the performance commissioning. Then post-commissioning, the O&M practices, best of the best power station, some kind of a hand-holding required at least for 1 year. So NTPC as a utility should also put some kind of a part of the requirement, 1 year, some kind of operation maintenance by the vendor or any of the associates should be included so that you are apprehensive whether that the gearbox is going to have oil is there or not there and things like that. So that kind of a thing also should be post commissioning operation maintenance for at least 1 year should be considered. So with that, I would like to say from InnoSpin point of view, and we have a regular interaction with BHEL, we have a software, we have a detailed direction commissioning procedure. We act between the utility as either as a PMC of the utility or between the utility and the EPC as the buffer as a risk mechanism, risk mitigation mechanism. So we are here, and any queries I am willing to share with the members. They can write to me or write to the organizers and they will get back to us, and we are willing to support you in any fashion what you want. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we are running out of time. It's already 4 o'clock. We are already past 4 o'clock. So can I shift this question answer in the last session and conclude this session so that we can have another fruitful session? And
so I would like to add only one more point.
Please.
I'll add one more point. InnoSpin is the technology provider for most of the Chinese manufacturers, whether Harbin or Showang Saving or any of those parties. InnoSpin was a technology provider, and it was done under the Government of India, Government of China program. And InnoSpin also, as a utility, InnoSpin also had given the complete technology transfer to Mafna and Farah, two of Iran's leading utility companies. So we are willing to work with NTPC as a technology partner.
So thank you, sir. I think today there is no question whether we need ACC or not. The question is how much comfort or how much confidence we get from the vendors and the manufacturers, our EPC contractors, so that we can move ahead with this technology. With that comment, I would like to close this session. Thank you all the panel members for their wonderful insight and wonderful experience. Thank you.
I thank session moderator Dr. Vijay Prakash sir and all panelists for their valuable contribution in the session. It was a great pleasure to listen to your talk, highly informative and perfectly pitched to the audience. Just to appreciate the course, it has been very useful for all of us. I will now request Dr. Vijay Prakash sir to kindly felicitate our panelists with a memento as a token of gift. Shri Ravind Kumar sir, CEO Patlatu.
Shri Nirup Sharma Neepko.
Shri S.K. Datir, NPCIL.
Shri P.V. Sundaram, InnoSpin AG.
And finally, I'd like to call upon Shri R.P. Vishwakarma sir, Maruti Clean Coal and Power Limited. I would like to request Shri Pankaj Gupta sir to present the memento to Dr. Vijay Prakash sir for his valuable contribution to this session. Thank you, Vijay Prakash sir, Pankaj sir. Can we have a group photograph, sir? Can all of you can come forward? Sir, thank you. Please, sir. You can join, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Now, moving to our next panel discussion of session 2, supply chain of ACC. This session basically constitutes discussion with ACC major component suppliers like fans, tube bundles, structure, vacuum pump, and bellows, which are very important as we are going to plan ACC with Make in India.
Start the next session. I would like to invite Sri Chetan, sir, to give his thoughts on this occasion, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone, and let me re-emphasize that these deliberations since morning have given me a re-confidence that India can build ACC and operate successfully. Now I have, based on this last few hours deliberations, I have few submissions first to NTPC, then to the rest of the people. Firstly, that we need to optimize the basic back pressure to be for future units based on the overall capital cost and the operational based on realistic load factor anticipated in the future. NTPC has built 2 power stations with very different ratings. 660 megawatt unit is bigger than 800 megawatt unit in the NTPC. NTPC could have repeated 800 megawatt unit, just repeat of 660 if that was the requirement of the back pressure. Coming to first now on the design aspects of the ACC, the HEA standard, which is in the second revision, unlike the surface which has got the 11th or 12th revision, is not that matured standard. In the other standards of the heat exchangers and the NTPC practices, that you need to design the equipment as per ASME codes. Air-cooled condenser tubes are very low pressure, but it has a duty to be designed for internal pressure of 0.5 bars, and you have to design for vacuum. These elliptical tubes are very large degree of electricity, is not circular tubes which are used in the boilers. I had spent some time in designing the fin tubes based on my perception, and maybe we can do some bus test. It is very important to make things very clear to the OEMs that the ASME Section 8 Division Code or the Power Piping Code or the IBR is not a requirement for ACC. Is not a requirement. We leave it to the designers. They want to follow the European standard. They want to follow. Because if you want to follow ASME Section 8 Division 1, your tube thickness is not adequate what is there in the plant. Unfortunately, all international standards have a very large difference of opinion on the tensile strength factor. That is why there is a difference. Yield strength factor is saying 1.5, but on the UTS you have 2.4 in the European, you have 3.5 in the ASM. That makes the design at low pressure equipment and low temperature very much different between the ASM and all. Second weakness in the Indian context for the HEI is that they have specifically mentioned the allowance for corrosion to be taken 0. Now this to me looks in the Indian context a very sweeping statement, and we need to be a little cautious. I would urge NTPC to review it, whether they should specify some allowance for corrosion as part of the specification so that all the people who offer should have that requirement met. Today somebody may take 0.1, 0.2, somebody may not take it. So I feel it is very important. The corrosion allowance, which is too challenging in our Indian context, I must submit, our tubes can corrode during storage itself before the unit operates actually. We do not have the luxury of the good environment which is there in the Western world. Northern belt is full of dust, so that itself sometimes can. Other part is that the fouling resistance is also not defined in the HEI. Now it may happen that one utility may say that since it is not defined by NTPC, we take 0. As I mentioned, unlike the surface condensers, unlike the heat exchangers in TIMA, the fouling resistance is defined. So designers are expected to take. But in the air-cooled condenser, especially on the outside, the environment is not very good. You need to take the fouling thing. Other submission to NTPC now, since we have started operating the North Kanpura and you will get more and more experience. It is very important to generate one document, periodic inspection of these air-cooled condensers. I come from a background of the nuclear power station where we have the ASME section 11, which is not required to be opened by the non-nuclear community. It makes mandatory requirements of in-service inspection. And today I can say as a one belonging to nuclear fraternity that 80 years license has been given in USA for nuclear power stations. We designed for 40 years, 60 year is very common, and now 80 year also has been given. Our own Tarapur unit is running for last 50 years. It is just because that there is a periodic inspection. And in case there is a part not meeting, then people do fracture mechanics and all that. But since we are in the initial case, and I'm very happy, I was not aware, let me be very honest, that attending this meeting has been an eye-opener for me, that we do have a limited experience on ACC. We saw 350 megawatt units. So we need to learn from that. One more area which NTPC has to look for, that present tenders are giving a high inlet temperature of 38 degrees or so. We found in the presentation today that we can get benefit of 3 to 4 degrees by having a water-based. Now, philosophically, ACC and then putting water, they don't go together. But if I can get a temperature difference of 4 degrees on the air inlet temperature, I am very sure the number of heat transfer area in the bundle will come down. So it is very important to do a parametric studies for the future, whether the water base should be mandatory defined as a requirement in order to minimize the heat transfer area. Overall, there is a water conservation, but putting some water, if I can decrease the heat transfer area by 20-25%, it is very important. I also want to appeal to the manufacturers that HEI standard does not indicate what should be the tube material and all that. Whatever I have seen in the North Kanpura, the tubes are made of very low strength material. It's something which is unimaginable that we are using the European standards with a very low tensile strength of 290 megapascal. Even ordinary carbon steel contains 420. So whether in order to make the tube somewhat stronger, whether they are working on somewhat slightly higher grade in the carbon steel sheet, or they are using the grade which we have used in the North Kanpura. North Kanpura sheet, which I have seen this document, is a very low strength material. Possibly it is to ease manufacturing of the elliptical tube. So maybe the manufacturers can highlight whether they have changed the material to slightly more moderate sense so that we can have a thickness which is lower. As we saw, Haltech indicating that they have brought the thickness from 1.5 millimeter to 1.25. Whether they have done it by material change or they have seen that there was a margin available. In my judgment, 1.25 millimeter is a very tight number for the elliptical tubes. Must have been based possibly on the change in strength. Second part is, I would say that this type of forum, maybe after a few years, NTPC gets experience on North Kanpura, other units also get experience. Sharing of knowledge is something which is missing in India in the non-nuclear sector, I would say that. In the nuclear power stations, internationally, it is mandatory for India also to share. We have 7 classes of events, class 0 to class 7. And every event in the nuclear power station, anywhere in the country, we have to report to the international agencies that the event was class 0. Or more than class 4 is a very risky matter. It brings a lot of concern, but even 0 event is also to be reported. I feel as there is apprehension and fear, let me say, in my own mind, whether a water tube for 40 years can run without allowance for corrosion to be 0 is something very over-ambitious in the Indian context. So I think the sharing of experience should be a continuous process. One should not feel shy of if there is a leakage in the tube. It will benefit the unit as well as the rest of the country. As a nation, we must help each other to improve the plant's operating experience. Once again, I wish that in this country, wherever we have a shortage of water, or as environmental people say, even if the water is there, finally think of having air-cooled condenser. Let us try to optimize the air-cooled condenser and minimize the penalty associated with the ACCs. Thank you very much.
So actually, the issue of 660 megawatt ACC is bigger than 800 megawatt ACC. It has come up two or three times. Let me clarify what is the reason behind it. When we started North Karanpura, it was the first project for us. So based on the experience elsewhere, specifically that ESCOM experience, we selected one parameter. And as you said, sir, the air temperature, you say NTPC is selecting very high air temperature. This selection is not based on any assumptions or any biasness. It is based on the data available in the public domain. The data, 50 years data of that region is taken and plotted, and then only we select the temperature. That is not the highest one. There's maybe about 85% of the time what temperature we are getting, we are selecting that. That is one aspect. So based on that only this 38 degrees centigrade has come up. Second thing is based on the available information, available data worldwide, ESCOM data, this vacuum was selected 196. And everywhere NTPC gives freedom to the EPC vendor to optimize, because the actual cost is not known to NTPC. It is the vendor, the EPC contractor knows the actual cost. So as you increase the size of the ACC, your vacuum will come down. At the same time, cost will increase. So this freedom is always given to the EPC contractor to optimize what is the optimum pressure based on optimum size of the ACC, both heat rate point of view as well as cost point of view. So this was done by the ACC, the EPC contractor, what should be the optimum cost, and BHL selected 106, which was also very surprising to us. Let us see whether we will get 106 or not. I request site HOP North Karanpura to immediately do the test, the PG test. Let us see this 14.6 is achievable or not. If it is achievable, then the next projects definitely will go for 14 or 15. So that is one aspect that will gain the experience. Now coming to the Patratu. Patratu also same procedure was followed, and same optimization was given. Optimization possibility was given to the vendors, the EPC contractor. There they optimized it in a different way. And this optimization was matched 196, 106 versus 160 and 160. So that is why the 800 megawatt ACC is smaller than a 660 megawatt ACC, because the vacuum itself, one is 106 and one is 160. This is the reason. That's all, sir.
First of all, I partly was knowing that, but I got better knowledge after you have clarified it. But I still will like to clarify. Leaving the choice to the industries, they can end up in different numbers. This is your plant. You are going to incur the expenditure in operation. I can take liberty at this age to advise. I'm using the word advice here. Okay, I can take liberty. I'm in a different capacity here. I can take liberty to advise NTPC not to allow such numbers to float. It is in the interest of NTPC, because somebody will quote a number, they show a lower capital cost, and then you run into higher cost in operation. As a utility, you are the best judge to arrive at what is the inlet temperature and what is the outlet temperature. Inlet temperature is not in your hand, but I saw that if you do the water mist, which is a controversial point in the when you say water conservation, but let us say the way you have done it, air inlet temperature allowed for 90 to 95% is the concept that on a year basis you take that, you don't take the worst. Air outlet temperature, let NTPC take the responsibility of fixing in the larger interest of NTPC and not left to the well-wishers of the other side, because you can end up in a plant which possibly is not in line with your expectations. Actually.
Thank you very much, sir. You are like a guide and mentor to us, and your invaluable insights are precious for us. So now we are ready for our session 2 panel discussion on supply chains of ACC. To conduct this session, I would first like to invite our session moderator, Shri Udyan Kumar sir, Executive Director, NTPC Limited. He has vast experience of more than 30 years in power sector with his contribution in erection, commissioning, engineering in NTPC. We welcome you, sir.
May I now request the panelists to join him on stage as I call upon their names for a healthy and a fruitful discussion. First on the panel is Dr. S.K. Murthy. Sorry, Dr. K.S. Murthy, MD Coolflow. He's a mechanical engineer with MTech in heat and power engineering and a PhD in fluid mechanics from IIT Bombay. Dr. Murthy has more than 20 research and technical publications in international, national journals and conferences. After brief stints in academia and industry, he co-founded Coolflow Engineers Private Limited in 1989 for the manufacture of hollow FRP blade fans and size up to 36 feet diameter. Sir, kindly take your seat on this.
We welcome you, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Aditya Agarwal, Head Sales, AdWords. He is an electronic engineer with MBA in marketing and is handling vacuum business for more than 23 years. He has been handling power and steel sector for AdWords India for entire South Asia region for more than 15 years. We welcome you, sir.
Next on the panel is Shri Ravindra Garg, VP Elecon. He's a mechanical engineer with more than 30 years of experience in projects, industrial sales, and marketing. He has been handling industrial gear division on pan-India basis, covering major sectors, mainly power, steel, cement, sugar, paper, chemical, and allied industries. We welcome you, sir, on this conference.
Our next panelist is Shri Mayank Bansal, Managing Director, Ferrometals. Mr. Bansal is an MD of a startup company which started in 2010. He has completed his master's in 2008, and in short span of 2 years, he has started his own company. Kindly join us on the stage. We welcome you, sir.
Next on the panel is Shri Alpesh Shah, Director of Flexican. He started working in a bellow industry in 1999 and has experience of around 24 years in the business. Bellows are the integral part of ACC system and would like to hear from him about the views on ACC business opportunity. We welcome you, sir, on the stage for this panel discussion. You take it, sir.
Our next panelist is Shri Arijit Mukherjee, Senior Manager Sales, Howden. He is BE in Mechanical Engineering and is working with Howden since last 15 years for power, water, and mining business.
Welcome you, sir. Next on the panel is Shri Advait Paranjpe, VP Ratnamani. Shri Advait Paranjpe is a Vice President, Quality Assurance and Control, based at Stainless Steel, Indrad Works. Shri Advait Paranjpe has done his Masters of Management Studies in Operation from Mumbai University. Shri Advait Paranjpe has a rich experience of operations in manufacturing division. We welcome you, sir, on the stage.
Our next panelist is Mr. Hannu Ruto from Industrial Water Cooling Private Limited. He has vast experience in cooling tower field and presently working as consulting and engineering in Industrial Water Cooling Limited. Mr. Hannu is a mechanical engineer with BE, ME, and PhD degrees from Stellenbosch University, and he has been registered as a professional engineer at Engineering Council of South Africa for last 12 years. We welcome you, sir.
thank all of you for joining us on the stage. To begin with the session, I would hand over this session to our Executive Director Engineering, Sri Udayan Kumar sir.
Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vivek. So, as morning session, our chairman and managing director was there, and he was very keen to this technology. So, near about we are installing 6,000 megawatt more in India, and our management is very much keen to install all with air-cooled condensers, because we have seen North Kanpura, almost summer has passed, and we were watching for the rainy season where the humidity will be high. So certainly these delegates, the respected delegates, you are the manufacturers and you are the keen, and you have to see how it can perform. In South Africa, it has performed for quite long. With the advice of Dr. Chital sir, what he has given in the specification, certainly we will go on revising the specification. So the challenges, what we are anticipate from these air-cooled condensers. Wherever the new technology is there will be a challenge. But certainly air-cooled condenser is not new, it is running worldwide. So first my question will be how much we have to import, because we are going for indigenization. So how much we have to import and which component we have to import, what should be the quality perspective during manufacturing, during running of the plant, and the periodic maintenance. So first of all, I will ask from the fan manufacturers, there will be 3-4 questions. So what will be the import content for the fan components? Whether it can be completely indigenized. As morning we are talking, there will be dust loading. So can we put some dust preservative coating on it? And what will be the fire protection for these fans? And can we change the blade angles? You answer, then I'll move to question, I think.
First of all, thank you for the invitation to such an esteemed conglomerate. And before I answer the question, I would also take pride with the fact that Howden has been successfully partnering with other EPCs and supplying NTPC for this prestigious North Karanpura project, which we have been talking about since morning, and also the Patratu project, which is under construction. So both the projects is where Howden has supplied the cooling fans for these ACC. Now, coming to your point, sir, as far as the import is concerned, I would like to say that, yes, for both these projects, the fans have been imported and they were not made in India. But Howden in India is a big installation, and we have 3 manufacturing units as of today. So it is not just the cooling fans that Howden is into, but we are the leading manufacturers of equipments in air and gas handling worldwide, a part of which a cooling fan is also. And over the past 10-15 years, ever since we have set up our facilities here in India, we have been associated with NTPC during their journey to implement the power plants through right from the bulk tendering stage. And talking about the equipments, all those equipments at that stage were all imported, but we have a very big history of indigenizing everything in-house. And today, starting from the boiler PA FDID axial fans to the oxidation air blowers that is going into the FGD industry today. So this is something, the cooling fans for ACC is something that we have been harping on for a long time. But as some of the other participants also has said in the morning, that for every vendor, it is a volume and it is a business case that is something that they look ahead. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that from what we have been discussing right through, it is very evident that ACC is the future. So yes, going forward, I think we have a market, we have a business, so we don't envisage to import anything.
speaking for Howden, I would like to say that yes, we should be able to indigenize everything in-house so that you don't need anything to be imported going ahead. So that is the major part to answer your query. And talking about the other angles, I think ACC, of course, while it is one of the first in India, and we are yet to experience a lot in terms of how it operates as and when it does. But we have supplied and we have installations worldwide wherein these factors have already been taken care with respect to the maintenance and the fire. So we have technology and we have the capability to take care of those areas also.
I think Mr. Murthy wants to speak something.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible. First thing is, I want to just clarify that there is an available indigenous capability to manufacture these fans, which are used in NTPC, both the power stations. It didn't need to be imported. Yes, it was imported for various reasons. We're not saying anything, but I'm sure there are other fan manufacturers or vendors here who have the complete proven capability to manufacture fans up to 36 to 40 feet diameter. We have ourselves supplied anyway, being Cool Flow Engineers Private Limited for the last 33 years. The next point that should be considered is about the fire retardancy. Yes, there are resins which are specially manufactured to be fire retardant, but nothing can be fireproof. That I would like to clarify here. The third point is about the dust lading. Sorry. I think most of the places the dust collection depends on the location to location, and it is inevitable. And I haven't heard of anything as a coating which can desist dust collection. The key is to wash these equipment once in 2-3 months rather than waiting for dust collection to be heavy and create vibration problems in the fans. This is my suggestion. There's only one more point which I would like to add. Most of the experience of the manufacturers have been, you have to excuse me, my bad throat, have been to manufacture fans for cooling towers. Yes, the pressure drop capabilities within the country have always been low for cooling towers because we have been used to use a large footprint area, which means the pressures are lower. The static pressures, I mean. In the case of air-cooled condensers, obviously the pressures are higher, but there is only one more thing that has to be probably factored into by NTPC is the kind of additional loading that it will have to be taken depending on the wind gusty conditions which are at the bottom of the air-cooled condensers. So these are the things which have to be built into the quality assurance programs that could be finalized for air-cooled condenser fans so that you're sure of your quality and reliability of the fans that are manufactured in India. India is competent. Make in India is certainly available for all the fans that are required for NTPC with more than one, which is ours, more than one proven fan manufacturers in the country. Thank you.
Then next question from Mr. Murthy, you will be, during the wind or storms or the sudden direction of the wind, how you take care for the blade protection?
Go ahead. Yeah, actually, as I told, it's only in the design of the blade that will have to be taken into consideration. It's from the point of view of anti-rotation devices which have been talked about in the case of gearbox settings that will have to be done. So the load conditions that are coming, that's why, as I was saying, they'll have to be factored in much more than maybe 50% more or 30% more of the static pressure that is usually encountered. Because the gusty winds are certainly unpredictable, and there are one of a time. But we haven't heard of any failures of fans from wherever we have supplied due to gusty winds, maybe because of the locations that we have supplied.
That is good and satisfactory. Then my next question will be, if there is at all a fire, so what precaution you take for the online fire protection system? Because this is a fire prone, and you told about the Europe and other country. Our calorific value is very low, so we have to fire huge amount of the code. And certainly there is, it should not be, ideally there should not be any dust leakage, but it is from the boiler, it is all, there may be some dust leakage. So a bit dust, with the dust, it cannot be dust proven. So how you take care for the fire safety?
As already, I think Mr. Murthy mentioned, it applies for the fire safety. I mean, it cannot be 100% fireproof, of course, which is the fact.
Sorry, my question is different. If a fire at all happens, so is there any mechanism that fire quenching will on? Just like in our air heaters, it is on.
Yes, we have a fire alarm, and additionally, there is an advancement in all of our product, not just the cooling fans, I would say, is something that we are implementing. Is a digital solution called Uptime, which is more of a kind of a preventive maintenance, but that can also act as a preventive, I would say, safety feature as well, wherein in case of any unforeseen situations, whether it is the failure of any particular component or something, I mean, if the parameter, it's a digital twin that's being monitored at our stage and compared with the performance parameters while it was commissioned or performance tested at the time of erection and commissioning. And if there is any deviation to that, it kind of gives a signal or an indication and an alarm. So it's something that we have an advancement, and is being done for every product that we are manufacturing. So this is also an additional part which will help in this safety feature.
And what is the expected blade life? Say for a new blades, what is the expected in the running hours or number of years?
Typically, I mean, we have not encountered any such issues, but typically it is 20 years plus if maintained as per the procedure or manual that is being provided.
Are you prescribing some O&M manuals?
Yes.
Preventive and
yes. Not only that, but we also provide the annual maintenance services for all our products, including this. So that is something that helps the product health check at a check at all times. So it's something that also is an option.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now coming to the next important component, that is gearbox.
Yeah.
So gearbox is it is very common thing, but certainly for this application, gearbox is more importance. We are talking about the leakages. So the type of oil, lubricating oil you are using, can you make it oil free or a little bit less leakage oil, or maybe you may go for some electrical system for the reduction. And if at all there is a leakage, so how to arrest it? And there are mechanisms. Some of our North Kanpura, I was taking the feedback. This is Japanese technology gearboxes. There is now it is not leakages. So what you prescribe that there should not be any leakage, but if even all the fumes are there, it should not go to the fan blades. It should be diverted somewhere. So what is your view on this point?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for inviting us for such a eye-opener conference actually. So the questions what you have just put in, basically you can, normally we are using SP320 oil in our gearboxes.
Yes.
But for the area where these high temperatures are there, so we can go for a synthetic mineral oil also. So it will help us in basically your maintaining the less temperature for the gearbox, and that is being manufactured by various oil companies nowadays. Even Castrol and Shell people are manufacturing. So mostly you can go for this distilled oil which will give to you, that is synthetic oil. Even in vehicles we are using the synthetic oil these days. That is one. And number two, regarding the leakages, if we use a proper oil seals the gearbox, that will go in a long way in avoiding the leakages issues. normally what happens when the main important issue what we have seen over the day, two issues were being cited. One was the leakages and one was your anti-rotation problem. Like I think one gentleman from Maruti Coal Clean was saying that the gearbox were rotating in different directions when it used to stop. So we are now providing a backstop kind of arrangement in the gearbox. Even every manufacturer can provide. So we are giving a component called holdback and sometimes called backstop also. So you can use that component as a form of accessory in the gearbox, which will move the gearbox in single direction. It will not, the anti-direction will not be there. So the foremost thing is you have to devise the specs as per because what we have found, this application will be critical. For critical application, you have to devise the specification very properly. That is the foremost criteria. Maybe a separate session can be kept for devising the specifications while you go for a tendering and all that. Because some mistakes during the tendering stage may happen and then the things start from that particular section. So our suggestion would be to have a proper specs at the time of the requirement is being raised. And number two, go with the OEM recommendations for the maintenance of the gearbox. That is number two. And the foremost point was this gearbox, as far as we are concerned, there is all the components are indigenous. And regarding your capacity and other things, there is no any constraint of capacity in India for at least gearbox. At least our gear fraternity over here, we are exporting our gearboxes to different countries. So we don't have to import at least gearbox from the. We are fortunate enough to have such kind of capability and infrastructure in India also. So for regarding leakages, you have to use the Vietnam oil seals. Also special seals are to be used for this application.
Thank you. But my one question was not answered. Can we eliminate this mechanical gearbox?
So you want to say gearbox is not at all in the system?
Yeah. So some analytical system.
No. Actually, some people have. We have heard about there are some torque motors are there, but they are not successful at the marketplace.
So
because if you see, because this is not the only application where gearboxes are being used. There are much more critical applications in the industry or in various sectors. Like if you go for this pulverizer gearbox for even your power plant, you have got a gearbox below the pulverizer, so you can't eliminate that gearbox just by installing the torque motor down there. So it has to be there because ultimately this gearbox will be taking the torque of the total load.
So see the pulverizer gearbox, what we are using, that is a very crude application. But here we are using, that is what I was asking from the fire protection point of view. Right. If some leakage or fumes are there, so it is pulverizer at the ground level.
Provide, but fuming problem we have not, because we have supplied more than 500 gearboxes for this application. Since long, we have.
So can you suggest some venting device? If fumes are there,
there's already breather plug is there in the gearbox.
But it will go to the fan blades.
But how the fumes will be generated? I'm surprised actually.
Fumes will generate suppose there is some overheating.
Overheating will not be there when the proper selection is there, proper oil is used.
There may be improper operation. So you should be you should be also careful if some proper involves so that the safety.
Safety, we can put some. We have some accessories to be given the gearbox. Nowadays we are giving. That is one we are giving the RTDs we are giving at the input and output bearings for temperature monitoring. Then we are giving your this vibration sensor also we are providing. Pressure switch we are providing in all these gearboxes. I want to just convey that the specs has to be very proper. Nowadays, a lot of technological advances have been happening in the gearbox industry also. So, a lot many accessories are there which can be used for proper monitoring, so that you can have a inside information before this thing happens. The operator can know okay, the temperature is rising. So before that happens, he can have the signal before that happens. That things can be incorporated in the gearbox.
Your advice is well taken. During increasing the specification, being a public sector, although we will try to take the all the gearbox manufacturers.
Yeah.
But we cannot be very specific. We have to be generic. But certainly the seals, what you mentioned, that is the key. That seals has to be of the good quality.
Yes.
So there should not be any leakage.
Even some brand can also be put in over there for particular seal. Maybe 1 or 2 brands. And that is one. And you have to use this pressure switch, then vibration sensor that can be also incorporated in the gearbox, so that at the site, the person who are taking care of the particular area, they are well informed what is happening in the gearbox. If it is so that he knows in advance. Suppose the vibration is more, that means then there is some issue in the gearbox going to happen. So that can be advanced information. Then he can really see and keep a watch on it.
May I add something to this, sir?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, because most of the gearboxes, they're also working in refineries. So they are also ATEX compliant. So there is no need to worry in terms of fumes. So that is taken care of when we talk about critical applications. And like my friend, what Mr. Garg was saying, in case you share the complete specification in the tender, it will help us to maybe formulate those specifications in the gearbox. Because gearbox has a lot of layers. So in case we know what are the application areas, we can always customize that product to your need.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, temperature sensors will help. What I was saying and what my friend was saying, it said this, in normal operation there will be no fumes,
Right.
but many times improper operation happens. So for that we have to take some safety.
Then what we'll do, sir, we will discuss this particular issue with our design people also.
Yes.
If they have some idea to arrest that particular thing, then we can propose you.
Now the next important component is the bellow. So my question will be the bellow manufacturers, because right from the design, then transportation, and then welding at the site. So during North Kanpura erection itself, it was a problem because it was the very high weights, and for transportation we have to bring it in part. So from the design point of view, from the transportation and then erection, that we can erect it properly with ease. So what is your advice?
Thank you for the invitation of the Flexicons. This is about the erection. That case, the provide maybe installation manual is there, supervision, also it is possible to for during transportation, ODC consignment, and longer consignment. That case, the proper drawings and design and alignments, that's like erection, along with the builders, for company will provide to you. You take a get of expert drawing for it.
So that is the challenge, because this is OTC consignment, and certainly we have to maintain it in future, because it cannot be, it can be manufactured, so it has to be maintained. And certainly there will be leakages after certain hours of the operation. It will be having leakages. So can we do small parts and then we can assemble it here? Okay, it is well proven that if it is done at the manufacturing plant, then quality will be better. But we have to maintain it also. So at site, what facility you can provide for the welding, for the repair in future, and what these preventive measures has to be taken, and at what interval it has to be checked.
A big size bellow, that case provide at site also welding, erection and testing also provide a special case for the vacuums and maybe pneumatic, whatever this case. And in during running the plant or leakage, that case the also possible subject to plant shutdown, otherwise not possible.
Okay. So what is the import content?
Import content for the proper welding, treatments and also skillness workmanship.
So it has to be imported.
Yes.
So and any you are any plan for indigenous manufacturer?
Yeah.
It is there.
Yeah. Also, we supply to so many ECC bellows last 10 years to EPC and direct also, Paharco, NXO, Voltex also. 5 megawatt to 300 megawatt also. And also gimbal pressure balance, inline pressure balance, universal tide bellows, hinge bellow, everything all as per data specifications also. And in this case, major problem is the site, proper specification not given in the ETC in the bellows. maybe pressure, some load additional force not to proper given. Let's get some tie rod buckling, gimbal buckling, hinge buckling. If possible, proper data specification required. So that case never failure.
So the next important component is the fins. And as the Dr. Chital was also talking, so the fins thickness. Morning we were saying that we have reduced the thickness of the fins. So fin is very much important from the heat transfer coefficient point of view, and further in future maintenance and brazing. So can you highlight what precaution we have to make in the specification for the fins? And for the brazing, what precaution we have to taken in the manufacturing quality plan? So any fin manufacturer, fin. Yeah. Okay.
And we manufacture tubes and pipes.
Yes.
Hello. So, I'm representing Ratnamani Metals and Tubes Limited. We manufacture tubes and pipes in all types of material, especially tubes are in the materials of stainless steel, all types of stainless steel, ferritic stainless steel, austenitic stainless steel, and duplex stainless steels. And pipes are again in stainless steel and carbon steel. But tubes in carbon steels, we are not as of now not manufacturing. But other friends from tube industry, they are definitely manufacturing carbon steel tubes in India. So most of the tubes which are required for heat exchanger, final heat exchanger, the heart of the equipment is the tube where the heat exchange happens. So those tubes are manufactured definitely with indigenous material. And in India, we have the capability to manufacture all types of tubes. But in this today's session, we have understood that the standard shape of a tube, which is generally a round, now we are hearing that they are not round, but they are oval. And and in addition to that, they are finned also. So this is a new animal for us. So if we can get a specification for such a thing, we can look into it as to whether and how much volume is there required for this industry of ACC. We can look into the possibility of adding such facilities, because bare tubes is it's a normal run of a mill product for us and any type of a material. Condenser per se is not a new to us, because in regenerative feed heating cycle equipment, starting from condenser, gland condenser, LP heaters, HP heaters, we have been regularly supplying this heart of the equipment, that is the tubes, all types of tubes. They can be either welded drawn, or they can be seamless. So these all three varieties of tubes we are manufacturing in-house. We have in-house NABL laboratories which are accredited to 17025. So all types of testing, whatever is required by power sector, we are able to do in-house. So critical tube application wise, we are quite worse. I mean, we are very experienced. It is not only power sector. We also supply tubes for aerospace. We also supply tubes for oil and gas. We also supply tubes for petrochemical, fertilizers, food and pharma. You name an industry, auto sector, and we are supplying the tubes. So as far as tube criticality is concerned, we are quite confident that you give us a specification, we'll definitely manufacture the tubes. But this particular application tube specifications we don't have. If you can provide that specification, we will definitely attempt to manufacture it. Additionally, we also are having facility for integral fin tubes. These are the, applied fin tubes, aluminum applied fin tubes, but we also have facility for integral fin tubes. I am not aware whether air-cooled condensers will have an application of integrally fin tubes, which are typically used for air preheaters. So it can be thought about if that kind of a tubes are also possible to be used in ACC.
From the job volume, what I told that we are planning for 6,000 megawatt more installation, and it may be mostly on a air-cooled condenser. So on that you can assess the job volume.
Sure.
Plus future maintenance also these tubes will be required. So for tubes we are not very much worried, but the maintenance aspect of the tube what morning also we are talking. The corrosion, if the corrosion is there, due to the steam parameters of the purity, it may not be maintained. So there may be also oxygen ingress. So that time, what precaution it has to be taken? So one thing Dr. Chital sir was saying that taking some allowance, both side, outside and inside. So that will be there. But what you can, other things you can advise?
See, typically, if you see water-cooled condensers also, there are two zones which where the steam impinges on the tube near to the turbine exhaust, and also in air cooling zone where the non-condensables are removed. In these two zones in water-cooled condenser also, people specify either different kind of a steel or thicker tubes. So this approach can be adopted, for example, in your D bundle where non-condensables are getting extracted. You can decide on using higher thick tubes or stainless steel tubes. I also heard that there are few zones in ACC where because of the differential pH, you are experiencing the corrosion. So those zones, if they're identifiable, there you can think of using different variety of material, typically corrosion resistant material, that is stainless steel. I mean, only on those zones, that can be another option.
So if there is a leakage, so there is, you can install some online leakage mechanism and maintaining without taking the plant.
In my opinion, prevention is better than cure, sir. That is at the design option itself. If we have those zones which are prone for such kind of a leakage, we should look at it at the design aspect itself so that they don't fail. Because in any case, experience of locating a leak in even water-cooled condenser is very difficult. That sometimes we have seen also. Because in thousands of tubes, which one tube is leaking, that too in an environment where we are unable to do pressurization from outside. It's open atmosphere. So how do I locate that tube? So there are mechanisms which are used in WCC, which we are aware of, but in air-cooled condenser, at least we are not aware as to how will we locate it. Maybe we'll look into it in detail. We can come out with something.
What I request all the manufacturers, because this is a new technology for India, but not for the other country. So we have to see the O&M practices. We are also looking, NTPC is going behind this air-cooled condenser. And be sure there will be some more air-cooled condensers. So that much confidence I am giving on this desk. So we have to see O&M practices of other country. Being you are the manufacturers, we are keen to indigenize the products with at least tubes and other things, many things we can produce. So we have to see what they are doing and how they are online maintenance they are doing, or some maintenance, what are the good maintenance practices. But the fin is very much important. My question was for the fins. Also, I was coming on the tube, but my priority question was the fins. So fins, it gives the heat transfer coefficient. Then brazing is very much important for this application. The life of the brazing and at the different load, different temperature variation, stress, how this brazing will behave. If it fails, then it will not perform. So can some of you can highlight on the fins?
Yes, let's get the right distance. Yeah, I was the head of research and development at Hammond Thermal Europe for a while, and we had a factory in Tianjin in China, which manufactured our tubes. And obviously, we were also always busy optimizing the tube configuration, the wall thickness, and the fins. And yes, we also developed or looked at reducing the tube thickness and the fin thickness, and it affects the performance. So the procedure followed is one definitely measures the thermal performance in a test facility, preferably an independent one, like Stellenbosch University. We had, I'm talking about HAD because, as you know, Hammond no longer exists in Belgium as Hammond, but as John Cockrell. So these tests were conducted on thermal test facilities where we measured the heat transfer coefficient and the pressure loss coefficient. And then the other important parameter that one needs to take into account is it's a flat tube with roundings at the top, and it's operating under full vacuum almost.
So it must be stay parallel under vacuum conditions. That doesn't need much tube thickness actually to achieve. The rest is for corrosion allowance. And if these criteria are met, then the tube is acceptable. The thinner fin will result in a larger air-cooled condenser or a different fan power. So the supply, the OEM, needs to take this into account, measure the characteristics, and then implement those in the design software and size the ACC accordingly. And ultimately, the overall economics should be favorable to go the route of reducing those thicknesses.
So what? Yeah, please continue.
No.
So what maintenance practices you are adopting for, say, this brazing quality? What is the brazing quality, say, after running of 6 years?
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, the brazing quality up to 6 years, that would be, one would require the experience. But how we did it was the thermal test. So looking mechanically at the tube from the production line, actually doing destructive testing and investigating the bond between fin and tube. And obviously, when one focuses on it, you get a very good tube. But to maintain quality, one has to do regular testing. So I designed a test facility which we put the tubes in on a regular basis, tested the thermal performance, and when there was a deviation, we had to go and check and see. But that bond, when it's made properly and the performance is as expected, I don't expect that will impact the quality over life of that tube.
So in next specification, what we will tender for any of the power plant with air-cooled condensers. So such type of questions we will ask from the vendors.
Yes.
And whatever the knowledge you are having, we can give, or we will also collect. Then we will make the specification and the quality plan. I think quality plan and manufacturing quality plan and the future preventive maintenance and what type of quality checks has to be done.
Yes.
We have a biannual maintenance time for 25-30 days. So in those days, because this is a new thing, certainly from North Kanpura, we will learn many things, but you have to also work for it. So because air-cooled condenser, this is the need of the time. Water has to be saved. We are having the plenty of coals, and it emits CO2 and SO2. SO2 NTPC has well taken care. We have invested 30,000 crores on FGD. It is producing gypsum and we are using it. So NTPC will come with air-cooled condenser. That assurance is there. So with this, you have to work so that it should be maintenance friendly. Once it has start working, and we will see the humidity condition also.
Yes.
So it depends. This will be a win-win situation that you have to also work together with us so that there should not be much maintenance problem, so that we can further highlight it. And what is the ambition of my management and my topmost authority, that we have to go with air-cooled condenser with the intention to save the water of this country.
Yes. I think two things that I might just summarize. I think regular testing by NTPC on tubes during the manufacturing process. I think that is imperative. We've seen that sometimes quality varies over the period of a project, and one has to monitor that. The second thing is also the welding. You're right. That's important, that welding is not compromised due to the wall thickness. But the other thing is cleaning. I think in all the power plants that I've been involved with lately, cleaning has been an important point, and that's high pressure water jet cleaning. And with thinner films, one must be ensure that the cleaning is possible without damage to the fins.
Okay, thank you. If you are having any question within yourself that you panelists, respected panelists, ask. Or if time permits, sir, then some questions from the audience.
Sir, I have one question. I have one question.
Yeah.
And stage itself. Yeah. This is, I think, probably on behalf of all the vendors. I mean, it is very great and good to know that really we have an assurance from NTPC with regards to the fact that we will go ahead with the ACC in order to save water for the future. But in order to encourage the Make in India program and have a quality product, is there any is there any performance linked incentive or benefits that can be enrolled so that the competition is, let's say, is more fair and quality oriented, I would say.
See, being public sector, that idea has come many times within NTPC, and we have talked about it. But being public sector, we are not adopting this thing. But certainly, there is a bare minimum quality checks. Always there is a quality checks that every vendor has to come up to this mark for any hit rate or anything. For any quality checks are there. So you can suggest it. If you can always suggest, we will ask you questions. You can suggest it.
So, as sir said that you can ask your put your question down to us, and then we'll revert on that. The session, this was a informative session, and I thank all the panelists and moderators, Shriudan Kumar sir, for conducting the session smoothly and with all relevant information flowing through this session. I hope our listeners were able to grasp both the demand and the supply scenario of ACC market as far as components are concerned by attending this session.
I will now request our session moderator, Udin Kumar sir, to please facilitate all our panelists with a memento.
Kindly come forward. Okay. First, I would like to request Dr. K.S. Murthy from Cool Flow.
Shri Aditya Agarwal, Edwards. Shri Ravindra Garg, Elicon.
Thank you, sir. Shri Mayank Bansal from Ferrometals. Shri Alpesh Shah from Flexicon.
Shri Arijit Mukherjee, Howden. Shri Advait Paranjape, Ratnamani.
Mr. Hanno Rotter from Industrial Water Cooling Private Limited. Thank you also. Thank you all the participants. I would request Sri M.K. Asthana sir to kindly come up on stage and present a memento to Sri Udin Kumar sir for conducting this session in a successful way. Thank you, sir. with this, we conclude this session. And after this, we have a final session. But before that, we have a tea break of 15 minutes, which is lined up outside for all of you. So after 15 minutes, we reassemble here for a final session, which is an open discussion session. And we'll take questions from you, and we'll try to answer the best we can.
Thank you. We
just
request
one
all
second.
panelists to kindly assemble for the
Can I
photograph.
request all the panelists to come forward for a group photograph?
There is a problem in your number. Please do it in 9.
50995690.
When requirement कुछ भी होता है तो requirement है जो योजना है
Can't work out. So it's a visualize कीजिए channel पे कुछ मत करिए और सिंपली channel पे चले जाओ
China never कर रहा है China never कर रहा है बस
I prepared one for 45 slides, sir. बिल्कुल देख लेंगे जी सर पेन आईडी मांगना है आज करोगे आज नहीं करता आखिरी करने
कहाँ गए पता नहीं, सब भाग गए इधर एंट्री लगता है।
पॉलिसो माझ्या खाई नाही का पॉलिस तर माझ्या खाई Right.
ये लोग पेपर आ रहे हैं, क्या करें? गाइड नहीं भाई, नेम प्लेट लगा दिया नहीं, आधे घंटे They have been responsible in conducting very well in guiding us.
Good evening and welcome back, all of you. So now we head towards the final session of the event, the open discussion session. Our audience have been thoroughly listening to all the sessions conducted since morning and has captured all the dimensions of the discussion. In this session, we would like our audience to interact with us on anything related to the topic, which if someone feels is left untouched. We will be more than happy to answer all your questions. For conducting this session, I would like to request a panel of NTPC senior executives led by our ED Engineering, Shri M.K. Srivastava sir, to please come up on the dais and address all our queries. I would first like to invite our ED Engineering sir, Shri M.K. Srivastava, on the dais. Shri M.K. Srivastava sir has been associated with NTPC Limited for over 3.5 decades, with an illustrious experience of holding a spectrum of significant decision-making positions throughout his tenure. He is well-known stature among the NTPC and power technocrats. He spearheaded the development of new guidelines, policies, and procedures, especially in the area of C&I engineering and IT. Under his tutelage and direction, many new initiatives with digitalization in power plants, complete water management have been undertaken. We welcome you, sir, on the dais.
Next on the panel, may I please call upon Shri M.K. Asthana, sir, CGM Q&AI, NTPC Limited. So before joining to corporate quality, he has worked in various projects in FQA. He developed an immense interest in welding NDT, especially ultrasonic testing and acquired qualifications. As a Chief General Manager Q&I and new initiatives, he has been assigned a very sensitive and challenging role. He is working at several fronts, assuring quality compliances in the new projects and in FGD and in AUSC.
We welcome you, sir, on the dais. May I please request Shri Dipankar Vishwas sir on the dais. He is General Manager, Boiler, Water System and Material Handling. He has over 30 years of experience in management of large-size plants in the area of power plant commissioning, operations, maintenance, and project engineering. He has been involved in design and engineering of various packages in thermal power plant like steam generator, water treatment plant, effluent recycling plant, cooling towers, cooling water system, desalinization plants, FGD, coal handling plant, and ash handling plant. We welcome you, sir, on the stage.
I would now like to request Shri Pankaj Gupta, sir, to come up on the dais. Pankaj Gupta, sir, is General Manager, Energy Transition and Air Pollution Control. He's a mechanical engineer professional with more than 30 years of experience in thermal power plants in the area of engineering and operation and maintenance of steam generator, out of which more than 24 years of experience in engineering and design of subcritical and supercritical steam generator and its auxiliaries, ESP and other environmental system like FGD and DNOx system. I would also like to invite Shri Akhil Agarwal sir and LK Nayak sir. They have been instrumental in conducting this whole conference, and under their guidance we have been able to conduct this all the sessions since morning. And we welcome you on the dais, sir, to take your seat.
We thank all our seniors who have joined us on the stage for this very interesting session of open discussion with our guest. Now, I would request our engineering sir to steer this session towards the best expected outcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gunjan. Thank you, Vivek. First of all, at the outset, I am very happy to see so many true aspirants of learner, because after such a long session, long day, such a good number of persons who are hungry for learning It is a very, very welcome sight. And this being not just like a purpose of doing, it is a necessity that if you see the theme of the today's event, Save Blue, Live Green. Now, if we see from last 5 years, a lot of efforts have been taken place toward decarbonization. Everybody is talking, everybody discussing, a lot of initiatives have been taken. And rightfully so, because the global temperature is rising. But green is very important. We all acknowledge that. We all are free for that. But we should also remember that to live, we need water. And towards the decarbonization, if we neglect the water, it will be green without the word live. So it will not be here to see. So it is very important to save blue. And I think with that the very purpose that since the country is at the onset of a capacity addition in the thermal generation, about 28,000 megawatt in totality, of which NTPC has been given the responsibility of around 9,000 megawatt. Now, seeing the water scenario, what has been presented in today's presentation, that if not today, maybe in near future, we may have to select either to generate or to drink water. There is no, I think, second opinion, what will be our decision. So with that aspect, this event was organized with a purpose that for the around 30,000 megawatt capacity addition and to save water, a large part of water is being used for the evaporative cooling, and we need to find a second solution. And ACC is one of the very strong contender. And towards that, what we have seen when we constructed the first ACCs for the North Kanpur and then after Patlatu, as we stand today, we need to develop an ecosystem which comprises of component suppliers, designers, manufacturers, technology providers, the academia, all inclusive, to form a holistic solution that, as Dr. Chital rightly said, we should build a Make in India ACC. So with that purpose, we have come to the fag end of this event. And the very purpose of this open house is that we had some packed sessions. There were questions were there, but due to the paucity of time, those could not be taken. So this is the session where the audience are free to put up their questions, any suggestions, not to the dignitary sitting on the dais, but to anybody else sitting in this hall. And we will be acting as a facilitator so that the purpose of this event is served. So first I give the option to all the audience sitting here that if they have any questions, any suggestions, please put up them so that it will serve the purpose, it will help the nation. Thank you.
Anybody is willing to ask question can raise their hand. You'll get the mic. Okay.
Please introduce yourself and then you can ask the question.
Hello.
Nirup Sharma, Nipco Agartala.
One second.
Hello. Good evening, sir. So actually, we are using SCC. Actually, we are facing a few problems, mainly in case of any air means leakage in tubes, because with increasing megawatt number of tubes will be increased. So in that case, it takes a lot of time. So how to reduce the means time for detection of leakage? And second thing is, if we can reduce the well joints or flange joints, then definitely it will increase the SCC performance. So this is my question: how to reduce the means detect the air leakage in shortest time.
I think very pertinent question. I think Akhil, you have initiated some work. I think you can share.
Yes. Yes. See, on this topic, we are doing a project with IIT Kharagpur, and you have rightly pointed out this, and it is very pertinent with respect to ACC, as it being a structure, a huge structure, as it being a huge structure that is in the open area. So there are two things. One is to identify the leak at in time, and the other is that incipient at very incipient stage, so that I need not suffer with my operation in terms of affected and deteriorated vacuum. So we are doing a research project with the IIT Kharagpur, and in that we are trying to identify the frequencies. When the tube leakage, there will be a slightest of the leakage, it will start. Then those frequencies we are identifying, and particular instrumentation for that. And it will be we are trying to make it an online system, so that periodically we can check it. And with online system, although it is a huge area, so we cannot put the sensor everywhere, but with some periodic checkup, we can look for any leakage at very incipient stage. That is very important, because once the leakage has increased, some crack is there or some the puncture is there, then it may be detected. But at incipient stage, those frequencies identification is difficult. So we are doing experiments, and we hope that within next 6 to 7 months, we will complete this project. And it is very important, because otherwise it is not possible to do the conventional way of helium as we do for water-cooled condenser. Those detections, those process we cannot apply for this air-cooled condenser. So this is and I want to ask my manufacturers also if they have any other technique in their mind, or they have come across, because otherwise, the helium detection method is the only method by which they propose to do it. But that is not very effective, because it being an open area, and we cannot put this test or this gas for detection purpose. So anyone want to add from the ACC OEM community? They can further add to this.
Okay, thank you, Akhil. But I think Dr. Chetal also touched upon this problem. And he had suggested that we should have a very strong SOP for the operation and maintenance, and he specifically told for the in-service inspection. So I request Dr. Chetal to touch upon this, but kindly put the mic to.
Yes, one. You want to come in?
My mic.
Okay. He wants to.
While it is very easy to say that we will have online monitoring, it is virtually impossible. you cannot make out, you might be putting sensors on, let us say, 10% of the tubes. Still 90% of the tubes are not there. In the nuclear power industry, parallel to that will be a mandatory test to be done every 5 years when the plant is under shutdown, not meant for that. You do a same test which you do on the initial case. You do an initial hydro test at 0.5 bar, which is much higher than what is normally expected. So it is envisaged that a periodic in-service inspection will imply a very severe hydro test so that if any tube has a risk of leakage, you will come to know. While it is very nice to do R&D on online monitoring, personally, it is not a very easy job because the number of tubes are very large. I would urge the industry to look for whether we can increase the length of the tubes to minimize the tube to header joint. Giving a parallel to all of you on the nuclear industry, we make tubes of heat exchangers in such cases where the leakage consequences are very severe. Single tube length without any weld intermediate, length of 23 meters we have done 10 years back. The next unit will have 28 meters, abroad it is 32 meters. So we have to first see how we can minimize the number of welds in the beginning itself by possibly trying to see whether the tube length can be increased from 10 to 15, a little pressure drop, or you change slightly tube size to keep the same pressure drop. Other, I would say, while the R&D can continue to put on selective tubes, mandatory tests to be done little more severe than what is normally taking place. I will give you an example in the petrochemical industry because I had spent some time in this subject of the leakages. While on the nuclear power stations, we have online leakage detection system, not for individual tube, but we can make out that there is a leakage. Then we have to shut down and then we look for that. There are many times industry in the petrochemical will put the tubes under hydro test with a yield strength of 10%, slightly more than yield, so that the tubes are not damaged. But if any tube has the risk of leakage, it is better to know during the time of inspection. So this high pressure test during periodic inspection might help us to operate for next few years with confidence. Then the frequency of test can be done depending upon the past experience.
Thank you, Dr. Chetal. And then this is the process, how we learn from each other, and this process has to continue. So can we have the next question, please?
Good evening, sir. Sir, I am Ajay Gupta from NTPC Korba. My query is related to various component manufacturers and SEC parts manufacturers. Since morning, when we have been talking about the ecosystem development for SEC in India, various responses we have listened from them is the size of the market, is the predicted size of the market. So I just wanted to know them whether which market they are considering, whether the market only in India or the entire world's market itself. Because as deliberated during this conference that the water is very scarce and it's going to be very difficult to get water to operate thermal power plants, even in other countries also. Like we know recently we heard that Johannesburg has been declared as a zero water city. So similar fate would be faced by other countries also sooner or later. So which type of market they are targeting, whether domestic or let the world be their market, and why they are expecting the market to come to them instead? If we are going to have a good business proposition, then definitely demand will come up.
And very good question. Any response from the this component community that how do you see this market?
I think a gentleman wants to answer. Madam, Mike. You can give mic to.
Anybody?
Yes, sir. Full floor.
Good evening, everybody. This is Dr. Murthy from Cool Flow Engineers Private Limited, Mumbai. The component is the fan I'm talking about. Yes, we have been looking at other countries like my colleagues in the industry and manufacturing. We don't only rely on Indian market. Few of the systems like for cooling towers, we have also exported to South Africa, but not for air-cooled condensers. Certainly, we are looking at other countries, and we have been exporting for the last more than 2 decades. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in one of the sessions, it was discussed that this ACC are not only applicable for the power plants, be it nuclear or be it thermal, it is applicable for the other cooling solutions also, for the other process industries. So I'm sure that there is a huge market. And as with the greenhouse gas problem, which is now looming the entire world, this is also a similar problem which will be affecting each and everybody on this planet. So this requirement of ACC is going to grow with the awareness and with the requirement. And I think it is just a matter of few, maybe years, when the ACC requirement will also grow exponentially, and there will be huge requirement all over the world. Can we have the next question, please?
Sir, I am Nitin Singh from NPCIL at Mumbai. I have one question for you. Sir, what is initial cost and operating cost per megawatt heat load for condenser for installing SSC and operating it?
Okay, right. Akhil, I think you can answer this.
Cost both in terms of capex and opex, it varies from project to project. You need to see other means if there is any requirement of the water reservoir, how much land is available to you. But in terms of the capex and opex, we can say that in totality there will be impact of around 10 paisa per kilowatt hour if we go with the ACC with current design which is available in the market.
Thank you, sir.
Samal, if you want to add something on this.
Can you pass on the mic?
You don't need a water cooled condenser when you have a ACC, provided you are not going for hybrid cooling. That's a separate subject where both ACC and WCC will be there. So if you roughly consider for a 660 megawatt unit, a water cooled condenser may cost you somewhere in the 75 to 100 crores one unit, whereas the ACC may cost you about 400 crores. This is a rough as far as only condenser is concerned. But mind it, there are other associated systems which is not required when you go for SEC, like your that much big pumps, raw water pumps, pipelines, all those things are eliminated. So you cannot compare exactly what is a condenser cost, water cooled or a SEC. So you have to do a total holistic techno-economics, as Mr. Akhil said, because the length of the pipeline is different for a different project. The cost of the cooling towers will be different. So you have to take a holistic view.
Hello. Yeah, this is Sundaram from InnoSpin.
Yes, sir.
As our friend has said, when you consider the cost of air-cooled condenser versus water-cooled condenser, as our sir has said, that when you talk about water-cooled condenser, assuming water is available to you, you consider cooling tower plus water storage pond plus piping, water treatment chemicals, and the manpower for operating, so on and so forth. Versus air-cooled condenser is a fit and forget type of equipment. You just put the air-cooled condenser, have a regular maintenance just for pin cleaning and your gearbox maintenance and things like that. It gives a long-term service. But if you also add the cost of water, I think some of the panelists have told in the morning, the water cost today, assuming it is being sold at X, it is not going to be sold at X. So you add the water cost, which you expect the water cost tomorrow, from 5 years from today or 10 years from today, water is to be purchased by you at a premium. You cannot, the industry cannot demand water at a rate which is being sold for other purpose. So the water cost is going to be increasing. You add the water cost, and then water cooled condenser as a media is ruled out. Number two, even if you're having a water cooling condenser, and when I spoke to, sometime back, I said there are times when water is not available. You will be dependent upon your power station will be shut down. The cost of not generating is going to have a major impact on your cash flow. Your IRR plant IRR will be going for a toss. If you are private IPP and you are projected certain IRR, if water is not available, you will be going for a toss. So there is no alternative other than SEC. Okay, thank you.
Rightly said. I think there are a few more dimensions to it. So now there is a demand that we need to do overhauling not once in a year, but once in 2 years. So with that type of new demands coming in to enhance the availability, this may be a better solution. Then, of course, in the inaugural session, Director of Operations NTPC, he also touched upon that we don't need chemicals here. So chemicals, the capex for the chemicals, the operating cost for the chemicals, the hazards of the chemicals, those are also getting eliminated. So everything had to look holistically, as rightly said by Samal. And then we have to decide which is better. But as of now, what I think NTPC has done a study. ACC is seeing the future. ACC is I think. Okay, can we have the next question, please?
In fact, when water cost will go on increasing, your break-even will come down. So if it is coming 30 rupees at 30 rupees water cost, in future it is likely to come down. And very soon we will be having at par, both WCC and SCC. Because water cost is rising like anything for industries now.
Yes, please.
Good evening, sir. SP Patra from DVC. Sir, I'm having 3 queries. Number one is, sir, any life cycle cost, any comparison of life cycle cost for ACC with mechanical trap and ACC with natural trap, sir. Any comparison is there? Number 2 is, sir, any optimal back pressure for ACC installation. And third query is, sir, what is the optimum time for installation of power plant with ACC? Is it 48, 52 is okay, or more time will be required for installation of ACC, sir? That's all.
Samal, I think you'd like to respond to this. I think life cycle cost we have discussed, and that has to be arrived, seeing all the consideration factors.
Also, when the water cost, somebody pointed out the cost of water. Yeah, both are same. Both are almost culminates into same thing. If you go for natural draft, your initial cost is very high. You do not have any auxiliary power consumption. The reverse side, if you are going for a induced draft system, your capital cost comes down and the auxiliary power consumption goes up. If you see the lifetime consumptions, this almost matches. So if you compare with any of the systems, then it is compared with both the systems as far as life cycle is concerned. And the one figure that Akhil said, the break-even water cost. Once the water cost is increasing, so this is tilting towards your SEC. Okay, if it is free means you are not paying any royalty to the state government. Water never comes free. So this is what commercial terms make what you are paying. If you go to Gujarat, today itself, the cost of water is 35 rupees per meter cube. Ask a date pay. So, and the break-even calculation, what we have done is 30 rupees, 32 rupees. Okay, so that means today, if you want to have a power plant in Gujarat, better go for an SCC rather than going for a WCC. Now itself, other states, they are slightly increasing also. Second thing, what you asked about the optimum vacuum. We already discussed about the optimum vacuum, how the temperature is decided. The temperature profile of the location where you want to put the plant, that you have to take the profile of the area, last 50 years, 100 years, whatever data is available with us, with you. In the public domain, it is available. The nearest meteorological station, you go to the site, it is available. If it is not available, you ask the meteorological department, they will provide with you 100 years of data. Take that data, map it, and find out what is the optimum temperature. Mind it, the temperature is increasing. The past temperature, whatever you have taken, you have to take some margin because you have to run the plant for next 40, 50 years where this temperature is going on increasing. So there you have to find the optimum. It should not be the highest one. It should not be the lowest one. It should not be so conservative also. Okay, that will increase your cost. And then define the temperature. Then after finding the temperature, you have to optimize between the cost and the efficiency level you are getting. If you are reducing the ITD, I discussed in the morning this session also. If you are reducing the ITD, then you have to have a larger SEC. That means you are incurring more cost versus what benefit you are getting. So that optimization is done for every project. Each and every project that is to be done. You cannot have a standard optimization process which is applicable for all projects. That is done by our engineering team, engineering colleagues. Every project they do the optimization and find the optimum temperature and optimum ITD. Yeah, you can say if it is nearer the plants and the meteorological data is same, cost of water is same. No, the time of the tender also, because today it may be cheaper. 2 years down the line, it may be costlier. The equipment may be costlier because that depends. This is dynamic, always dynamic. So every project you have to do the analysis.
So I just.
Yeah, the vacuum level is always specified by NTPC after doing these optimization. That optimization only that vacuum level comes. Yeah, for SEC also. Timeline for project timeline. So project timeline condenser doesn't come in the critical path at all. So the critical path is governed by the boiler erection. So whether you go for a air-cooled condenser or water-cooled condenser, the schedule remains same. Provided, as Mr. Ravindra Kumar said, you award the SEC at a time which has been missed into both the projects. That has been missed, unfortunately missed. That has delayed the project. If you award in time, then the schedule doesn't change.
So
I think expectations were made very clear by CEO Patlatu that what is his requirement, that how the designer should act and meet the requirements. So can we have the next question, please?
Sir, I just like to, Ketan Patel from InnoSpin Dipesh. So first of all, the question that was partly answered about Akhil sir's query on the detection. Helium is a good option, but this is a big volume. So maybe we can try ammonia leak detection system online. So you can have ammonia below the fan injection points and the bundle can absorb by the vacuum. In the ducts you will show. So where the vacuum is, where the ammonia is released, it can probably, that particular fan around surrounding area probably would have a leakage. Some similar gas systems can be probably found out. Ammonia leak is possible. We have done that in the past.
We definitely welcome your suggestion and we'll look into it. Okay.
One more thing, sir.
Ammonia leak, is it being exercised anywhere? Have you heard?
Sir, instead of helium, many places they use the ammonia for detection. So there are detectors available.
Thank you.
So the other point, sir, about the capacity, since the morning we are touching the base on the capacity, it is very nice that NTPC is now looking forward to more plants with ACCs. But I believe it is not the capacity, it is the mutual working towards the capacity, because there are companies who have capacities here, they are unutilized. Our friends here from Voltec, probably their utilization is only 20% in the last 6 years. We are in this business, we have not got a single order and we never wanted to do small ACCs. So we have been pushing, we never got the approval. So this is one area where NTPC has to probably look into the approval mechanisms. Like InnoSpin has done more than 50 plants globally, up to 1,000 megawatts. And they are probably not approved in the tender based on the current norms. We had moved this to the various levels, but in the past it could not succeed. Probably the same is the status of many other players in this business. So this is one area. The capacity would not be a bottleneck. I can probably assure you, not from our own company, but as a country, we have enough capacity to push the ACCs that NTPC would need. Thank you, sir.
Now, from NTPC side, let me assure all of you that with this pressing requirement of conserving water, we will review each and every point as suggested by in this forum with an open mind. And let us see, I think हर चीज का एक समय होता है. I think समय आ गया है. So we'll see what the best, how the best we can meet and we can support each other. Next question, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Hi, good evening, sir. This is Srinivas Janagama from Singareni College Company. First, I would say thanks to NTPC team and whole team from my side and my company side, and organizing good concerned about water saving and optimization. Good knowledge sharing as the whole day I would written the bullet points, sir. It's a good knowledge sharing, sir. I have two questions, sir. One is for which you have installed in air-cooled condenser in that company. What is the payback period? And whatever the in ACC, the heat rejecting to the atmosphere, what is the condition in going to happen? Like that in 20 years back, the water is free for everyone. And also one more question, sir. For example, in future, in government charges for air, like that water now we are charging. In that condition, what is the content in ACC?
Now, first of all, let me appreciate that you are seeing the future now. So this is a very good suggestion that has come, and we should be seeing this aspect also. Now, with respect to the payback period, now if you see the complete power plant, the condenser is a part of it, and the financial viability is seen for the entire power plant. The condenser doesn't operate on its own standalone. So the complete based on this, what Akhil said, it is the cost of the power becomes slightly high. And as per the policy, we have a defined time in which the cost is recovered. So that is as per that. And your next question was regarding that air charge. This is a good point. I think let us deliberate. We need to deliberate on this and see to that from one problem do not fall into other problem. But let me assure you, from the design aspect, the temperature rise is limited. Otherwise, we could build very small and see to that the temperature rises beyond. But to limit that temperature rise, we big air-cooled condenser. So we have that aspect in mind. It does not increase indefinitely. Right. Next question, please.
Sir, myself Satyan Singh from NTPC Engineering Department.
Sir, your mic is not on. Okay.
Yes. Myself Satyan Singh from NTPC Engineering Department. My question is from the technology providers of the ACC and designers. As in Indian condition, ACC is designed for almost 38 or 40 degree ambient temperature. Because of the naturally the temperature in India is very high as compared to the European country or say China. So basically the size of the ACC for a 660 megawatt or 800 megawatt is very high. And accordingly the airflow requirement goes around 80,000 kg per second. Due to this, the air inlet height, basically air inlet height is the distance between the ground and the fan deck. This is very high because of the requirement of airflow. So is there any research work or any experiment or studies being done by the technology providers or ACC OEMs so that we can reduce the overall height of the ACC? Because constructing the column around 60 meters is a very difficult thing itself.
Yeah, I think
actually there is a guideline in HEI ACC that the height is dependent upon the volumetric flow. And this North Kanpura is altogether is a different thing. Don't benchmark ACC with respect to the North Kanpura. That NTPC itself has said what was the reason for North Kanpura. So there is a ACC in HEI ACC. There is a so now there is a volume for this which is there for cooling steam. And the height is determined by the area which is provided for the flow of that air. And the velocity which can go through that height, I mean, that becomes a kind of rectangle, and for that cross section is limited by 5 meters per second as per HEI ACC. So whatever flow has been decided, of course, there is a lot of optimization done with respect to the back pressure, surface area, pressure drop, and heat load. So that airflow is decided, and of course, the fan, what kind of fan is there, fan blade angle is there. But in the end, once the flow has been decided through the optimization, that height is determined and is limited by the 5 meters per second, which is there in the HEI ACC. Now, if somebody increase it to, let's say, by another code in the future, where HEI changes it to 7 meters per second or 8 meters per second, then probably it might come down. That is.
One thing, Navinji, I think Vishal also wants to say something. Question of Satyen is mainly related to that what you told. We are also aware of that. But the thing is that if you want to reduce the cost of the ACC, you have to reduce the structure and civil cost. So from that point of view, he was asking that if in the design you are exploring something that in this direction, we can reduce, because there are very few things on which you can work upon when you want to bring the cost down. So in that aspect, I think he has raised that question.
The cost and timeline also.
Yeah, okay. I'll explain. Your question is like for a project of Patra 2, 80,000 meter cube per second. So basically in Patra 2, you have an ITD of say 15 degrees Celsius. Okay. So your air temperature rise will be less than 15 for sure. So when the delta is small, then the air volume will be high. So the way to reduce the height and all those things is like increase the ITD. Suppose you have an ITD of 25. So you can increase the delta by 20. So automatically that 80,000 will reduce to 60,000. So you have to compromise on the vacuum. No, but once the heat load is coming from the turbine, it has to go into the sink. So sink is air. So how much air is required is basically the delta. So it's you who are going to tell us like what delta you want. You want a lower height, a worse vacuum, or a upper height? That's how it works. No, W, as I said, the W is something which is like giving you advantage on the power consumption. If we will fix the area for both A frame and the W frame same, what advantage you are going to get is 2 to 3% the power consumption. That's it. And of course, the footprint will be lesser and the height will be slightly lower, but that's the area requirement will not change. The amount of air will not change. Only on the saving on the power consumption. If you will compare apple to apple. Cost is coming now. As I said, cost of structure still is going down by 5 to 10%. That's the one thing which is there. And the second advantage in the performance is the power consumption. There are two aspects. But the amount of air required, 80,000 meter cube, will remain same. This is how it works.
I think Satyendra, the core of the question is that since ACC will basically be funded by the public money, so it is the responsibility of all of us that how to bring the cost at the optimum. So can we have the next question, please?
My name is Kishore. I'm from Sumitomo. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us at this really enlightening conference. I learned so much about ACC and the initiative that NTPC wants to take for the betterment of water conservation in India. So thank you for your initiative. And I'm also so proud that the very first project of NTPC, North Karanpura, is driven by our gearboxes. And I'm really confident that, with the 100 years of experience in providing gearboxes for various industries, and ACC, we've been supplying for more than 25, 30 years, ACC gearboxes. I'm sure that your project will succeed. You were talking about reducing the number of overall period from 1 year to 2 years. I'm quite confident that our product will support you on that initiative. And I can say for sure because we have supplied to NTPC the air preheater gearboxes under our Seisha brand since 1980s, and we hardly even get replacement orders. So they have been running for more than 20 years or so, and I hope that the ACC gearboxes will also support the initiative of NTPC North Karanpura and any other projects that you have. Thirdly, I would like to say that Make in India is there to happen, and we have to make it happen. We are here in India right now because let's say the growth in India was a little bit lagged compared to other countries. Things are coming a bit late. We are number one in automobile manufacturing. India is number one right now in the world. It has surpassed Detroit. And I'm sure that the technology will improve in India. The steel material will improve. The quality of casings will improve, and we will also manufacture in India. But let's take it step by step. Firstly, let's reduce the overall cost of your projects and overall cost of ownership. And then later on, I think you are encouraging all the vendors like us to start manufacturing in India, and I'm sure it will happen. The technology will come to India slowly but steadily. And once again, thank you very much for such an enlightening day. I really think that I spend my day very well here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you making us more confident. And thank you for joining this movement, ACC, for which all of us part of that. So can we move to the next question? I think your mic, please help her. Please help him.
Myself, Chandrakant Kakade from NPCI Design Group. So first, thanks to NTPC for arranging a very good technical session, and we have got very insight of ACCs. Particularly, I have two questions. One is that this tube is one of the more important aspect of ACC. Now, right thing at first that what we follow. So what I feel that what is the NDT done on the tube for initial stage? Second is the thing that if there is any leak in the tube, how it has been isolated. Some banks are there or to isolate that so that we can take care of the without affecting the performance of the.
Good question. Sanjay, you would like to respond to this? Sanjay is head of quality in NTPC.
Sir, you have asked about the NDT done on the tubes. Am I correct? So this is a low thickness tubes, right, sir? And there is a governing standard always for the tubes. In this tube, the eddy current test is done to check any defect on this. And your second question was tube leakage. How to isolate the tube leakage? Am I correct? Once it is operating or during the manufacturing?
I think operation part, I think we have discussed this. Dr. Cheetal also suggested that Akhil is also doing some exercise. So I think we have to arrive at.
What is that key? What is the number of additional tubes required for that? Means particularly some units have been provided with a fan or a standby as to maintain, as well as for this leakage.
Standby. Standby. Akhil, I think you can.
No, we don't. 5% margin is taken. There is no as such standby, but 5% margin on heating surface is taken. Plug. Water.
You can plug actually the tube seat there is a huge duct you have seen. The minimum duct diameter is 3 meters. So one person can easily enter into it and do the maintenance. So in case there is a leakage in any tube that is detected, First of all, there is no leakage, and mostly there is no leakage. You have seen 10 years is operating without any leakage. By chance it develops any leakage, then somebody can enter into that dock and isolate that, plug that tube. Need not take it out, plug that tube, then operate. It's possible.
Okay, thank you. Next question, please. Yes, please. Okay.
Like we do in switchyard for hotspot identification, they are doing thermography in this entire tube bank area. A slight temperature difference will indicate that there is some leak. Some papers are also available. We'll share with you, sir.
Right, Ajay. I think we have to learn from each other.
Yes, sir.
So can you move to the next question?
Good evening, sir. I'm Samir Khurana from Bonfiglioli. We are into gearboxes. We are primarily an Italian company, but we are investing more and more in India in terms of manufacturing. We're also taking advantage of Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme. And we have executed many projects of NTPC through various OEMs. But when we approach NTPC for direct enlistment, we are told that we have to approach the OEM. So but it's not a question, it's only a request or a comment. Maybe if you can enlist companies like us, you will have more varieties and more companies like us would be encouraged to be a part of this campaign.
I think a common question, I think you can speak Mr. Thal offline on this issue.
Right, sir.
Right. Next question, please. Okay, I think all the panelists sitting here, they have also throughout the day, they have listened to you. And we also have some questions. Let us start with Mr. Pankaj Gupta. He's heading the energy transition in NTPC. So decarbonization, saving water, these are the areas he's working with. So we can start with Pankaj.
Okay. Good evening, sir. So from morning, I'm listening that everybody is interested that how to save the water because water is very Okay. Now you can listen. Okay. So good evening, everyone. So from today, we are listening about the ACC and we have understood that water is scarce and we have to save it. How to save it? And then we found that ACC is one method where we can save the water. As you know, in the South Africa, that Cape Town, there is no water. But here in India, because we are doing in the morning, I have listening about the cost economics and other things. Because we are comparing, because water cost in India is very less. So that's why techno-economics problems, and then we are thinking this is not coming. But water cost more hai. When cost will increase, then maybe this economics will come. So we have to save the water. That is number one. And I want to tell that I'm seeing till evening, there are many queries are coming. People are thinking whether we have to adopt the ACC or not to adopt. Still, people have some dilemma. So I think I have noted down few points like with respect to efficiency. People are thinking that how it will be at par. If it is WCC, then it can be adopted easily because if we are adopt, then maybe CO2 emissions issue will come, and then seasonal variation and like throughout year whether it will be optimal or not, and then issue coming at the experience because in Indian condition we have and then dusty environment whether it will work for a long time or not. So my point is here we have to see after operating experience maybe. It will be 300 megawatt is running. From that we can learn. Then third point is everybody is asking about the cost because how to cost will come down and it is costly. So when we make indigenously and then volume more, then definitely cost will come low. Cost will be down. Then schedule because when any utility adopting this, then it is observed that then when we are taking ACC, maybe this will delay and it will take more time. So if supply chain will be better, then definitely we will get it. Then come to the many people are telling that policy, whether we have to make some policy for adoption of ACC. Some people are asking that for manufacturing some PLI should be there. So these are the issues which people have some in mind. But my point is, use of water, saving of water, we can not only we can think of the thermal power plant, but nuclear also we have seen, then auxiliary cooling we have seen. Then if we see the energy transition perspective, then we will see even carbon capture, then huge cooling is required. So where we can have the opportunity of the ACC. If you go for any carbon capture utilization that for ethanol also, then huge cooling is required. So we have huge opportunity. And then fuel cell also, if you see the heating is there. So for that also we have to cool down and we required some cooling. So we are thinking only some narrow down area. So not only thermal power plant, and when we go for energy transition, so many areas are there. So if we have supply chain, if we have everything that schedule and everything, then cost will come down. And with the help of the our intellectual and other scientists, then definitely as we are getting the suggestions from morning, then efficiency will be at par and it will be optimized. Cost will be less, then it can be easily use the ACC. So if we have will, then there one quote is there. If we have a will, then there is a will, then there is a way. So I think we have to think of how to use and how to go to adopt the ACC. That is from my side.
Thank you, Pankaj. Next, we have Dipankar Biswas. He is heading the Boiler Group, Material Handling and Water System. He is a subject matter expert. So, what do you, Dipankar?
Yes, good evening. Yeah, good evening. Actually, since morning, Ajay, we have been hearing a lot from this EPC contractor, then designer. Then you have the first-hand experience from our these HOPs from the two projects. And this basically this if you see this, what has this come out? This takeaway is that as far as the technology is concerned, this is the technology is not that much complex. If it is not that much simple also. The second is the challenge is basically in the erection and the construction of this ACC, and the third is the O&M aspect. Now, this for a large thermal power station like 660 megawatt or 800 megawatts. This is recently we have commissioned this. Now it is very too early to say that there's a lot of whether such type of issues will crop in. So there are the very important discussions took place regarding the layout. So this effect, as far as this ACC is concerned, this efficiency of this ACC is very much dependent on the wind and this crosswinds and also the this temperature, which gets aggravated during the summer condition. I was going through some papers, and this is my question to BHL and other those OEMs and L&T. That is there any possibility to put this guide vanes there at this inlet deck of this fan deck, at the inlet deck of the fan for the guide vanes? And the other question is that, like windrows, when we design this cooling tower, this wet cooling tower, so we take the this windrows, this throughout the year, what is the windrows that we consider? Now, does this requirement also, it is the requirement of the ACC? Should the overall plant layout is decided by ACC? When it is the cross winds and these things are coming, which is having a great effect on the performance of whether we should first fix the layout of the ACC, then other this main plant layout should follow with that. So these are the some layout issues, and then other issues that was just being discussed. That this many of the equipments like this, we are placing this GT generator transformers are below the below the ESCC, that open space we are utilizing. Now, is there if there is some this mishap happens and something falls on those things, those electrical equipment. So whether it is possible to take this layout of this years, some keeping this transformer area this free from this ACC, and what is the cost and what is this cost benefit with respect to that, because that will increase our duct length and these things. Because ACC is going to come, that is the order of the day, and these things are we have to deliver it. As a EPC vendor, we also would like to be associate with our partners in deciding all these things. As Chetan Sir was telling, this thickness of this ACC, it is only 1.25 mm. So whether we are designing, we are looking at a life of now this 25 years, 40 years life of the. So will this thickness of these tubes will stand our whole life when there are some corrosion issues, whether it is external or internal corrosion that is going to come. So these are only different aspects that needs much deliberation, and I look forward to similar type of the seminars or workshops from BHL or from L&T or from any other the vendors or our partners that will be look forward to be associated with. So these are some of my takeaway, and thank you.
Right, Dipanka, I think this is the beginning. And since everybody present here since morning have joined this movement ACC, so now we need to interact on a regular basis so that the solutions emerge, and that too at a very fast rate. We have many issues as we will go deep. So next I'll invite Mr. Asthana, who is the head of quality. Quality is the most important thing, most important aspect that needs to be taken care of.
Thank you, good evening, sir. I will have some questions to the OEMs and the designers as well as the manufacturers. One very important issue raised several times that if the leakage happens in the tubes bundles during the operation, then it will definitely affect the performance. So my question is to this Paharpur and Holtec and Annexio, that what is the weakest point in the tube bundles from where the leakage is expected? Because now North Kanpura has started the plant, Unit 1, and very soon we are going to experience different problems in this ACC. So based on your experience in different supplies you have done across the world, what could be the weakest zone, and what precautions can be done during the manufacturing to ensure that such leakage do not occur while running the unit? My second suggestion, or you can say question, to all the manufacturers of the major equipment like fan assembly or gearbox or tube bundle or RE joint, expansion joint, are you satisfied with the technical specification which NTPC has made, or if you are having suggestions to improve upon it, we are looking forward for this in further course of discussions. And probably there are many questions, but I will limit to this last question, that we debated a lot for the Make in India approach. And I heard from the gearbox manufacturers, 2-3 manufacturers, they are here. How best we can do that all the parts of this ACC which NTPC is going to put in all the future plans shall be 100% Make in India. Are we capable enough, or what best we have to do? That is my last question.
I think rightfully said by Mr. Asthana, it need not be answered now, where we can have a detailed discussion later on. since Vivek is staring at me for the time, I will now request Mr. Naik. Whenever we speak of water, we look to him. So, Naik, I will request you to be brief because I think we are approaching and we have overshot the time.
Yeah, good evening to all of you. Since Idisha was already told, I have to be enough as time is constant now. My first question is to OEMs and designers of ACC. Since we are adopting ACC to save water, but being a tropical country in India, we see the temperature excursions. And to maintain my vacuum and efficiency, it was suggested that we can go for mist spray. So can I, because I do not want to use fresh water for that purpose, can I use any wastewater available in my plant or township for that purpose? So what is the quality requirement of that? Will it affect my healthiness of the system, my fins, my tubes? Structure and tubes. Second question to be answered, or I will seek clarifications and answers from my esteemed partners, industry partners, that whether for fin cooling I can use the same water, and can I use some pond-like structure below if I layout permits, and will it help in cooling of the air during that hot temperature conditions? Third will be my CPU performance, because we have seen that temperature excursions goes beyond 60 degrees at certain times. So if that is the case, my CPU performance will be affected. And since it is SCC, so my cooling surface is high. So there is every possibility that lot of crowds and all those things will come in the steam. So to protect my turbine, obviously the CPU will play a major role. So in that case, obviously the resin reliability and effectiveness. What is the study on that, and whether that will, how it is to be addressed? And in the morning session also, one year was opportunity was thrown up. Lot many chimneys which will be spared after implementation of the FGD. Can I use those for doing my equipment cooling, natural draft cooling, ACC cooling of my equipment water, cooling water? So those are the questions obviously we will be talking about, and we will be in touch upon and see how we can improve upon this. Thank you.
Thank you, Naik. Now to last, Mr. Akhil. He is now carrying forward this movement, and he has played a key role in organizing this event. Over to you, Akhil.
Yes, thank you, sir. So we have had a long discussion, and at this point of time, I just want to ask my SCC OEMs that whatever design modifications you are doing, so please share with us also, in order to have a better heat transfer in terms of the fin, reducing the thickness of fins. But regarding cost aspect, if you are doing any work, so that also you please share with us. And I would like to know regarding this ITD also, that can you suggest that what should be, although it is a climatological database and project site location based, but what do you think if there can be any standard ITD for which we can design, and at the same time we can meet the requirement in terms of the output, maybe with some heat rate deterioration also, but in terms of the output, can we meet the grid requirements, and at the same time we can go for a smaller SCC? So in that aspect, if any work is being done at your end, so I want to get some insight regarding that. Further, regarding your readiness for the retrofit, as our director projects has also in the morning suggested that our OEM should come forward and we can work on that in one project. This retrofit opportunity should be given. So how prepared we are for that when we are looking for this ACC business in future? So we need to prepare for retrofit also. So I want to listen if Naveen ji can throw some insight that if VHL is ready for some retrofits also at this point of time.
On retrofit, but the retrofit does not involve only ACC, it involves turbine also. But as such, no, that valve where the steam can go towards the hybrid kind of that on the WCC and the ACC, that kind of valves and all. Actually, we are not. At least VHL is not prepared as such. If we have to go through like Spin or any consultant. We have to take along with us. Then only. As of now, as such, I don't think we can help in that.
Okay.
So I think
that's it, sir. We have discussed a lot.
Okay, thank you, Akhil. Now let me sum it up. ACCs are working worldwide. So it is not a new technology, not a new concept, but the challenge is that we have to make ACC not only make in India, make for India. It has to work in the Indian conditions for a thermal plant, at least for 25 years and more. So that is the challenge. And what Akhil has asked BHL, so let me assure you that in this ACC movement, BHL is not alone. It is a joint responsibility for both BHL, NTPC, other OEMs to find a solution. Because it is not a matter of NTPC or BHL. It is a matter of our country. We have to save, we have to give water to our countrymen. And if that requires a retrofit of the existing WCC with ACC, that has to be done. There is no other option. So all of us are joined together. And I'm sure this is a great culmination of knowledge, of opportunity, and which will help all of us. And more important, it will help our nation to a great extent from a developing nation to a developed nation. So with that remarks, I close this and I thank each and everybody present here and who have attended the session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I thank all the senior participants on the dais and especially ED Engineering, sir, who has conducted this session very smoothly. I would also like to thank all the participants sitting down who have participated actively. That shows how much interest we have in this ACC. The whole power fraternity is looking forward to implement this ACC and save water. I really appreciated the time you spent with us today and hope it was a time well spent for you as well.
Now, I would now request our aid engineering, sir, to facilitate our panel on the dais with a memento. May I please request aid engineering, sir, to present the memento to
Can you kindly come forward, sir? There is a picture taken.
Shri M.K. Asthana, sir.
Thank you.
Shri Pankaj Vishwas, sir. Pankaj Gupta, sir. Akhil Agarwal, sir. LK Naik, sir.
May I kindly request Asthana sir to present a memento to ED Engineering sir. Yes, sir. So I'll request all the panelists to come forward for a group photograph. Yes. Tejinder sir, yes. This was the very. This was a long day of discussion about ACC, and we were benefited by all the sessions since morning. And I'll really thank our seniors and the guidance from our ED Engineering sir that we have been able to put up such a show. I thank all the participants, speakers, moderators for making this event a successful one. Before we go, I would request Akhil Agarwal sir to deliver a formal vote of thanks and close the conference. Post vote of thanks, we have a small snacks arrangement outside. So I'll request everyone to join us there after the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Good night. छोटा करके मैसेज करके बोलो
Respected engineering, EDP mechanical, Dr. Chital, HOP, NKP Tejinder sir, Ravinder sir, Samal sir, and all CGMs and my colleagues and invitees. On behalf of the organizing committee, I express heartfelt gratitude as we conclude the conference on development of ecosystem for air-cooled condenser in India. Your presence and active participation have made this event incredibly enriching and productive. We extend our deepest appreciation to Chairman and Managing Director Shri Gurdeep Singh sir for delivering an insightful inaugural speech in the morning, which set the tone for the conference, and his inspiring words in developing a sustainable ecosystem for air-cooled condensers in India. Our sincere thanks to Director Operations Shri Ramesh Babu sir, Director Project Shri Ujjal Kanti Bhattacharya sir, and Director Finance Shri Jayakumar Srinivasan sir for their august presence and valuable insights, which was instrumental in making this conference a resounding success. We thank Shri Ranjay Saranji, Director Projects NPCL, Dr. S.C. Chetal sir, Senior Advisor R&D BHL, Professor M.R. Ravi, Head Mechanical Engineering Department IIT Delhi, Shri D.N. Patel ji, ED Generation GSCL, for gracing the occasion with their presence. We express gratitude to the esteemed invitees, including our ACC OEMs, technology provider, subject experts, ACC component manufacturers, vendor representative from utilities, institutes, academia, for sharing knowledge and expertise and enriching the discussions. We acknowledge the efforts of PMI complete team of Rachna ma'am for continuous support in organizing this conference. And a special thanks to our director project for his continuous guidance, which has made this event successful. And we thank ED Engineering sir for his tireless effort for last 1 month and ensuring every day with all those discussions and long meetings that this event happens flawless. Thank you, sir. We thank all my colleagues from engineering division, IT team, event coordinators, ICH, field staff, administrative personnel for their dedication and hard work in ensuring the smooth execution of the conference, creating an environment which is conducive for learning and collaboration. Heartfelt thanks to one and all for actively engaging in the sessions, sharing experiences and contributing to the overall success of the event. Your presence and support have made this conference a vibrant platform for knowledge exchange and networking. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and innovation nurtured here. May the insights gained and connections made during this event continue to fuel our effort in developing a robust ecosystem for air-cooled condensers in India. Once again, thank you one and all. I request all of you to join for a high tea just outside this hall. Thank you.
So before we leave, sir, just one request. The organizing committee has put in a lot of effort to bring this up. So I'll request the organizing committee if you can come up on stage and we can have a group photograph with our seniors. So Bhaskar sir and everyone present there. Manish sir, Pawan sir, Saten sir, everybody can come up. I hope everybody must have downloaded the app already, and you can get all the information regarding this conference on that app. बोल दिया, आप ऊपर आइए. नहीं बोल दिया. आइए सर आइए. संपूर्ण अजय गुप्ता सर. बस समल सर. हाँ समल सर है जी. दीपंकर हल्दर सर. हाँ सबको इसमें अरे सर रखो तुम्हारा बूथ होगी तो पहचान तरंगपनी सर. सर को बुलाना और किसी को नहीं बुलाना, वहीं से बुलाना.
मैप को सेंटर पे जाना
बैकड्रॉप लगा दे पता चलेगी नीचे हो जाता है नहीं क्या